All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm Mary Kay Gaffney, and we'll be taking you through some live events happening. Right now, we've got President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden. They are about to speak at the Armed Forces Full Honor Review Farewell Ceremony at the Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall. So that's happening right now. This is a live event. So let's take you there and see what's going on. You're watching live with us here right now on the Fox News Now stream. This is a farewell ceremony being held today to honor the president as he concludes his final term in office. President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden will attend the Armed Forces Full Honor Review farewell ceremony, which is being held at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall. It's hosted by Defense Secretary Ash Carter and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Marine General Joseph Dunford. President Obama should be coming out shortly with Vice President Joe Biden. This event just started a few seconds ago, so thanks for joining us here on the Fox News Now stream. Yesterday on the stream, we were showing you the House and Senate swearing in with the 119th Congress. 115th, I should say. And now we are showing you a ceremony that's set to begin just a few moments here with President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden having an armed forces ceremony. Now, this is really more of a farewell ceremony being held this afternoon to honor President Obama as he concludes his final term in office. President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden will both be attending this Armed Forces Full Honor Review farewell ceremony. This is being held at the Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, as you can see here live on our stream. And it's hosted by Defense Secretary Ash Carter and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Marine General Joseph Dunford. In some more political news yesterday, Ford, the car company, said, reverse, it won't be spending $1.6 billion on a new plant in Mexico after all. So again, more jobs staying here in the U.S. Last year, Ford said it was planning on building a new production plant in Mexico in order to, of course, cut the costs. But this didn't sit well with Donald Trump, who really wants jobs to stay here in the U.S., and he started hammering on Ford during the campaign trail, saying it's bad that they were moving jobs out of the U.S., but now Ford is backing off that plan, and it's partly because it has confidence in Trump's pro-business policies. Instead, it will invest $700 million at an existing plant in Michigan, which is great news for Michigan, a state that usually leans Democrat. Decided to pick Donald Trump during this election because of its issues with the economy there in Michigan. Now that's great news for Michigan. More jobs coming there thanks to Ford choosing to have their plant there instead of Mexico. So a lot more jobs heading to Michigan soon. And yesterday, Donald Trump also called out another car company, General Motors, for selling one of its Mexican-made cars in the U.S. That's the Chevy Cruze. He says that's an import that should be slapped with a higher tax. General Motors disagreed and said that it only makes one version of that car in Mexico. The rest are made in Ohio. So we'll see what else Trump does to try and keep jobs here in the U.S. But again, he was pressuring Ford and General Motors to stop manufacturing cars in Mexico and have them made right here in the United States. So Ford is now going to be making their cars at a new plant in Michigan. And again, General Motors saying they only make one type of Chevy Cruze in Mexico, and that's to be shipped internationally. The ones they ship nationally here are made in Ohio. That's what General Motors is saying about their Chevy Cruze model. Appreciate you watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden will be speaking live here in just a few moments. We're holding a lot of events lately as President Obama will soon be concluding his time in the office. Can you believe it? It's almost Inauguration Day. We're only a few days away. It's going to be January 20th when Donald Trump is sworn into office. So there's going to be a lot of honor events for President Obama in these last few days. And you know we will be streaming them here on the Fox News Now show. Mike in the chat says, tell us about CES. Mike, I definitely will be talking about the Consumer Electronics Show later on in the stream here. And tomorrow I'll actually have guests here on the show, and we're going to talk about all the things being unveiled at the Consumer Electronics Show this year, self-driving cars, virtual reality sets. We will definitely be talking about that later on the stream tonight. And also tomorrow I will have a guest on here with me. So thanks, Mike. Thanks for asking.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the official party and remain standing as honors are rendered. Taking their positions on the reviewing stand are the Honorable Ashley P. Carter, Secretary of Defense, accompanied by the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joseph F. Dunford.
I want to take you guys to a video that I thought was pretty funny. This was released in May, but it's starting to circulate a little bit more around the internet now because President Obama's time is coming to an end here. Sort of a spoof video that he made with Joe Biden about what to do after you're finished being president. It's pretty funny. He calls local sports teams, trying to ask if he can be their coach. Pretty funny. I'll put it in the upper right-hand corner. Actually, it looks like Joe Biden just arrived here at the event. Should be starting shortly. I'll put that video in the upper right-hand corner, though. It's pretty short, so let's play that. Let me know what you guys think. It's pretty fun.
Obamas are staying in D.C. for 2 years after the president leaves office.
He's about to go from commander-in-chief to couch commander.
You, Chuck Todd. What am I going to do in D.C. for 2 years?
You've got a real dilemma, Mr. President.
I can't go every day, can I?
Which you like better, these or these?
Joe, they're the same.
They capture different moods.
Joe, I need some focus here.
Comes in there during aviator time, thinks everything.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, Mr. President, you had to be practical. And look, you can drive again. You're going to need a license. You love sports. Why don't you volunteer to work for one of the teams around here?
All right, you guys, I'll play that video for you later, but it looks like the president has arrived, and so has Joe Biden. So let's turn up the sound on this live event. I'll take you guys to that video a little bit later in the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. partnerships and laid the foundation for a force of the future that will continue to win our nation's wars. President Obama countered decisively the most immediate threat to our national security, terrorism. He directed the operation to kill Osama bin Laden, decimated al-Qaeda's terrorist network, put the Islamic State of Iraq and Levant on a path to a lasting defeat, and developed counterterrorism platforms from South Asia to North Africa. He did so relentlessly, effectively, with increased transparency and in strict accordance with our values. Simultaneously, President Obama achieved verifiable nuclear disarmament of Iran, the greatest threat to security in the Middle East. And while countering proliferation abroad, he directed recapitalization of our vitally important nuclear deterrent here at home. As he successfully neutralized immediate threats to our security, President Obama also directed a transition in our defense strategy. He implemented a rigorous intellectual, policy, and legal framework to guide the most solemn decision that a commander-in-chief makes to deploy and employ our men and women in uniform. He supported strategic investments to perpetuate our military edge in the air, at sea, with missile defenses, and in space and cyber domains, including by establishing the United States Cyber Command. In so doing, he led the transformation of the United States military from over a decade of counterinsurgency into a full-spectrum fighting force. And critically, he directed the United States rebalance to the Asia-Pacific, the most consequential region for America's future. President Obama also recognized that security in the world cannot be America's responsibility alone. He strengthened our alliances and pursued new partnerships. In Europe, he led the adaptation of NATO to continue its commitment to a stable Afghanistan and to actively counter threats to Europe's east and south. In particular, President Obama directed the bolstering of our allied military presence in Europe and reestablishing of deterrence against Russian aggression. In Asia, he modernized our alliances with Japan and Korea, strengthening the cornerstone of security in East Asia and deterring threats from North Korea. In the Middle East, he strengthened Israel's qualitative military edge, including with an unprecedented package of foreign military funding. But in an ever-changing world, President Obama recognized that America's relationships must also change. He directed the advancement of new strategic partnerships, including the unprecedented deepening of the strategically consequential United States-India partnership. In all of this, President Obama recognized that the source of America's greatest strength, including its military strength, is its people. To ensure that the United States military stays the best, he understood that we must continue to attract, recruit, retain, develop, and transition the best talent that our nation has to offer. His repealing of the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy and his support for opening all military occupations and positions to women will help ensure that. He also championed advanced research and an innovative program to care for our nation's wounded warriors and their families, and led efforts to help veterans make the transition to civilian life. These and many other distinctive accomplishments of President Obama reflect great credit upon himself, the Department of Defense, and the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the posting of the colors. House the colors. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Dunford.
Mr. President, Vice President Biden, Secretary Carter, distinguished guests, thank you once again for joining us as we pay tribute to our Commander-in-Chief and the Obama family. Mr. President, I have the distinct honor today of representing your soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen. And as you know better than most, those men and women are busy. Thousands are deployed across the globe. They're meeting our alliance commitments and deterring potential adversaries. They're taking the fight to the Islamic State, Al-Qaeda, and other extremist organizations. They're maintaining freedom of navigation, and they're defending us from threats in space and in cyberspace. Throughout your time in office, we've often heard you express your appreciation for their service and their sacrifice. But this afternoon, Mr. President, I want to express our appreciation for your leadership and honor your service as our Commander-in-Chief for the past 8 years. Mr. President, we've been at war throughout your tenure. That's a period longer than any other American president. And throughout those years, you've always been there for us. You were there in a situation room where I personally witnessed your thoughtful and careful deliberations when ordering our young men and women in harm's way. You were there visiting the force wherever it was deployed, ensuring that our men and women had the guidance and support necessary to get the job done. You were there in the holidays meeting with troops and calling them around the world to simply say thanks. You were there when our wounded warriors returned home to heal. Your constant visits to Walter Reed were without fanfare or ceremony, but always marked with heartfelt words, hugs from moms, and more often than not, a few lunges and push-ups alongside those who were trying to recover. Finally, Mr. President, you were there at Dover Air Force Base to receive the remains of the fallen, and you were there to visit them at Arlington. I could go on, but let me share a few sentiments from the men and women that you have touched as a leader. Lieutenant Colonel Will Phillips sent this message. Mr. President and First Lady, thank you both for your tireless dedication to our nation. President Obama, you've set an example for us all as a statesman, a father, and a husband. Corporal David Dennis, who's currently deployed to Iraq, told me how much he appreciated your call on Christmas Day to say thanks for his sacrifice and service. Sergeant Major Troxell and I, by coincidence, met with him a few hours after your call, and he was still pretty pumped up after that call. I was a bit disappointed because after your phone call that morning, a visit from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and his senior enlisted leader actually didn't carry much weight. Major Matt Lampert made the following comment about your hospital visit. When I met the president, I was just regaining the ability to walk. I had some days that were tough and some days of doubt. But shaking hands with President Obama and having a conversation with him was something that will stick with me forever. Given the responsibilities that he shoulders, President Obama's thoughtfulness and common touch were pretty inspiring. Master Sergeant Keith Norris described what your support for educational benefits as a senator and as a president has meant to his family. If it wasn't for the post-9/11, I could not have afforded to send our children to college. My oldest son just graduated, and I'm excited that he's on track to be commissioned in the United States Air Force. While I wish he was going in the Army, you may have figured out that he's a Master Sergeant in the Army. While I wish he was going in the Army, I'm incredibly proud that he'll be the first military officer in my family's history. Chief Warrant Officer Nate Powell commented on the impact of your support to military spouses. Like most public school teachers, my wife doesn't earn all that much, but she loves being a teacher. Because of the Military Spouses Residency Relief Act that President Obama signed into law, my family saves thousands of dollars a year that would otherwise have to pay just because she has chosen to move with me across state lines from duty station to duty station. And on the lighter side, Captain Alex Lowe, who's an Air Force flight surgeon, is also apparently a big fan. He said, I'm glad to have started my service under such a charismatic and cool commander-in-chief who can also play ball and sing a mean Al Green. I can't witness that, Mr. President. I've not had the opportunity to see that in the Situation Room, but I'm going to take Captain Lowe's word for it. Mr. President, on behalf of Lieutenant Colonel Phillips, Corporal Dennis, Major Lampert, Master Sergeant Norris, Chief Warrant Officer Powell, Doc Lowe, and all of our men and women in uniform, we recognize and appreciate your service, your sacrifice, your commitment to the force, and your leadership. Of course, just as military families serve, so has the Obama family. While unable to join us this afternoon, Mrs. Obama and Mrs. Biden's creation of joining forces has made a lasting impact. It significantly expanded veteran job placement and educational opportunities. The First Lady's legal advice and tireless advocacy has also benefited military working spouses, making careers more transportable for spouses who move every few years. In fact, the entire Obama family has served, and it'd be impossible to sum up all their contributions this afternoon. So in closing, I'll simply say, Sasha and Malia, thanks for sharing your mom and dad with us and the nation. Mrs. Obama, thank you for improving the lives of our families and veterans, and thanks for representing our nation with such class. And Mr. President, thank you for being a Commander-in-Chief that we have been proud to follow. On a personal note, sir, thanks for your confidence in me and in all of the senior leaders who have had the privilege to serve on your watch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce another individual who's made a lasting impact on our joint force and someone we've been proud to follow, our Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Ash Carter.
Thank you, Chairman Dunford, for that tribute to the President and the First Lady's commitments to our troops and our families. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Department of Defense leadership, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome as the Department honors our Commander-in-Chief of 8 critical years for one final time. This afternoon, I'd like to do so by speaking of those aspects of his service and commitment to our national defense that have been so striking and that will be so memorable. Each one a constant throughout his tenure as our president. His focused strategic leadership, his steps to strengthen our force, both in its people and in its capabilities, and his decision-making. Through it all, President Obama has led our military with an appreciation that America's defense is so vital that we, to whom it is entrusted, must ensure its continuity and excellence across the years and across the domains of armed conflict, not just air, land, and sea, but also space and cyberspace, across parties, across government agencies, from strategic era to strategic era, and from presidential administration to presidential administration. And he's done so, not only for the last 8 years, but even today, as we prepare for a new administration, we're following the president's leadership and ensuring a smooth and orderly transition. Our military is a global force, one that President Obama has steadfastly and strategically led in every region of the world to ensure the men and women of the strongest and most principled fighting force in history effectively defend our country, deter our adversaries, bolster our alliances and partnerships, and make a better world for our children. In the Asia-Pacific, President Obama has sustained a comprehensive rebalance of military power to that region, the single most consequential one for America's future. There, we're repositioning 60% of our naval forces and overseas air assets, including some of our most advanced new systems. And we're strengthening and modernizing key alliances and partnerships with Japan, with South Korea, India, Vietnam, Australia, many others. In Europe, following Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and use of hybrid warfare techniques, President Obama has stood strong with our NATO allies and led a united response to deter Russian aggression, enhancing U.S. force presence and implementing a new playbook so NATO can adapt against 21st century threats. In the Middle East, President Obama secured an accord that's verifiably preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, removing a key source of danger in the region. But as we continue to counter Iran's other destabilizing activities, he's also strengthened the defense relationships with all our key regional partners. For example, providing our ally Israel unprecedented security assistance and advanced capabilities across domains. And around the world, in the face of terrorist threats from Al-Qaeda to Al-Shabaab to ISIL, President Obama has led the most robust and sustained counterterrorism fight in American history. In the counter-ISIL campaign, the President consistently supported the development and acceleration of the coalition military campaign plan, focused on destroying the fact and the idea of an Islamic State based on this evil ideology in Iraq and Syria, countering the ISIL cancer's metastases everywhere they emerge, and most important, protecting our homeland and our people. In addition to countering ISIL, he's taken action to ensure Afghanistan does not become a safe haven for terrorists to threaten America. He's directed 8 years of unrelenting strikes on Al-Qaeda to devastate that terrorist organization, both before and after bringing Osama bin Laden to justice. He's built a counterterrorism apparatus that has thwarted countless plots against our homeland. And he did all of it, consistent with our values, because our president knows, as he's put it, that we lose ourselves when we compromise the very ideals we fight to defend. At the same time, President Obama made sure our military stayed strong and grew stronger in our people and our capabilities to meet those ambitious but necessary commitments. Indeed, our president knows very well that the single factor above all others that makes the U.S. military the finest is its people, some represented here today, far more around the world. President Obama has been dedicated to improving the quality of life of our force, making sure our service members get what they need, not only when it comes to training and equipment, but also important benefits critical to recruitment and retention, like maternity and paternity leave. He's helped keep sacred the commitment to wounded warriors, the families of the fallen, to military families, and to veterans. He's made sure our people are treated with the dignity and honor befitting the profession of arms, from supporting DoD's efforts to rid our ranks of sexual assault to improving our suicide prevention efforts. He's helped ensure the long-term viability of what is, after all, an all-volunteer force, recruited in comparatively small numbers from the entire American population, recognizing we have to compete for top talent, and that to have the best, we must select the best solely on their qualifications to meet our high standards, not race, gender, identity, or sexual orientation, rather focusing only on whether someone can meet our standards. And he's also supported veterans in their transition to whatever's next for them in life, whether it's earning a degree, finding a job, or starting a business. I know how much that matters because I'm old enough to remember a shameful time when our veterans were treated very differently. After our people, it's America's capabilities that make our military edge second to none. And President Obama has sharpened that as well. He always asks, are we looking around the corner? To ensure we not only anticipate the changing nature of warfare and future threats, but also stay ahead of them and take full advantage of new technology. Under his leadership, DoD began returning to full spectrum capability in the Army and Marine Corps after many years of skillful but all-absorbing focus on large contingent counterinsurgency deployments. We grew the size and the lethality of our Navy and drove forward the development and production of new fighters, bombers, and tankers for the Air Force. We increased funding for innovative technologies and R&D, notably in critical domains like space, cyber, and electronic warfare. All this amidst persistent budget turbulence and uncertainty. And even as President Obama has worked toward a world without nuclear weapons, he's also ensured the United States maintains a safe, secure, and effective nuclear deterrent for as long as these weapons exist. And finally, from the vantage of someone who's worked for 11 defense secretaries over 35 years, under both Democratic and Republican presidents, and now being secretary myself, I want to offer some perspective on the nature and the quality of President Obama's leadership and decision-making as our commander-in-chief. Because it's often most appreciated by those who've had to sign deployment orders, who've been to Dover, to Bethesda, Walter Reed, who know that the decisions he makes have consequences. Most Americans don't get to see how President Obama makes decisions about our national security. So let me give you a window into what it's like when we meet in the Situation Room or the Oval Office. To begin with, he's steady, deliberate, rigorous, and demanding of himself and of us, always reflecting the seriousness with which he approaches the grave responsibilities of the presidency. He makes us think through the consequences of a proposed course of action as thoroughly as that can be foreseen. And he always focuses first and fixedly on our North Star, America's national interests. I've been grateful that I've always gotten a full hearing for my views and recommendations. And in my observation, Chairman Dunford always did as well. For President Obama valued not only my strategic advice and his other advisors, but also candid professional military advice. And he was always willing to listen to what we had to say, even if I knew it wasn't something he wanted to hear. President Obama also knows it's not only whether the decisions made are good that matters, but also whether they're implemented with excellence. Now, that's a management style that's actually rare among policymakers in Washington. Whether it was accelerating the counter-ISIL campaign, stopping the spread of Ebola, or rebalancing to the Asia-Pacific, President Obama has always insisted on getting the job done right to the end. He never hesitates to ask hard questions and keep asking until there's an answer. That's not only because he wanted his decision met and our objectives achieved, though both are important, but because he was committed to making sure that all our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines had what they needed to do their job. As you heard from Chairman Dunford, that kind of commitment means a lot to our troops. I've seen that up close as well. Many times I've visited service members on bases after the president has stopped by, or wounded warriors and their families at military hospitals after he's visited with them. And no matter how much time has passed, whether he's visited the week before, the month before, or the year before, they remember the genuineness of President Obama. They can feel, as only young troops can, the unending concern he has for our men and women in uniform and their families, and the boundless care with which he makes decisions that put them in harm's way. Over the course of 8 years, President Obama's level of dedication and mastery of his responsibilities has been remarkable. It's difficult for anyone to imagine the toll of never being able to unplug from their duties and their stakes for that long, all the while being a gracious and inspiring example, and all the while also helping to raise 2 daughters. It's impossible to imagine a man carrying more, although possibly 2 sons. Mr. President, for this and more, I've been proud to serve as your Secretary of Defense. And from me and the entire Defense Department, thank you in full measure for your leadership, your support, and your devotion to our country and its defense. May you begin to feel the great weight shift from your shoulders. May you feel the warm wind of a nation's gratitude at your back. May God bless you and your family, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, President of the United States, Barack Obama.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good afternoon. Turns out these are easier when you're talking about somebody else. At moments like this, I think of all the times that I've stood before our men and women in uniform, commissioning our newest officers, presiding over promotions, presenting the Commander-in-Chief's trophy to the best football team in the military. I will let you argue over that one. I have never taken sides. Secretary Carter, I could not be more grateful for your gracious words, but more importantly for your outstanding leadership across, as you noted, more than 3 decades and nearly all of my presidency. You have always given me, Ash, your best strategic counsel. You've made sure that we were investing in innovation for the long term and a strong force for the future. As a physicist, Ash is also one of the few people who actually understands how our defense systems work. And I know that our troops and their families are immensely grateful for the compassion that you and Stephanie have shown them over the years. So to you and your family, on behalf of all of us, thank you for your outstanding service. General Dunford, we've relied on you as Commandant of the Marine Corps, as our commander in Afghanistan, and now as our nation's highest-ranking military officer. I thank you and General Selva and the entire Joint Chiefs for the unvarnished military advice that you've always provided to me, for your dedication, for your professionalism, for your integrity. Because of you, because of this team, our armed forces are more integrated and better prepared across domains. A truly joint force. Which is why, as a White Sox fan, I can overlook the fact that you love the Red Sox. Moreover, on a personal note, outside of your professional qualities, you are a good man. And I am grateful to have worked with you, and thank Ellen for allowing you to do this. To members of Congress, Vice President Biden, who along with Jill has known the love and the pride and the sacrifice of a military family. To Deputy Secretary of Work, service secretaries, distinguished guests, dedicated civilians from across the Defense Department, my national security team, most of all, our men and women in uniform. I thank you for this honor and for the warmth and respect that you've always shown me, the support that you've shown Michelle and our daughters during these past 8 years. And so, although I recognize that the formalities require me listening to praise directed in large part to me, I want to turn the tables. I am still Commander-in-Chief, and so I get to do what I want to do, and I want to thank you. Of all the privileges of this office, and there are many, I will miss Air Force One, I will miss Marine One. But I can stand before you today and say that there has been no greater privilege and no greater honor than serving as the Commander-in-Chief of the greatest military in the history of the world. When I took office, I noted that presidents, and those of you in uniform, swear a similar oath to protect and defend this country and the Constitution that we cherish. By stepping forward and volunteering, by raising your right hand and taking that oath, each of you made a solemn pledge. You committed yourself to a life of service and of sacrifice. And I, in turn, made a promise to you, which, to the best of my abilities, I've tried to uphold every single day since. That I would only send you into harm's way when it was absolutely necessary, with a strategy and well-defined goals, with the equipment and the support that you needed to get the job done. Because that's what you rightfully expect, and that is what you rightfully deserve. I made that pledge at a time when less than 1% of Americans wear the uniform. Fewer Americans know someone who serves. And as a result, a lot of Americans don't see the sacrifices you make on our behalf. But as Commander-in-Chief, I do. I've seen it when I look into the eyes of young cadets, knowing that my decisions could very well send them into harm's way. I've seen it when I visited the field, in Bagram, in Baghdad, far from your families, risking your lives so that we can live ours safely and in freedom. And so you have inspired me, and I've been humbled by you consistently. And I want every American to know what I know. Through year after year after year of continuous military operations, you have earned your place among the greatest generations. The list of accomplishments that Joe and Ash so generously mentioned, they're because of you. It's what I tell my staff. I'm the front man. But you're the ones doing the work. Because of you, our alliances are stronger, from Europe to the Asia Pacific. Because of you, we surged in Afghanistan, trained Afghan forces to defend their country, while bringing most of our troops home. Today, our forces serve there on a more limited mission, because we must never again allow Afghanistan to be used for a safe haven in attacks against our nation. It's because of you, particularly our remarkable special forces, that the core al-Qaeda leadership that attacked us on 9/11 has been decimated. Countless terrorist leaders, including Osama bin Laden, are gone. From South Asia to Africa, we have forged partnerships to go after terrorists that threaten us. Because of you, we are leading the global coalition against ISIL. These terrorists have lost about half of their territory. They are losing their leaders. Towns and cities are being liberated, and I have no doubt this barbaric terrorist group will be destroyed because of you. You've shown that when it comes to fighting terrorism, we can be strong and we can be smart. Not by letting our forces get dragged into sectarian conflicts and civil wars, but with smart, sustainable, principled partnerships. That's how we brought most of our troops home, from nearly 180,000 troops in Iraq and Afghanistan down to 15,000 today. That's how, even as we've suffered terrible attacks here at home, from Boston to Orlando, no foreign terrorist organization has successfully planned and executed an attack on our homeland these past 8 years. Because of you, the world has seen the awesome reach of American armed forces. In some of the first few weeks of my job, when Somali pirates took Captain Phillips, later on when they kidnapped Jessica Buchanan, it was you that went in, and you that risked everything, and you that brought these Americans home to their families. The world has seen your compassion to help you deliver in times of crisis, from an earthquake in Haiti to the tsunami in Japan. Think of Ebola and the countless lives this armed forces saved in West Africa. It was you that set up the architecture and set the example for the world's response. One woman in West Africa said, "We thanked God first and then we thanked America second for caring about us." That's the difference you made. You continue to make in the lives of people around the world. As you know well, with service comes great sacrifice. And after 15 years of war, our wounded warriors bear the scars, both seen and unseen. In my visits to their bedsides and rehab centers, I have been in awe watching a wounded warrior grab his walker and pull himself up and through excruciating pain take a step and then another. Or hearing troops describe how they grappled with post-traumatic stress but summoned the strength to ask for help. As a military and as a nation, we have to keep supporting our resilient and incredibly strong wounded warriors as they learn to walk and run and heal. As they find new ways to keep serving our nation, they need to know that we still need your incredible talents. You've given so much to America, and I know you have more to give. And then you have not seen the depths of true love and true patriotism until you've been to Dover. When our troops receive our fallen heroes on their final journey home. Until you have grieved with our Gold Star families who've given a piece of their heart to our nation, a son or a daughter, a father or mother, a husband or wife, a brother or a sister. Everyone a patriot. Every single one of these American families deserves the everlasting gratitude and support of our entire nation. Today, after 2 major ground wars, our armed forces have drawn down, and that is natural and it is necessary. And after reckless budget cuts of sequester, we need to keep improving the readiness and the training and modernizing our forces. So let me take this opportunity, while I still have it, to appeal to our friends from Congress who are here. We cannot go back to sequestration. There's a responsible way forward, investing in America's strengths, our national security, and our economic security. Investing in the reform and the equipment and the support that our troops need, including the pay and the benefits and the quality of life and the education and the jobs that our troops and our veterans and all of your families deserve. But make no mistake, even with the challenges of recent years, and there have been challenges, our allies and adversaries alike understand America's military remains by far the most capable fighting force on the face of the earth. Our Army, tested by years of combat, is the best trained and best equipped land force on the planet. Our Navy is the largest and most lethal in the world, on track to surpass 300 ships. Our Air Force, with its precision and reach, is unmatched. Our Marine Corps is the world's only truly expeditionary force. Our Coast Guard is the finest in the world. And we're also the best because this military has come to welcome the talents of more of our fellow Americans. Service members can now serve the country they love without hiding who they are or who they love. All combat positions in our military are now open to women, And Joe Biden and I know that women are at least as strong as men. We're stronger for it. It's one of the reasons that our military stands apart as the most respected institution in our nation by a mile. The American people look up to you and your devotion to duty and your integrity and your sense of honor and your commitment to each other. One of my proudest achievements is that I have been able to, I think, communicate through the constant partisan haze, along with so many others, how special this institution is. And the esteem in which our military is held has held steady and constant and high throughout my presidency. And I'm very grateful for that. Because you remind us that we are united as one team. At times of division, you've shown what it means to pull together. So my days as your Commander-in-Chief are coming to an end, and as I reflect on the challenges we have faced together and on those to come, I believe that one of the greatest tasks before our armed forces is to retain the high confidence that the American people rightly place in you. This is a responsibility not simply for those of you in uniform, but for those who lead you. It's the responsibility of our entire nation. And so we are called to remember core principles. That we must never hesitate to act when necessary to defend our nation, but we must also never rush into war, because sending you into harm's way should be a last and not first resort. It should be compelled by the needs of our security and not our politics. We need to remember that we must not give in to the false illusion of isolationism, because in this dangerous time, oceans alone will not protect us, and the world still seeks and needs our leadership as the one indispensable nation. We have to remember that our military has to be prepared for the full spectrum of threats, conventional and unconventional, from 20th century style aggression to 21st century style cyber threats. And when we do go to war, we have to hold ourselves to high standards and do everything in our power to prevent the loss of innocent life, because that's what we stand for. That's what we should stand for. We have to remember that as we meet the threats of our times, we cannot sacrifice our values or our way of life. The rule of law and openness and tolerance that defines us as Americans. That is our greatest strength and makes us a beacon to the world. We cannot sacrifice the very freedoms that we're fighting for. And finally, in our democracy, the continued strength of our all-volunteer force also rests on something else. A strong bond of respect and trust between those in uniform and the citizens that you protect and defend. At a time when too few Americans truly understand the realities or sacrifices of military service. At a time when many political leaders have not served. If some in the military begin to feel as though somehow they are apart from the larger society they serve, those bonds can fray. As every generation learns anew, freedom is not free. And so while less than 1% of Americans may be fighting our wars, 100% of Americans can do their parts, at the very least, to support you and your families. Everybody can do something. every business, every profession, every school, every community, every state, to reach out and to give back and to let you know that we care, to help make the lives of our troops and your families just a little bit easier. Everybody can do something. And that's why Michelle and Joe Biden have mobilized more Americans to honor and support you and your families through joining forces. And that's why, even after we leave the White House, Michelle and I intend to keep on looking for ways to help rally more of our fellow citizens to be there for you, just like you've always been there for us. So we can't say it enough and we can't show it enough. Thank you for your patriotism. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for your character in representing the very best of the American spirit. Our nation endures. We live free under the red, white, and blue because of patriots like you. It has been a privilege of a lifetime to serve with you. I have learned much from you. I am a better man having worked with you. I'm confident that the United States and our armed forces will remain the greatest force for freedom and security that the world has ever known. God bless you and your families, and God bless the United States of America.
Well, you were watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. You can see cameramen are kind of scurrying around here. They're trying to find another place to shoot this ceremony that you're seeing right now. This is a farewell ceremony being held today in honor of the president as he concludes his final term in office. President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden are attending this event. As you just saw, President Obama just spoke. This is an Armed Forces Full Honor Review farewell ceremony. And this is being held right now at the Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall, hosted by Defense Secretary Ash Carter and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Marine General Joseph Dunford.
This concludes the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's farewell tribute in honor of our Commander-in-Chief, Barack Obama, the 44th President of the United States. Please remain at your seats and enjoy the United States Army Band until the departure of the official party from Comrie Hall.
All right, everybody, looks like we momentarily lost that feed. We will take it back for you as soon as we can. Again, that was a farewell event with the armed forces, Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Now, there's another live event going on right now. This is Republicans discussing the repeal of Obamacare. As you know, the fight is on right now between the Democrats and the Republicans. They really want to repeal Obamacare, and they're discussing that right now live. So let's take you to that event and see what they have to say.
As a physician, my goal is to ensure that every citizen, regardless of his or her circumstance, has access to quality, affordable health care. It's a goal that we all share. That is why we're working to bring relief to families and deliver a new approach that drives down costs, increases access, and keeps patients in charge of their own health care decisions. Now, I'm sure that earlier today, the Democrats and President Obama did their best to devise a new political strategy or a new catchy slogan to convince the American people that Obamacare is working, but the American people know that it isn't. It's a new slogan that can't cover up the pain and hardship people are experiencing personally. Obamacare is unaffordable. Families are paying more for worse coverage. In many cases, deductibles are so high that families have essentially catastrophic plans. Obamacare limits patients' access to the health care system. Providers are dropping out, and physician networks have been limited. Obamacare limits patient choices. Contrary to the President's promise, we found out that you actually can't keep your health care plan even if you like them. And Obamacare has made substantial cuts to the Medicare program, jeopardizing the promise made to our nation's seniors. House Republicans had a productive conversation with Vice President-elect Pence this morning about our plans to bring relief to families from Obamacare and ensure that every American has access to quality, affordable health coverage. Republicans are united with the American people on this front. And this legislation from the RSC can serve as an important framework for our committees and our members as we begin to work through the legislative process to replace Obamacare. President-elect Trump was right this morning when he said the failures of Obamacare fall on the shoulders of the Democrats who passed it without a single Republican vote and forced this law on the American people. So I hope they'll work with us and ditch their efforts to protect the law at all costs and partner to deliver real reforms that drive down the cost of health care, increase the quality of care, and expand access. Now I'd like to yield to my good friend from the 6th District of Kentucky, Andy Barr.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon and Dr. Rowe, for your leadership in crafting this legislation. And in a former career, I practiced law defending physicians and hospitals and medical liability claims and also working for a law firm that represented plaintiffs in medical malpractice cases. The core principle, the core objective of the Affordable Care Act was, of course, as the name implies, to make health care more affordable. In fact, President Obama promised that premiums for families would decline by an average of $2,500 per year. The reality has been very different. Today, average annual family premiums in the employer-sponsored market have soared by roughly $4,300 since 2010, and deductibles are up an average of 60% since 2010 in the employer-sponsored market. Some of this increased cost is, of course, attributable to the increased taxes and mandates that are part of Obamacare. But much of the healthcare inflation that we've been seeing both before and since enactment of Obamacare is attributable to the litigation lottery environment and the failure of Obamacare to address the problems in the tort system, I think, is one of the core problems of Obamacare. We believe that Americans deserve healthcare reform that will help actually lower the cost of care and protect the sacred patient-doctor relationship. And I appreciate the fact that the American Healthcare Reform Act, this alternative to Obamacare, includes legislation that I introduced called the Saving Lives, Saving Costs Act. And the purpose of this bill is to deal with the fact that over the course of their career, 75% of physicians will face a malpractice claim, and this liability climate is driving overutilization. It is causing defensive medicine, and that's increasing the cost of care for many Americans. Our bill would allow physicians who can demonstrate that they follow clinical practice guidelines, peer-reviewed clinical practice guidelines developed by the physician community, to benefit from increased liability protection in the form of a legal safe harbor. By reducing the practice of defensive medicine and increasing adherence to evidence-based medicine, we believe this legislation will lower healthcare costs while improving the quality of care for patients. And in fact, the Congressional Budget Office has estimated in the past that liability reform like this would yield savings up to $65 billion over 10 years. And this is an innovation on previous efforts to reform our malpractice system in that this is not caps on damages, and this honors federalism. So I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this important initiative. And now I'm going to yield to the former chairman of the Republican Study Committee, Bill Flores.
Thank you, Andy. I want to thank each of you for joining us this afternoon as we roll out an exciting new plan that's based on patient-centered solutions and free market principles. We all know Obamacare's failures are hurting Americans' health care security. Premiums are continuing to skyrocket, co-ops are collapsing, and insurers are abandoning marketplace, leaving Americans with fewer health care choices and higher cost. In November, the American people voted clearly against the president's agenda and Obamacare. Despite the will of the people, President Obama huddled with Democrats this morning for a last-ditch effort to save Obamacare. And today, the RSC has put forth a replacement that empowers consumers, improves access to care, and lowers the cost of health care. The RSC's American Health Care Reform Act is a bold plan that will lower cost, expand access, and increase competition in the marketplace. It allows individuals and families to choose the health insurance plan that works best for them, while encouraging insurers to earn their business by offering affordable, competitive plans. It will continue to protect those with pre-existing conditions and expand access to the health care market by allowing people to purchase health care across state lines. Last year, a repeal of Obamacare made it to the president's desk only to be vetoed. With our new unified government, we can finally see this disastrous law repealed. Now, despite the president's rhetoric that you heard this morning and the rhetoric of those across the aisle, this is not going to eliminate health care coverage for millions of people that are currently insured. Our plan provides for a smooth transition from a failed plan to one that will work. No one loses coverage, doctors get paid, insurance companies continue to issue policies, albeit on a more competitive basis. And it provides for that stable transition. It's time for hardworking American families to be empowered to make their own health care decisions, not Washington bureaucrats. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Brian Babin. I represent the 36th District in Congress, and I practiced dentistry in East Texas for 36 years. And this has been a problem for the American people for 6 long years now. The American people are drowning in excessive cost and regulation of Obamacare. Americans cannot bear another year of rising premium costs, loss of coverage, and lowered quality of care. The time to repeal this is now. We have a plan that will repeal Obamacare immediately and put an affordable, patient-centered system in its place. This is what the American people need: immediate relief and a backstop replacement to back it up and have it in place. This plan would expand access to health savings accounts, which I have personally still after several years, allow the purchase of insurance across state lines, as you've already heard today, as well as several other reforms that will drive down the cost of medical care. In November, the American people spoke loud and clear on several issues, and their health care, our national health care industry and system, is nothing short of being at stake here. And this is what this plan is all about, and I'm very honored to have been included with this very diverse group of men, ladies and gentlemen up here who have come up with this good plan, and I want to thank you.
Hi, I'm Marsha Blackburn. I'm from Tennessee. And as Dr. Rose said, we've already been to this dance, if you will, and lived through this issue. It was with the test case for Hillary Care, which was TennCare. And as Dr. Rowe mentioned, back in 2010, we wrote an op-ed saying, if you pass this, let us tell you what is going to happen. And much of that has come true. Now, one of those lessons that we learned from TennCare was that even when you made health care available through a government-run program, people did not buy it. They did not opt in or sign into this program. And what they wanted to see was an affordable option that would allow them to buy the type insurance that they wanted at a price that they could afford. So that is why in 2009 I started working on the across state line purchase of health insurance, opening up the health insurance marketplace that will allow you, the individual, to be empowered to buy the insurance you want, the coverage you want for your family at a price you can afford. That is how you get down the cost of health insurance, and that is also how you will increase access to health care, because individuals will choose to get into the health care marketplace. One of the lessons we need to realize, and one of the reasons we are bringing forward the American Healthcare Reform Act, is this. At this point in time, you have 23 million people that are involved in the Obamacare universe, if you will. You've got 11 million of those that are in the exchanges. Now, about 7 million of those people had private insurance. They got forced into the exchanges. And then you have 12 million that went into Medicaid coverage through the Obamacare program. So what you have is a system that 7% of the population is involved with Obamacare, and 93% of the U.S. population feels like their health care service has been disrupted, it has become too expensive to afford, and when you get the insurance, it is too expensive to use because of the deductibles. So I commend my colleagues. I'm happy to stand with them. And so pleased that, again, the RSC is taking the lead and bringing forth another option, putting it on the table and saying, let's consider this as a new way to approach health care. And I yield to Austin Scott.
Thank you, Marsha. One of the things that Marsha brought up that I'd also like to mention is the percentage of people that were hurt by this. Approximately 95% of Americans did not benefit in any way, shape, or form from the health care bill, and in fact paid significantly higher premiums and cost after the law was passed. As somebody who was in the insurance industry for a long time, one of the things I can tell you that must be changed is the McCarran-Ferguson provisions. The fact that Barack Obama and the Democrats left the insurance industry exempt from the antitrust laws of the country, to me, is proof that they didn't intend to resolve the problems. How could you give American citizens a mandate to purchase from the one industry in America that you left exempt from the antitrust laws of the country? What we have, I believe, is a direct result of that preference that was given to that industry. And one of the key things that this bill does is remove the antitrust exemptions that the health insurance industry has enjoyed.
Well, thank you. My name is Buddy Carter. I am a representative from Georgia, currently the only pharmacist serving in Congress at this time. And folks, before I became a member of Congress, I served in the healthcare as a pharmacist for over 30 years. And I can tell you, I think we have the greatest healthcare system in the world. I still believe that. Even with this train wreck that has happened with Obamacare, if you're sick, you don't want to be anywhere else in the world except right here in America. That's where you want to be to get the best health care coverage that you can get. But folks, right now we've got to resuscitate our health care program. We've got to resuscitate it because of what Obamacare has done. And I've watched it firsthand. As I said, before I became a member 2 years ago, I practiced pharmacy for over 30 years. And what I witnessed in pharmacy was nothing short of miraculous. I've seen advances in pharmaceuticals that have been life-saving, that have brought us to the point where now we're looking at a situation with pharmaceuticals that we've got to address, because even though they are life-saving, many of them are not affordable. And this is something that we've got to address, and we've got to address it through transparency. That is so vitally important, not only in pharmaceuticals, but throughout our healthcare system. So transparency is going to be a very important part of what we're talking about here. What we want to do is to try to get the free market back into healthcare. The worst thing that Obamacare has done is to take the free market out of health care. Adam Smith must be rolling over in his grave right now to see what has happened here. We've got to do that. We've got to have affordable, accessible, and patient-centered health care, where patients and physicians and healthcare professionals are making decisions about their health care and not insurance companies. That is something that's going to be very, very important. So I want to thank Chairman Walker. I want to thank the co-chairs, Dr. Rowe, Austin Scott, and everyone here for what they've done in this, what I think is a great proposal, and what we're going to be working on, again, to bring accessible, affordable, patient-centered health care back to our healthcare system. So thank all of you, and God bless you.
Thank you. As we prepare for a few questions, I know we've got votes coming up, but I want you to look at the people up here. I know you see them as congressmen and women, but you see physicians, dentists, pharmacists, healthcare attorney providers, people who are hearing from the constituents and American individuals across this country saying, listen, please help us. We've seen the damaging effects of this. With that, I'm going to open it up. I asked Dr. Rowe also to come up here and stand with me, and we'll take a few questions before we have to transfer over for votes here. And if you would, just identify your name to the right here.
Neil McKay from Breitbart. Is the key function going to be premium support? What is going to be the key function that makes it different from the process we have now?
There are a lot of differences. A premium support is where you have money coming from somewhere, whether it's in your like when I was an employer in my practice, I provided so much of the premium, and the employee provided so much, and there was a copay. You let the markets decide that. What we did, and I did a poor job of describing this 8 years ago, when the debate was first going on about pre-existing conditions, and so we all agree on that. We probably all up here agree on rescission and lifetime limits. Those are not things we're going to debate actively on. I think everybody agrees on that. But this allows the free market system to actually work. Right now in my state, 70% of the counties have one provider. That's not competent. It did the opposite of what we thought it would be. Premiums in my state, Tennessee, which not a rich state, went up 62% this year on the exchanges. And in my hospital system at home, which is a large system, a medical school, a branch of St. Jude's Children's Hospital. I was on the clinical faculty of the medical school there. 60% of the uncollectible debt in that system plus are people with insurance. You didn't hear me wrong. With insurance, not without. So they don't have anything. If you make $35,000, $40,000 a year, and you have a $6,000 out of pocket, you don't have anything. And people are getting denied care because they can't afford the out of pocket. And providers like me in hospitals are having to eat that or provide the care for nothing for patients. I want to say one other editorial thing. I've been here now 8 years. I never understood this, why health care is a Republican or Democrat issue. Look, I've never seen a Republican or Democrat heart attack in my life. I've never operated on a Republican or Democrat cancer in my life. I have delivered a lot of Republican babies, I will tell you that, where I live. But seriously, it's something I've never understood, and I did not understand. I've been a doctor 46 years. And when I came here, I thought somebody cared what that experience meant. I was not asked one thing. There were 9 physicians in the Docs Caucus at that time. Not one of us was asked one thing about that health care bill was passed. It's one of the reasons it's a disaster right now.
Just real quick, I'm sorry, but the concern is the 7% that is affected, right? 93% of Americans are covered. How do you address that? Is it what people are worried about is the free for the 7%? How do you catch them?
Now, I'm not sure I follow your question. In other words, what do you do with the people?
If 93 or 95% of Americans aren't even affected by Obamacare, didn't even need the Obamacare reform, and say 5 to 7% are the ones that are affected to get your universal coverage, how do you avoid the free fall for those 7%?
Well, that's a very tough question. Right now, you have 155, 160 million people covered by their employer. And one of the ways to make it better is get more employers. That would help. Actually, no more people with an expanding economy have health insurance through their employer than 8 years ago. That's never happened, and I know in our history. When employment's going up, health care coverage goes up. 57 million people get insurance through Medicare, and now 73 million people get insurance or they get a card through Medicaid, which is a failed system. And by the way, I guess Marcia had to leave, but exactly what happened in TennCare reform is happening here. Guess what the Medicaid cost was? 50% more than they thought. 50% more. The exchanges the subsidies this year are up from $32 billion to $42 billion, up $10 billion. So there are a lot of, this bill is amendable.
And I would add, it's a false pretense that Obamacare has protected and covered everyone.
Yeah.
9% across the country, 11% in North Carolina, my home state, still don't have insurance. So even starting from that pretense or that argument is fallible even to begin with. Let me go to this young lady to your right here.
This legislation is supposed to be a repeal and replace plan. Can you just walk us through your approach on the repeal and delay approach, waiting 2 or 3 years for the delay to take place? And is this committee explicitly opposed to any plan that wouldn't simultaneously replace?
I don't know that we're opposed to anything, and there are several options on the table. As Speaker Ryan has said over the last 2 weeks, repeal is relief. When you hear from the amount of small businesses and individuals, I can guarantee you the stories behind me of constituents contacting them, there's something immediate that needs to be, we've got to put out the fire immediately. We haven't put a timeline on the replacement side of that. We also have to make sure that we understand the reconciliation aspect. Many of us worked hard in the 2015 114th Congress to make sure that we were able to, that 51, the simple majority threshold under reconciliation. We want to stay within those bounds to make sure that we're to alleviate this fiscally and horrible financial burden on the American people. So a little bit of your question is based on anticipation. We don't have the full timeline as far as the replacement, but we want to make sure that we can do what we can do immediately, and that is make sure that we're repealing the Affordable Care Act.
And just one other comment for the chairman. I heard it again on the House floor when I was down there right before I managed the bill just a few minutes ago about how Republicans have no ideas. That's absolutely false. We have a plan, a 185-page plan. It will not be the exact, it's amendable. I haven't written the perfect bill. Austin Scott, this group didn't write the perfect bill. I'm willing to listen to Democrat ideas about this, to amendments to this bill, as opposed to what they did, which completely shut the other side out.
Sorry, so this is not a simultaneous repeal and replace when you say that there's no timeline?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're even open up to markups. We've got retreat coming up ourselves on Monday and later in January as well to fine tune the process. What we're saying, as I talked about earlier, we've got to get out there. We've got to get runners on base. We've got to bat lead off because our response, and I guarantee you, most of us on this stage, we made a promise to the American people that we would work diligently. Just like this may not be the final, whether it's coming from the administration or coming from other leadership in our conference, we're wanting to make sure that we're working together. But our job is not to delay any longer. Our job is to come out of the gate with the particular piece of legislation that garnered more votes than any other legislation in both the 113th and 114th Congress. In the back, Mr. Yes, sir.
benefited from the Affordable Care Act and who will suffer if its provisions are removed. You're about to face, all of you, regardless of the numbers and insurance dilemmas or options that you're looking at, you're about to face a media onslaught the likes of which you have never seen, of people who have benefited from the Affordable Care Act and who will allegedly suffer if it's removed. How do you plan to combat that?
There's no perfect solution in that. And let me speak just from the heart, from a personal standpoint. I was a pastor, a couple large churches over the last 2 decades. I've worked in refugee camps. I've worked in the inner cities of places like Cleveland, in New York, and Baltimore. My wife is a nurse practitioner, emergency nurse practitioner. We've been many places. We've seen the hurt. We've seen the pain. And one of our approaches is not just to try to come up with good policy, but is to have the right approach, the right heart, and the right voice. We get it. We understand it. There may be no perfect solution, but if you look at specifically just the raw numbers from nonpartisan, and then I'm pulling this number from my head, I believe this is correct, 15% of the people did benefit in some way in the country. 25% were damaged. They were hurt. So if we look at those numbers alone, for us to ignore that and not to react to do something we would not be doing our jobs. So we have to move forward something. Now, there's nobody up here that's advocating that we yank the rug out of anyone. This will be a process that we look forward. This is the beginning piece. This is round one of making sure that we're taking on the parts that are the most damaging to both small businesses, to individuals. Think of a friend of mine back home, has 92 employees. They've been reducing employees. You look at the people that work in the restaurant businesses, a lot of them have lost full-time jobs. These are the people that we have to stand up and be their voice. Over time, we will look forward to putting together something that maybe can create, nobody's up here is looking to strip, as I said, remove the rug from anybody, but to sit here and say right out of the gate, we've got every perfect solution for every single individual in full transparency. There still may be some that fall through the cracks. That's not our intent. But our job is to go back and let the patients, let the people begin to choose once again to be able to have decisions providing for their own health care as opposed to bureaucracies dictating what they should be having. Maybe 2 more questions, then we have to wrap it up.
Let me suggest to you this, is that as many people elected to pay a fine, penalty, tax, whatever Judge Roberts wanted to call it, than did get a subsidy. 8 million people opted, they made a decision that this costs so much that I can't afford it. And I found this amazing in America, that you will fine somebody for something they can't afford. We've never done that ever before. And we did that with the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, 2 more questions on this side right here. Let me go, the young lady, and then the front here will be done. Yes, ma'am. Bill, do you want to address that? Is there anything that is different than the principles outlined in the A Better Way agenda?
It's a very similar bill, and you're right. We called our, 2 Congresses ago, A Better Way for health care. The 21st Century Cures Act did address some of the issues that was in the previous bill. So that article and section was removed, but otherwise it's basically the same bill.
All right. 1 more down front, and we'll need to wrap it up.
There's a lot of fear that the individual insurance markets might collapse in the interim as Republicans kind of craft and enact a replacement plan. Would you be open to anything to kind of stabilize those marketplaces in the interim period?
You mean collapsing faster than they already collapsing? Yeah. Okay. Phil, do we have from an interim standpoint? I believe that the markets are collapsing and premiums are soaring to the place, which creates the urgency. That's why we're here today. That's why we're moving quickly. It's hard to speculate or anticipate on what may or may not happen. What we have to do, and certainly don't speak for everybody, but we have to do what we're called to do, what our job is, and that is to move at an urgency that allows the full repeal to take its place. Remember this is built on the premise that you cannot refurbish a healthcare system that's been built on a broken foundation. And that's what we're here to do today. Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate your questions. God bless. Have a good day.
How many pages is this?
184.
184. Yes, sir.
All right, everybody. So that was Republicans talking about Obamacare and why they want to repeal it. Now we're going to show you the Democratic response, and they'll explain why they want to keep it.
And our leadership team, let me just thank Senators Harris and Sanders and Klobuchar, Warren, Stabenow, Pat Murray, Baldwin, Van Hollen, for coming. And again, the President articulated the importance of preserving the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and Medicaid as only he can. And it was an inspiring meeting for all of us. It was probably the last time the President will address the joint caucuses together. It was valuable to hear, of course, because the first big fight of this new Congress will be over health care. Republicans are plotting and soon will be executing a full-scale assault on the three pillars that support the American health care system: the Affordable Care Act, Medicare, and Medicaid. The Republican plan to cut health care wouldn't make America great again. It would make America sick again and lead to chaos instead of affordable care. Republicans would create chaos in the health care system because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They have no idea what to put in place of the Affordable Care Act. For years they've talked about repeal, but for 5 years now they have had nothing to put in its place. It all starts with the ACA. As we all know, the ACA is a delicate balance. President-elect Trump even expressed support for the three most popular parts of the law: pre-existing conditions, allowing young people to stay on their parents' insurance until age 26, equal treatment for women. But Republicans will soon learn that you can't keep the good parts of the ACA and remove the rest of the law and still have it work. And that's what they're struggling with, and that's why they're not getting anywhere. What they would do would throw the entire insurance marketplace into chaos. Plain repeal. It would increase costs for all Americans at all income levels. It would blow $1 trillion hole in the deficit. And now I see the President-elect was tweeting again this morning. He said Republicans shouldn't let the Schumer clowns out of his web. Well, I think Republicans should stop clowning around with the people's Medicare, Medicaid, and health care. The Republicans are stuck. For years, they've promised every conservative group in America that they'll repeal the ACA, quote, root and branch. Until today, they could make those extreme promises without suffering any consequences, because they knew Democrats or President Obama would ultimately block any rollbacks in ACA. But now Republicans in Congress are, again, like the dog who caught the bus. They can't keep all the things that Americans like about the ACA and get rid of the rest without throwing the entire health care system, not just those on ACA, but those with private insurance, into chaos. One of the things they'll hurt the most is rural hospitals right in their heartlands. The minute they enact this repeal, are going to suffer dramatically. In 11 state capitals, many in red states today, rural hospitals are protesting the Republican action. So, we're here today to warn the American people that the Republican plan to cut Medicare, Medicaid, Repeal the ACA will make America sick again. Instead of working to further ensure affordable care for all Americans, they seek to rip health care away from millions of Americans, creating chaos in our entire economy. Now, as my colleagues will outline shortly, the Republican plan would kick millions off coverage, whether it be Medicare, Medicaid, or the Affordable Care Act. It would cause premiums of many people to skyrocket. The 75 million who are covered by private insurance, their premiums will go up too. It would harm hospitals in rural areas, and it would put insurance companies back in charge. We stand here united. We are a united caucus. We are two united caucuses, and we're united in our opposition to these Republican attempts to make America sick again. And now I want to turn over the podium to Leader Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Leader Schumer. I associate myself with your remarks. You covered a lot of territory there. I, too, want to join you in commending the President for his presentation this morning to us. It was one of confidence. It was one of values. That the Affordable Care Act was transformative in terms of what it meant in the lives of the American people, and that health care in our country is a right, not a privilege. If there had been no other reason for us to pass the Affordable Care Act, one compelling reason was cost. The cost to the individual, to families, to businesses, small and corporate, and to the public sector was totally unsustainable. So we had three goals. One was to lower cost, other to improve benefits, and third, to increase access. In all three of those arenas, the Affordable Care Act has been a big success. When we talk about rolling back the Affordable Care Act, we're also having an impact on Medicare. The Affordable Care Act prolonged the life, extended the solvency of Medicare. It had expanded Medicaid. This is very important to America's families. A former speaker once said all politics is local. Well, in this case, all politics is personal. So when Leader Schumer talks about the 75% of the people who get their benefits in the workplace, and that is so, they are affected by the Affordable Care Act in that the cost increase in premiums is the lowest it has been in the 50-some years that they have been tracking that. So it has contained cost. It has increased the benefit package. And as the leader said, in terms of no discrimination in terms of pre-existing condition, no lifetime limits, no annual limits, and staying your parents' premium, being a woman is no longer a pre-existing condition. So the package is better. The rate of growth of cost decreased. And the fact of many more people being insured by the 20 million people who are now insured who did not have access before. The most privileged person in America has better health because if everyone has health, everyone is in the loop. Now, the Republicans say repeal and replace. The only thing that has going for it is alliteration. They have no replacement plan. They have no replacement plan because they can't agree. They don't have the votes for a replacement plan. So to repeal and then delay is an act of cowardice. That means we don't really know what we're doing. And it recognizes that the consequences to them of just straight out repeal without some replacement. So we have a values debate on our hands, but it's very personal in the lives of the American people. A friend of mine just told me his grandson was diagnosed with leukemia. That child will have a pre-existing condition for the rest of his life. Repeal the Affordable Care Act, that's a problem. Lifetime limits, that's a problem. If you're a senior, you know, Medicaid, almost half of Medicaid is about long-term health care. You want grandma living in the guest room? You repeal the Affordable Care Act. You go along with, this is part of an initiative that is part of the Ryan budget that says we're going to voucherize Medicare, we're going to block grant Medicaid. So this has a tremendous assault on the health and the health security and the financial security that goes with what the Affordable Care Act has done for the American people. And so make America sick again? Is that what the Republicans want to do? I certainly hope not. Hopefully we can work together to find a path to address some of the concerns they may have, but not to undermine this pillar of economic and health security for the American people. It stands right there with Social Security, which they want to undermine, Medicare and Medicaid, which they want to undermine, Affordable Care Act. So the president asked us, are you ready? Do you have the fight in you? He didn't need to ask us that question, I don't think. With that, I'm pleased to yield to a leader in the fight, Bernie Sanders. Oh, Patty Murray.
All right.
Another fighter.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Leader Pelosi. You know, Republicans have made all kinds of empty promises about how ripping apart the healthcare system with no plan to replace it somehow won't hurt anyone. But I'd like to focus on just one promise that the Republicans made, that if they repeal the Affordable Care Act, privatize Medicare, and cap Medicaid, families are somehow going to be magically better off. Republican leaders said exactly this. In fact, 3 days after his election, President-elect Trump even said he would deliver better health care for, quote, much less money. Well, President-elect Trump might be able to make that kind of promise from his tower, but workers and families cannot take it to the bank. Studies show that if Republicans in Congress rush to dismantle our healthcare system, people across our country are going to pay more. Premiums will skyrocket. Prescription drug costs will increase. Out-of-pocket costs will rise. And the Republican plan to unravel the guaranteed benefit of Medicare will leave seniors vulnerable when they can least afford it. All that will do is make America sick again. And it shouldn't have to be said, but that is the wrong direction for our families and for our economy. If Republicans think creating chaos and causing chaos in our healthcare system, heightening economic uncertainty, and burdening our seniors and our families with higher healthcare costs somehow makes our country great again, stronger again, they've got another thing coming. They should step back from the brink, stop putting politics ahead of families' health care, and agree to join together on efforts to make our healthcare system work better for our families instead of destroying it before it's too late. With that, I'm pleased to introduce Congressman Gill.
The President did a great job today reminding everybody of how now the ACA, Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security all linked. They're all linked. It's because of certainty. And in the case of Medicare, a reminder that we have extended the life of the trust fund, as Nancy noted, by 10 years. But there's also another important consideration here. It's about the intergenerational benefit that Medicare provides. For those in their 40s or 50s who are trying to send children to college, they could never simultaneously help or hope to provide health care for aging parents. And that's the importance of Medicaid and how it's now linked to Medicare. While we have not paid a lot of attention to it, Medicaid has very quickly become a middle-class benefit because of the notion of long-term care. The idea of the growth of dementia, as it's recognized at earlier stages now, and Alzheimer's disease has now provided, again, the whole notion of security. ACA, Medicare, Medicaid, and the bedrock guarantee of Social Security. That is the argument that is coursing through the American political system, and they are now linked in the public's mind, and subtracting or fracturing any part of that guarantee changes the whole argument.
Senator Sanders.
Not a whole lot that I can add to what the previous speakers have said, but let me quote somebody who I suspect I will not often be quoting. On May 7th, 2015, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "I was the first and only potential GOP candidate to state there will be no cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid." Now, the point is, Trump didn't just say this in passing. He didn't say it in the middle of the night. He didn't say it in a particular interview. This was a cornerstone of his campaign. He said it over and over and over again. Donald Trump said he will not cut Social Security. He will not cut Medicare. He will not cut Medicaid. Therefore, one of two things are true. Either Donald Trump simply lied to the elderly and the working people of this country and just made campaign promises that he had no intention of ever keeping. That is one reality. Or there is another reality, and that is right now, before Congress wastes an enormous amount of time, Donald Trump has got to come forward, maybe through a tweet, one of his tweets, and say clearly that Donald Trump will veto any legislation that cuts Medicare, that cuts Medicaid, or that cuts Social Security. And if he makes that clear to his Republican colleagues, we can save us all a whole lot of time and start getting to work doing what this country desperately needs to have done.
Good job, Bernie. Thank you. Okay. Questions? Oh. Go ahead, Frank.
Why don't you be available for questions?
Oh, sure.
Okay, great. All right, questions. Wait, you're first.
And Bobby, you too, for questions.
Anyway.
That the problem for Democrats on this issue is still the marketing of Obamacare. For the past 7 years, some people said, well, we didn't message this right. Now you're trying to salvage this against this threat by Republicans. And what makes people think that at the end of the day, this will work now when the messaging didn't work for the past 7 years?
Our biggest problem was that once ACA passed, people attributed every problem they had with the healthcare system, whether they were part of ACA or not, to ACA, and our Republican colleagues and their message machine did it. Now they're going to own it. And all the problems in the healthcare system, and there have been many throughout the years, no one has solved all of them, are going to be on their back. That's why they're running to do this first is a huge mistake for them and the country. It's a huge mistake for them on the basis of ACA, because they don't know what to do once they repeal. One of my colleagues called it repeal and run. But it's a huge problem as well, because now they're responsible for the entire healthcare system. And it will be on their backs, and I believe a year from now they will regret that they came out so fast out of the box to repeal. Go ahead, Nancy.
Well, I just wanted to say briefly in response to your question. The fact of the matter is that the Republicans over the last 6 years tried to make this an ideological debate, left versus right. And what we're saying today is that is not what this is. We put the ACA in place because we found a lot of people couldn't get health insurance, their costs were going up, their out-of-pocket expenses, their benefit package was diminished. Now I think the debate has to be practical. What does this really mean to the average person? If you repeal this, what you're going to do is you're going to go back to the days when you pay more out of pocket, you can't get health insurance, your benefit package shrinks, and you just have some skeletal plan or catastrophic plan that doesn't cover anything. That's the difference. We are now talking about what this repeal means practically. Forget this ideological debate on the left and right. I'm not interested in it anymore. And that's, I think, what we're going to point out. That's what we're going to fight. We're going to fight because we believe this matters to the average person.
Yes, ma'am. Well, you've already had Rand Paul say that he is not for repeal without some kind of replace. You have a good number of other Republicans who are really worried about this. Now, the initial vote is an easy vote for them. It just says, cut $1 billion, do it from somewhere. But when they come back, I don't even know, as Leader Pelosi said, whether they'll be able to get enough votes in their own caucus for an alternative. And I think they're going to have a lot of trouble. So I would say that they're going to have far more trouble than they ever imagined. And as they move through it, they're going to start losing people on their side.
Senator Schumer, you have a number of red state Democrats for re-election in states that Trump won overwhelmingly. Are you really willing to tell them not to work with Republicans on a replacement plan?
We are telling the Republicans, if you are repealing, show us what you'll replace it with first, and then we'll look at what you have and see what we can do. We are not going to. They're repealing. We're not. It's their obligation to come up with replace first, and I think we have unanimity within our Democratic caucus on that position.
You don't want your red state Democrats to work
Yes.
with them?
Well, go ahead, Nancy.
Well, let me first say to Chad's question that it's a very indifferent story to take something away from someone. So our argument in terms of the Affordable Care Act is people have enjoyed the benefits of it. I'm sure you've seen the articles coming out of Kentucky where people voted 8-1 for Trump in districts, and yet they all are enjoying, many of them are enjoying affordable, over 60% of them are enjoying the benefits of the Affordable Care Act, and said, I didn't vote to take that away. So it's one thing to say to people, this is what you can get. It's another thing to say, this is what will be taken away from you. And that is a different case, and that is a case that we will make. As I mentioned earlier, the president's message was one of confidence in the Affordable Care Act and what it means and does for people, confidence in its implementation, confidence in the humility that we have to listen to other ideas if they have in their replace something that is that works, that gets results, then we shouldn't be opposed to that. But springing from not reducing benefits for people, not reducing the number of people who have access to care. This is about increasing access, improving benefits, and lowering cost. And that's sort of how our conversation went.
Debbie Stabenow, and one last question from you.
Well, it's important to stress the fact that smoke and mirrors are not going to do it for the Republicans because this has real consequences. Today, in 11 different states, rural hospitals are speaking out against the repeal of health care that is in this proposal. Tomorrow in Michigan, cancer doctors that work with children are going to be speaking out at the state capitol about what this means when we put caps on cancer treatment for children, when we say that they now have a pre-existing condition, or that the essential benefit package that we developed to make sure basic services were covered is turned away. So this is very real. We're not making up anything. This is happening across the country. We are going to be going state to state, community to community, working with people, whether it's hospitals in rural or urban areas, doctors, families, children, nurses, everybody who knows that this is real. It's 1/6 of the economy, and they're pulling the string that's going to unravel the whole system.
I just wanted
Go ahead, Nancy.
Bobby to say something about representing Virginia.
Thank you. When they say repeal and replace, the only thing that's guaranteed is the repeal part. If there were a bona fide replacement, as it's already been said, we would have seen what it looked like. The Affordable Care Act cured a lot of problems. It didn't cure all of the problems, but there's a difference between not curing the problem and causing the problem. One of the things that the replacement has got to do, and the reason they're going to have trouble is when they come up with replacements, they're going to have to show how it will improve things they've been complaining about. And the fact is that if you're going to have a pre-existing condition insured not at the standard rate, you have to have some mechanism to ensure that everybody is covered. You have universal coverage. If you can wait till you get sick before you buy insurance, then people will wait until they get sick until they buy insurance. And New York State showed exactly what happens when that happens, because they had guaranteed issue without mandatory insurance. When the Affordable Care Act came in, what did the cost go down? About 50%?
Yeah. We've had a great success in New York.
That's what you get when you don't have, and so when the replacement comes, and if we knew what it would look like, and it's kind of hard to criticize an invisible plan, we will know how it will address the things that they're talking about. We didn't cause the problems they're complaining about, and they have a responsibility when they come up with a replacement. They'll have to show how they're going to solve all of these things they've been complaining about, and we don't think they can do it.
Senator Schumer, there are 20 million people who have health care now who didn't before this law was passed. If Republicans repeal it and they lose their coverage, what are you going to say to them? Are you going to say, no, we're not going to help Republicans replace this?
No, we're going to say, let's see the Republican plan, because the Republicans, if we put forward a plan first, they'd reject it. The kinds of things we want to do are quite different. And we want to cover these 20 million. We did already. The problem is, as was said by Frank Pallone, they're an ideological caucus. And they want to repeal it and then try to hang it on us. Not going to happen. It's their responsibility, plain and simple. And let me tell you, you talk to people in the reddest of states. They're the states that are most affected, not only by the rural hospitals, but you take Joe Manchin was on Morning Joe this morning talking about how West Virginia benefits from many of the good provisions in the ACA. And his view is the view of all of us. Let them show us what their proposal is. Otherwise, stick with what we have. That's it. No, thank you.
I'll just say one more thing in terms of that. There is an integrity, a oneness about this. It was about, as I said, lowering costs, improving benefits, and increasing access, but it was a market-oriented solution. So when they throw this apple of discord or this disarray into the system, it's going to have market consequences that they're not thinking of. They don't really care that much about the 20 million who are additionally insured, although they should because they don't like subsidies. But the fact is that 75% of the American people get their benefits in the workplace, have lower premiums and more benefits than they would have without the Affordable Care Act, and the Republicans do care about that.
Thank
so
you.
we'll see where they go.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you.
All right, folks, you are taking a look at the sunset at the White House right now as it is going on 5 o'clock there, about 10 to 5 there right now. You're watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of FoxNPhoenix.com. Now, coming up next on the Fox 10 News Now stream, State Department Daily Briefing.
We believe now is the time for all Libyans, to come together and to support the GNA, as the international community has done. That's really where we want the focus to be. And so fighting each other in any part of the country is counterproductive to the larger effort of going after Daesh. But I don't have any particular reaction or comment to those remarks because I haven't seen them. Okay.
It would be a breach of the embargo if the weapons were sent to Haftar.
Of course it would, right? Yeah. But I just haven't seen the comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I ask you just to follow up on, I guess, what was the main topic of discussion here yesterday on North Korea?
Sure.
Is there anything new to say about this apparent threat?
No, I don't have anything to add from what we said yesterday. Look, I think you know these were comments he made in an annual New Year's speech, but as we've also said, we are forced by his actions in the past to take his rhetoric seriously, and we do. I wouldn't discuss intelligence issues one way or the other in terms of what assessment we might make of where he is on this particular issue, but obviously it's something we're watching very closely.
All right, and then I have one other thing, and last month, or last year, the end of last year, did nothing to improve the relations between this administration and the Israeli government, in particular the Prime Minister of Israel. And in light of the fact that peace is not breaking out all over there, and in light of the tensions that do exist, is it safe to assume, with that backdrop, yesterday there was legislation introduced by 3 senators that would require the movement of the U.S. Embassy currently in Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and require the administration to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Given your past, this administration's past feelings, am I right in assuming that this current administration would oppose that?
Yes, you are correct in assuming that.
Okay, but given the fact that this administration is going to be out in roughly 2 weeks, and Congress will probably, if it does pass, it will be presented to a now president-elect, who has said he's in support of those things. And I'm wondering, would the administration be prepared to begin preparations to do such a thing if this legislation advances, or is that something that you guys want nothing to do with, and it'll be up to the incoming administration to
You mean
proceed?
if it passes before?
No. Even if it looks like it's going to go someplace, or if and I don't want to couch this as an if, but
Right. No,
because
I
it's a
get it.
hypothetical.
Yeah.
But should the incoming team say, "Hey, as part of the transition, we want to do this as quickly as possible, and to do that, we need to get things going." Is this administration prepared to help implement what the next administration says its policy will be with regard to the
Right. So
those
the
two things?
short answer is no, Matt. I mean, you have one president at a time, and
Right, but
in
this is just planning.
Oh, I know that. But we continue to believe it's our policy, and it's been, and it was policy of previous administrations as well, that moving the embassy to Jerusalem is not a good idea. It's not constructive to the overall peace process. It could actually put some of our people and some of our troops, those that work at the embassy, in harm's way, and needlessly so. So we don't support that move. We stand by the policy that we've been supporting now, and if the next administration wants to move forward, that's certainly their prerogative. But under President Obama, and he's still president of the United States, we don't support that, and we at the State Department here wouldn't support efforts to move in that direction while we're still in office.
Okay, so you wouldn't, I just want to make sure then that should a request come in to say, as part of the transition, as part of planning for the smooth transition that everyone says they want, including the secretary and the current president, that the department would not go ahead.
We
and
would
begin
not.
to-
That said, I don't think that puts at risk a smooth transition. The transition is about giving them the context and information that they need to make their own decisions, and
So you-
not
so you
necessarily
would
to
argue
move
against
forward
it.
with decisions before they're inaugurated.
Well, yeah, but you're not moving forward. It's just a preparation and planning thing, because it's probably not just as easy as taking a sign that says embassy and putting it on the consulate in Jerusalem.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So there's going to have to be some planning done. Anyway, I think you answered my question.
Yeah, the
But
answer is no.
what did you mean by could put some of our troops in a harm's way?
I just meant, you've got
Marine guards?
embassy guards, and
How would moving them?
because again, we think that putting it there in Jerusalem is not, it's not constructive and conducive to the peace process, and because it could, a move like that could exacerbate tensions.
So, but you think that they would be more in a harm's way in
It could
Jerusalem rather
exacerbate
than
tensions, not just there, but elsewhere in the region too, because it could exacerbate the tensions that already exist between Israelis and Palestinians.
So in other
There
in
and
Arab
elsewhere in
countries
the
like in
region.
Jordan or Egypt or Saudi,
Perhaps.
you think that they're
Perhaps.
okay.
Perhaps,
All right,
yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
In your conversations with your allies like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and some of the Arab countries, have you been sort of warned or counseled against moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and why is
I'm
that?
not aware of any specific warning, Said. This has been a long-standing policy even
Right.
before this administration.
But it would be perceived, if such a move would take place, it would be perceived as a provocative action, you think?
Again, I think I've answered the question. It could potentially be provocative there and elsewhere in the region. And more importantly, we just don't believe that it's conducive to moving the peace process forward.
Let me ask you a couple more questions on, if we can stay on this issue very quickly. An Israeli court sentenced two 13-year-old boys to 2 years in prison. There was a stop and search, and they claimed that they found knives on them. Do you find this to be a bit severe to sentence two 13-year-olds that were 12 at the time when they were arrested?
I don't have the details on
You know,
this.
okay, would that be? In fact, one of the boys has already spent more than a year in prison. So, but they are not going to count that as part of it.
I don't have, I can't comment on that case.
Okay, and
I simply
just
don't have any
my last question, I don't know if you're aware, there's the Israeli soldier who was convicted of manslaughter, of killing a Palestinian after he was wounded last year. The person that took the video is claiming that he's been threatened by the family and so on. Should the Israeli government give the person who filmed the episode, Ahmad Abu Shamsiya, should they give him protection? Do you think? You think that, you know, if they don't give him protection, that his life will be in jeopardy? Because he claims that the family of the soldier broke into his house and they demanded that he go back to the court, that he go to the court and change his testimony.
Okay, I'm not aware that occurred. And really, an issue like that is really one for Israeli authorities to speak to and to make decisions for, not for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stay with Israel. Mr. Netanyahu has apparently told his diplomats that their focus in the next couple of weeks should be to do everything they can to prevent the substance of Mr. Kerry's speech coming before the UN in a resolution form. And the fear, apparently, is that at this French conference, it might be codified in some way that could then be presented to the UN, not by the United States, but perhaps by others. Would the U.S., I know that Mr. Kerry has said there's going to be no more UN activity, but would the U.S. rule out another abstention, especially if it was his policies that was being voted on?
I don't think it'd be helpful for me to speculate one way or the other about potential future actions.
Can I
Dave?
follow up on this? Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Mine's a different thing.
No, I just wanted to follow up because I think I asked a little bit about this yesterday, but you are not ruling out, if there is a conference in mid-month, mid-January, there's a conference in Paris, you're not ruling out the participation of Secretary Kerry, are you?
I don't have anything on the Secretary's schedule to speak to today.
You're not ruling in or ruling out?
I don't have anything on his schedule to speak to today.
Thank you.
This is a procedural thing. I've never covered transition before. Will the incoming Secretary of State be prepared by this department for his nomination hearings at the Senate?
We continue to provide the transition team information and context at their request. As I said earlier, I'm not going to get into what that information is, but he is being prepared for his confirmation hearing by the transition team.
Okay.
Okay.
That's typically how it would work.
I never been through one of these here at the State Department, but in my past experience, yeah, that's not unusual.
Yeah.
Assuming a new secretary is not confirmed by Inauguration Day, could you explain how the acting Secretary of State will be chosen? There's speculation that Mr. Shannon, Undersecretary Shannon, would step into that role, as the two positions above him, I believe, are likely to be vacant at that time.
Look, the way, I mean, there's a line of succession: Secretary, Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, Undersecretary for Political Affairs. We can get all this to you, Steve. On Inauguration Day, the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Tom Shannon, would be the most senior career officer in the line of succession. But ultimately, decisions about that, if the Secretary designate is not confirmed, ultimately the decisions about who would be acting would be really up to the transition team, to the new, but at that point, they would be the new administration.
They can appoint someone else outside of the line?
I'm being very precise here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, Tom Shannon, would be the most senior career officer in the line of succession here in the building, will be on the 20th. But ultimately, these kinds of decisions about acting, those are questions the new administration have to answer. Okay? Yeah.
Turkey. Related to attack that happened over the weekend in Istanbul, President Obama ordered his team to provide necessary and appropriate assistance to Turkey with regard to this attack. Did Turkey ask for any assistance? If did, what kind of assistance did you provide?
I'm not aware that there has been a request for specific investigative assistance.
Okay, one more question. Do you have any evaluation in terms of the suspect, whether he's an ISIS militant or just a person radicalized by the ISIS propaganda?
I think that's a question for Turkish authorities who are investigating this attack to work out, not for us. Yeah.
So is it the position of the United States government to support Turkey's efforts to recapture al-Bab from ISIS?
I think my colleagues at the Pentagon have already talked about this. We have provided support to Turkey for operations to clear its border area of ISIL, and that includes some support for their efforts in and around al-Bab. There are ongoing discussions about support going forward that the military is having with Turkey, and I'm not going to get ahead of that.
And the Turkish defense minister today, I believe, complained that the amount of support for a NATO ally was insufficient. Would you respond to those comments, or I mean, do you feel that that characterization is fair?
I don't think it's valuable for us to deliberate this in public. We have supported Turkish operations along their border. We have provided some support with respect to al-Bab. Again, the Pentagon has talked about that. And there are ongoing discussions now about support going forward. And I think I'm going to leave it there. Okay.
Do you have any numbers of the support that you gave, like air strike or ground? Can you give some numbers?
You can contact the Defense Department. I don't do military operations anymore.
To ask you if we can, figure out which groups are you supporting now in Syria in the fight against ISIS? I mean, who are the groups, the moderate groups? Are you supporting, let's say, the Free Syria Army? Are you supporting other groups and so on? Because,
Saeed, I don't have, as I said, we've talked about this many times. I don't have an exhaustive list for you. We refer to the Syrian Democratic Forces writ large, and there are many parts to them. And they have proven to be very capable fighters. And again, that's the entity through which, or that the coalition supports.
Because yesterday, apparently, the Fatah Hasham, who morphed from al-Nusra, they were saying that
they didn't morph from al-Nusra. They slapped a new name on.
Right, they just slapped.
So let's, yeah.
All right, so they just put on a new name. They claim that they lost 25 fighters as a result of an air raid, but they're saying that it was the U.S.-led coalition that conducted that air raid. Are you aware of that claim?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and I pointed you to the Defense Department.
Any more information on this?
I don't. No.
Did you also yesterday talk about, I haven't read the entire transcript from yesterday, my apologies. It is scintillating reading, however, I can assure you. Did you talk about what seems to be violations or the beginning of the end of this truce that was negotiated?
We did talk about it. I don't have any updates from yesterday. It does, as it was yesterday, appears to be breaking down in areas.
This is not a surprise to you, or it is?
Well, as I said yesterday, we wanted to see it succeed. But sadly, we've also seen this exact thing happen before, many, many times. Even ceasefires or cessations of hostilities that we had nothing to do with announcing. They quickly break down because, as we've seen in the last 24 to 36 hours, the regime takes advantage of whatever lull in the fighting there is to continue to pound the opposition, and that's what we're seeing again happen here.
Do you have any comment on what Stefan de Mistura said, that he will not attend the Astana negotiations?
Those are decisions
he would wait for Geneva?
Well, those are certainly his decisions. I would tell you that from our perspective, we continue to support his efforts, which is sanctioned by the UN, to lead the political process forward. He is the designated representative of the United Nations to move the political talks forward. And if he has decided that he's not going to attend, then that's certainly within his to the scope of his responsibilities to do so. Our support for him and his efforts have not changed.
Any phone call between Secretary Kerry and Minister Lavrov?
Nope, I don't have any more
And
discussions
for
to read out.
clarification too, is the U.S. delegation still in Geneva, or Geneva process and the delegation is
In
back?
terms of a dialogue and process of moving forward on a cessation of hostilities in Geneva, no. Do we have personnel that work in and out of Geneva? Yes, but nobody is working on this issue from a U.S. team perspective in Geneva. Yeah.
The Turkish Prime Minister is expected to visit Baghdad to mend ties with the Abadi government. Do you support that move?
Do I support him traveling
to Baghdad? It's a rare visit by the Turkish Prime Minister to Iraq. He's trying to mend ties with...
Well, I wouldn't comment one way or another about the travel of a foreign leader to a neighboring nation. Turkey's a part of the coalition to counter Daesh. And so it shouldn't surprise anybody that the Prime Minister may want to go to Iraq to have discussions about that fight. And as we've said many times, that we've encouraged bilateral dialogue and discussion between Turkey and Iraq on a whole range of regional issues. So there's no concern here, but it's not for us to comment or approve or disapprove one way or the other.
Can I ask one more question about Iraq?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
I think the silence gives you the go ahead.
Thank you. So in Mosul, reportedly, the coalition has destroyed almost all the bridges inside the city of Mosul. So this has raised the concern that might restrict freedom of movement for civilians, especially those who wish to escape ISIS. Do you share that concern? Or?
We have long had concerns about the humanitarian efforts that were going to be required as the Mosul campaign started, and those we've been long in discussions with the Iraqi government about how to deal with that, and we talked about this at length yesterday in the briefing. I'll point you back to the transcript in terms of what we've done on the humanitarian front. I would remind you, and again, I'm not going to get into a lengthy dissertation here on the military operation itself, but those bridges were avenues of resupply and resourcing by Daesh, and so were in fact legitimate military targets. That they might impede the movement of internally displaced people is certainly beyond doubt, of course, but we have and have for many months factored in trying to support internally displaced people as best as possible. And the other thing I'd tell you is that, and one of the reasons why, the campaign to Mosul took as long as it did and was carefully thought through was because they were also, there was also a lot of planning, remains a lot of planning on post-campaign stabilization and rebuilding the infrastructure. So there is a lot of effort on that. It's not as if...
All right, everybody, we are going to switch it up on you. That was a little bit of the State Department daily briefing. Now what we're going to show you is a press conference that just wrapped up from Chicago's Mayor Rahm Emanuel, once again talking about crime and violence in the city that has plagued it for quite some time. Also with the superintendent of chief of police. So let's show that to you now here on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
One thing, we just came back from also talking to the detectives again, just giving them, I would say, some of the pep talk, but also the important role they're going to play in the city's future. And this is the first class of detectives in literally 10 years. It does, in my view, represent the entire strength of the city, which is something we're going to call upon. But also the importance that they play in giving families some certainty around a lot of uncertainty, some closure around something that's been stripped from their lives. And I do think that this is an important investment in the overall investment we're not only making in the police department, but in our overall total public safety.
However, we just put a class of recruits into the academy, so we will keep up with the attrition part of it. terms of the promotions themselves, it makes the detectives' lives a lot easier, because now that we're adding more detectives, their caseloads will come down a bit and make them better able to bring some of these cases to a successful resolution, just because they'll have more time to invest in each particular case.
Robbie, I would just add, look, right before we went on break, we added, did an induction of a new class. I think somewhere at the end of this month, we'll be taking there'll be a graduation for officers so they can go out on the street for their field training effort. Part of this announcement today is not only new detectives, new lieutenants, which is part of leadership, but also new field training officers. It's for the increase, and every month we're doing about another 100 officers going in to that effort, and that is going into the academy. I want to broaden your question, if I could, because while it is an investment in our police department at every level, from leadership all the way down to the police officer or beat officer, who's the backbone of the police department, we're also expanding mentoring. We're also making significant investments in our neighborhood's economy. A lot of times the issue of fighting crime, violence, or solving crimes, or et cetera, is focused on the police. This is a complex problem that requires a comprehensive set of solutions. And so yesterday we made, as a part of my down payment on universal mentoring for young men, we announced another, I think, 600 young men that will be getting, starting this part of the year, towards the 7,200. They're mentoring. I've never been a police officer that's not for after school, summer jobs, and mentoring. They've seen directly the impact. You go ask them, would you like to be out on the street without an after school or summer job program, where you'd like to see it expanded? And I've never met a resident who also doesn't want, given this, if they or anybody in their family, certainty around the rest of the criminal justice system. I think there's more consensus about what needs to be done. And I would also add to you, it is not just about the police department. It's about all of the above being addressed and making the types of investments you need to make. Charles? Okay.
We talk about this number, 1,000 people. How many new people will be hired to bring that 1,000 to replace those who are leaving?
So the 2-year hiring plan calls for an additional hiring of about 972 officers. So right now, we're at about 12, 3, 4, somewhere around there. By the time we're done with this, even with the attrition, remember, this is on top of vacancies. So when we get done with this in 2018, we should be standing at about 13,500.
Do you feel the criticism was fair this weekend on 60 Minutes, saying the officers weren't doing enough during the stops?
You know what? Listen, the most dangerous thing police officers do on a day-to-day basis is take bad guys off the streets with guns, okay? So let's just stay focused on that for a moment. In 2016, we took 10% more bad guys off the street with guns than we did in 2015. That doesn't tell me that the police are not doing their jobs. That tells me that the police are stopping the right people for the right reasons at the right time. But it also illustrates that it's just not a police issue. We need everybody to be invested in reducing this crime. You know, the long-term solutions, of course, like the mayor talked about, investment in these communities, mentorship, better health care, mental health care. All of that stuff is necessary for the long term, but in the short term, we need our policymakers, our judicial partners, our state partners, CPD, business owners, clergy, citizens. Everybody has to play their part in reducing this crime.
Sorry, was it 10% more people or 10% more guns?
10% more arrests. Our UUW, our gun arrests, were 10% over what they were in 2015. Our gun recoveries, that includes officer activity and the gun turn-ins, was up 20% over 2015. That doesn't say to me that the police officers are holding back. That tells me that they're doing the right things and stopping the right people.
So Mr. Mayor, what's your reaction?
It seems like there's more drive-bys happening. Are you guys aware of that? Like every other report is a drive-by.
There's a significant amount of them, but I wouldn't characterize it as being more, but we do see that quite a bit.
I'll tell you, Fran, in a second. I was going to add something here. Look, there is no doubt that proactive policing is a deterrent on gun violence. And one of the things that I think, I wouldn't call it a 2017 resolution, but I would like to see it change from the last three, not just about Chicago, but the last 2 years in the country. This debate should not be about pointing fingers. There is a greater consensus and understanding and appreciation of what are the solutions. And part of the changes that are going to be made and the reforms that are going to be made cannot be seen as being a threat to police officers' jobs, but as helping them in doing their job. I believe the investments in the body cameras helps them in doing their job. I believe the additional training to achieve the highest standards and ongoing consistent training helps them do their job. The staffing of every officer now with a taser, the new technology, helps them and assists them. If this gets into an acrimonial finger pointing, we're not listening to each other, we're not appreciating each other, and more importantly, then people are going to go into their corners, and the only winners of this are going to be the gang members. If the city, police department, city, criminal justice system, clergy, business, schools are united, there's no space for gangs to operate. And so I believe that a police department and a police that see the changes that are being made as helping them achieve their professional standards rather than as a threat to their job, we will be farther along in seeing the type of safety and security we want to see in the city of Chicago. Fran, you had a question?
Yes, I wondered how you felt about hearing your former police superintendent, the person you fired during the Laquan McDonald controversy because you called him a distraction, sit in judgment of your police department and say that it is in crisis.
You want to go say this?
So, listen, Superintendent McCarthy put a lot of good things in place that we're still utilizing, and he served the city well. But I disagree with the fact of characterizing us as a department in crisis, because we're not. We did get off to a rocky start in 2016 for a number of reasons, but we stabilized things, and so now we're putting things in place to focus on fighting this crime. So that's what our focus is on, not what people are saying, but about this crime fight.
Mr. Mayor, can you respond?
Don't worry, I heard the question was corrected. I mean, Fran, thank you. Two things I would say. One is, Gary McCarthy, he served 5 years here in Chicago, and I know he is moving on. My focus is on the future. I said 5 years as head of the police department. My view is on to make sure that 2017, not only is not a repeat of 2016, shows that what happened in 2016 is not the Chicago I know and see. I was just taking a breath, that's all I was doing. Okay? I have seen people across the city come out who's now building a new tennis facility in the city of Chicago. I have seen individuals make investments in their communities and throughout the city of Chicago. Like Mr. Cannon in North Lawndale starting a boxing program for kids in that area, who are taking ownership of solving that problem. And so people can talk about what happened in 2016. I understand and know that things were not right. The superintendent, former Superintendent McCarthy, served for 5 years, has moved on. I'm going to move to what is going to solve this problem in the future. I have seen people make contributions, take ownership of not saying it's somebody else's problem, but do things to make a solution, give kids an alternative, be part of actually stepping up. I've seen it in the idealism of the kids that have come in that class we saw right before the break on the year. The diversity of those kids, the idealism of wanting to serve. And so to me, it's about what are we going to do to make 2017 different than 2016, not sit there about talking about pointing fingers.
What'd you think of that city retiree who wondered if you're a human because in an email you bragged that you took away health care?
Well, look, here's what, Bill, I would say. I've spent a good portion of my life either as going with my dad on rounds, as who was a pediatrician, to the good portion of my adult life helping people get health care, whether that's helping negotiate the children's health insurance program or helping President Obama create Obamacare. As you know, and I take it personally since I come from a family of physicians. It's important for people to have healthcare and believe in the role of it. I also said in 2011 that we could not have, since healthcare costs were the third biggest item in our budget and rising at 10% a year, that could not consistently go on. We've made a whole host of reforms and changes. Since 2011 to 2016, our healthcare costs as a city, our budget, is about flat. Nobody at ABC, NBC, Sun-Times, Tribune, WGN, BBM Radio, WLS Radio, or any other radio station in the media could say that their healthcare costs are basically flat over 5 years. And that has allowed us to avoid raising taxes or cutting services to meet that objective. So you can call what I did heartless. We worked it through over a 3-year period. We avoided raising taxes, and we avoided cutting basic neighborhood services, and we still met the objective of giving and providing people health care.
But they're not concerned about that. They were concerned about your tone. They felt it was cavalier and bragging about.
I remember this being Bill's question that you're stepping in on, Fran.
All right.
Okay, the 2017 is going to be different. But Bill, did you have something you wanted to add to Fran's adding of your question? No. So here's what I would say. I said I made a pledge in 2011 that we were going to get healthcare costs under control and still deliver it, and we have. From a wellness program to a change in making sure that people pay for retiree healthcare as we've negotiated, to also making sure we change the way we did our community healthcare, where we now have better service and saving $14 million a year. And we did not raise taxes or cut services to do it. I don't actually take that account. He was talking about doing something on pensions, and I said, you don't understand what the court did. You see it in the emails. But we have made changes, and I'm more than willing. And what got us into trouble was promising things that were never paid for. That is what got the city of Chicago over 30 or 40 years. We would promise benefits that were never paid for. And in fact, not only does it save the city $100 million, it was going to grow to $350 million with no revenue source. You guys all here said, what's somebody going to do something about it? Now we did something about it. I wasn't bragging so much as acknowledging how we actually have stabilized our healthcare costs for the first time in 30 years. And nobody in the private sector or public sector has done that. Last question.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm wondering why you chose not to comment on that 60 Minutes piece, given the platform of a national news agency, and a way for you to articulate your point of view, the highest elected leader in town.
Well, first of all, the superintendent spoke to it. It was an issue about policing, and I think the superintendent was the right person to address that issue. I would just remind everybody, if you look across the country, other cities are experiencing, Baltimore has a higher homicide rate than the city of Chicago. Memphis is up. San Diego is up. Phoenix is up. We're all experiencing something different. I'm not proud of what the city of Chicago's, what happened in 2016. The superintendent knows this. We met this morning in our weekly public safety meeting to talk about what needs to be different in 2017. I have seen it not only in today's announcement of new detectives, new lieutenants, seen it with the announcement we made before the holiday and making sure that everybody in 2017, not half the force, will have body cameras. I've seen it in the announcement we've made in making sure, not just the announcement, but the new investments we're going to have in mentoring to give young men clearly a guidance and the counseling and advice that they need so they can make right decisions. And I have seen also other people, not just what we're doing on the public sector side, take ownership of being part of the solution. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And to me, Chicago's situation is not different than what I know because I talk to mayors across the city, are all across the country, and they're all experiencing at one level or another. And what we have to do, and my focus is making sure that all of us take ownership of it. So I've made sure we've done what we need to do, and we're going to continue to do that.
With all due respect, sir,
Mayor,
why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that on that piece?
I have said it already. I've given an address to this whole effort.
Mr. Mayor,
That's what I did at Malcolm X.
What are you? How are you going to take up the president-elect on his challenge to have the federal government help with this crime problem?
Well, I think, Craig, you saw it in my comments, but let me repeat it. First of all, when I met with him, I talked about it. federal government has a tremendous amount of, a tremendous and significant role to play. They can begin to increase their investments in after-school and summer jobs, which have been on the decline. They can actually play a role, not just with the police department, but the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Department, or Bureau, the Drug Enforcement Agencies, the FBI, the federal partners with the police department that do work with us could be increased. The certainty around prosecution can play a significant role. Making investments in neighborhood, both through CDBG, new market tax credits, economic opportunity in neighborhoods. There's a big role for the federal government to be a partner. Everywhere on the certainty from the criminal justice system to partnering with the police department to investing in individuals and our youth. And so I would welcome that partnership. I know that the Conference of Mayors will be talking about every one of those aspects. And so it's not, in my view, about just the police department. There's a whole other aspect of the criminal justice system. And it's not just about the criminal justice system and the police department. It's also about investing and giving kids an alternative, a positive and affirmative alternative through after school, summer jobs, and other types of efforts, so they know they can invest, they can be look to their future with some positive outlook rather than negative. And the federal government can play a significant role in that. Now, I will be honest, the President-elect and I fundamentally disagree on gun control. As having been the point person for President Clinton on both passing the Brady bill and the assault weapon ban, I do believe gun control plays an important role. We disagree on that. We may agree, though, that mentoring has a role to play. We may agree on the certainty around criminal justice. I believe that we would also agree in the importance of investing in neighborhoods where hope has been replaced with despair. So there will be places we agree, places we disagree. I would welcome a federal partner, not just to the police department, but to the individuals in the communities that are most affected by gun violence. They need investments, and the federal government has a big purse and a big role to play in that investment.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, everybody, that was an update from the Chicago mayor and police superintendent, the latest crime statistics there in Chicago. I got one more video lined up here for you this evening. NASA previewing a big spacewalk mission to upgrade the ISS power system. The International Space Station power system. Let's take a look at that.
In Space Center, I'm Dan Hewitt, and welcome to today's EVA briefing. We're here to learn about two spacewalks that are on the horizon for the Expedition 50 crew, making some important upgrades to the station's electrical power system. Here to tell us more today, I'm joined by my panelists to my left, starting off with Kenny Todd, the Operations Integration Manager for the International Space Station program. Just next to him are two lead flight directors, starting off with Judd Freeling, who will be the lead for the spacewalk this Friday, US EVA number 38. Next to him, Gary Horlocker, who will be the flight director for EVA 39 next Friday. And on the end, to walk us through the fine details of the spacewalks is Keith Johnson, the lead spacewalk officer. As usual, we'll hear from each of our briefers today and then open things up for questions here in the room, on the phone bridge, and via social media. So with that, let's go ahead and kick it off. Kenny, take it away.
Thanks, Dan, and certainly Happy New Year to you all. Things are going very well on board the International Space Station. We're currently in the middle of what we refer to as Increment 50. Had a very busy December time frame that really started with the launch and the birthing of the HTV cargo module. The crew jumped into that right away and has done a lot of cargo ops. Also, there's a lot of science on board that particular vehicle, and so a lot of good science getting done during the month of December. The crew, Shane and Peggy and Tomas on the U.S. operational segment, and Sergey, Andre, and Oleg on the Russian segment have been doing a fantastic job. Got a little bit of downtime, but not a whole lot before moving into the preparations for these spacewalks that are going to happen over the next 7 or 8 days. The ground teams on the back end of December were also very busy. One of our primary missions for this HTV flight was to install the lithium-ion batteries, and last week our robotics teams, the ground teams, the operations, the engineering and safety teams all did great work over the last week and a half, moving these batteries and getting them installed where they need to be in order for us to go do these EVAs. I can't say enough about the work that team's done over the last week and a half. While a lot of folks were off celebrating the holidays, they were here getting it done and getting us in a good position to be ready to do these spacewalks. So the guys did a great job. Once we get this EVA done here on Friday, they'll be right back at it again, moving batteries, getting them positioned where they need to be on the other channel that we're going to go out onto next week. So as far as looking forward, here in January, it's going to be a very busy next few months. Obviously, the first couple of weeks, we're going to be talking a lot about spacewalks and robotics here in the program. Towards the end of the month, we're going to be getting into more of a visiting vehicle flow. The HTV cargo ship, we're planning right now to turn it loose around the 27th of January, if everything holds to schedule. Shortly after that, it's sounding like probably January 31st, we'll have a progress ship departing from the DC Nader port. That vehicle is 64P. And then we'll turn our attention probably around the second or about the second week of February. We'll start planning for a SpaceX Dragon arrival. We've been working with that team as they've continued to recover from the issue that they had back in September, and currently we're all planning to a date of launching on the 8th of February, berthing on the 11th. So that's our current plan today, and all the different teams are working to that. So as far as that particular mission, the SpaceX mission, we'll plan for about 30 days. Got a lot of science on that particular flight, a lot of time-constrained science, so we are going to be doing a lot of work in a very short period of time when Dragon's on board. In addition to that, we need to get the port cleared, because in the March time frame we'll be ready to welcome a Cygnus module to the station as well. So we're very excited about the next couple, 2 or 3 months here relative to the USOS visiting vehicle traffic. As far as the Russian segment, as most of you know, our Russian colleagues are continuing to work their plans for recovery from the issue that they had with 65P. We're still working to finalize dates for their next set of flights that involve a Progress, which is 66P, and then the next crewed Soyuz vehicle, which is 50S. So we're still working with them to finalize those dates. But back to where we are today, a lot of work's been done to get us ready to go do these EVAs. Installing these lithium-ion batteries, very, very important for the program. It's a nice step up from a technology standpoint. It gives us a little longer life on the batteries going forward. We can get them to orbit with a lot less volume and mass, and so again, just a lot of upside to us stepping up to this technology. So we're looking forward to completing the installation with these EVAs. We at this morning's mission management team meeting, we did our standard EVA readiness review, and coming out of that review, certainly the suits are ready. I feel like the team is certainly ready, and the ISS is in the right configuration. So the entire partnership was go, and we're ready to go do this EVA. So with that, I'll let Judd talk to you a little bit about the specifics.
Thanks, Kenny. Let's see, the spacewalkers for U.S. Spacewalk 38 will be NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Peggy Whitson. They're scheduled to egress the Quest airlock Friday, January 6th, starting at 6:10 local time central. This will be Shane's third spacewalk and Peggy's 7th spacewalk. Assisting them will be European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pasquet and Russian cosmonaut Oleg Novinsky. They'll be helping Shane and Peggy suit up prior to their egress. As Kenny mentioned, the major objective of this spacewalk is to complete the replacement of the nickel hydrogen batteries that are currently on board the station with lithium-ion batteries on the 3 alpha power channel. And that replacement started New Year's Eve, December 31st. So 6 batteries, 6 lithium-ion batteries, and 6 adapter plates were brought up on the Japanese Space Agency cargo vehicle, the Kanatori 6, or HTV-6, that arrived on station December 13th. I think we have a video that kind of shows the robotics operations, what's been happening, just a taste of that video. There we go. So this just gives you an idea. This is the dexterous manipulator that's going into the external pallet that was delivered on Kanatori 6, grabbing one of the lithium-ion batteries with its arm 2, and then maneuvering over to the IEA for the 3 alpha power channel. It's going to install it to a slot that was previously left open in place, and then it'll go over and grab another battery that's one of the nickel hydrogen batteries, take that out from the IEA, and then replace that, put it on the external pallet that was brought up by HTV-6. Each of the 8 power channels that the station has contain 3 strings of batteries. Each battery string contains 2 nickel hydrogen battery units in series, and each of those 2 nickel hydrogen batteries pairs will be replaced by 1 lithium-ion battery and 1 adapter plate to complete the power circuit. There's a data link cable between the adapter plate and the lithium-ion battery, and that provides additional battery parameter insight. And the top of the adapter plate can be used as a storage spot for an old depleted nickel hydrogen battery. Let's see, so with that, I'll hand it over to Gary Horlocker, who is the lead flight director for US Spacewalk 39.
Okay, thank you, Judd. Good afternoon, everybody. Once EVA-1 is complete, the flight control team will go ahead and power up those new batteries, verify everything looks good, and then configure Channel 3A back to a nominal configuration where it's supporting its own loads again. At that point, the team will shift its focus over to the 1A channel. We have about a week's worth of work to get it prepared to send our guys out for the EVA number 2. So starting Saturday afternoon, the robotics team will do a couple get-ahead activities while we wait for those 1A batteries to drain off and be in a good configuration to start the robotics. They'll go ahead and release one of the 2 bolts on each of the lithium-ion batteries on the EP, and that'll get them ahead for a couple days down the road when they're about to go transition those batteries from the EP over to the new channel. Sunday afternoon, the 1A old batteries should be all drained off and it'd be in a good configuration for the main robotics to begin. And that team will take about 4 to 5 days to remove 5 of the old batteries from the 1A channel and install the 3 new lithium-ion batteries into that channel. And once that's complete, we'll be in a good configuration to send our spacewalkers out the door next Friday to go ahead and do spacewalk number 2. For that spacewalk, Shane will be EV1, and that'll be his 4th spacewalk, and Tomas will be EV2, and that'll be his 1st spacewalk. And again, inside we'll have Peggy and Oleg helping out with both the suit up before the EVA as well as the desuit after the EVA. The main objectives of EVA-2 are the same as EVA-1. Effectively, the crew's going to go out, install the 3 adapter plates into the 1A channel, and again, we're only leaving 1 old battery behind on this channel, so they'll relocate that old battery on top of one of the new adapter plates. And once those tasks are complete, the main objectives will be complete. And as always, if we have extra time, we'll go look at some of our get-ahead tasks that we have in our job jar. After the EVA, we'll basically do the same thing. The flight control team will go ahead and activate those batteries, check them out, make sure everything looks good, and then return channel 1A back to a normal configuration. At that point, there's still a little bit more robotic work to do. We'll have 3 old batteries on the SPDM being held. They were waiting for the adapter plates to be removed from the EP, so now there's a home to put those in for disposal. And so the team will go ahead and take a couple days to install those into the EP, and that'll put the EP in a good configuration to be installed back into HTV for its release later in January. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Keith and give you some more details about the spacewalks.
Okay, thank you, Gary. So this is US EVA 38 and 39. It's the 196th and 197th Space Station Assembly and Maintenance EVA for the US team. Let's see, we spent a lot of time in preparation for this EVA working with the robotics team. We went through all the nominal scenarios and all the backup scenarios, and we came up with quite a list of failure trees to address should the robotics have any problems. And the good news is that we got to this point today with just one single bolt that's outside the nominal, and we're preparing to add that into our timeline to fix. But let's see, I'd like to roll my first video. It's EVA 1. Shane Kimbrough is EV1, as we talked about. He'll have the red stripes. He comes out first. Peggy will hand him a crew lock bag, and then she'll come out with him with her own crew lock bag. Shane will start translating up our translation path that we call the CETA spur up to phase 1 of the truss, and then translate out to the crew and equipment translation aid, the CETA cart, where he'll take his crew lock bag, attach it to an articulating portable foot restraint, and he'll take that whole bundle and he'll put it on his body restraint tether. He'll translate farther out along the S1 truss, and he'll change over to his second safety tether and continue out to the S4 truss, which is where we'll start our adapter plate installation. While he's doing that, Peggy will be translating from the airlock and following him along the same translation path. She'll be going up the CETA spur to phase 1. From there, she continues all the way down to the end of S1 and hooks up to her second safety tether and heads back up to the exposed pallet. Once she's up there, she takes her crew lock bag. This contains all the tools she'll need to get the adapter plates ready for removal. She temporarily stows it on a set of handrails. She'll take out a ratchet wrench, and the first thing she does is she releases the torque on the adapter plates with a ratchet wrench. And she'll work her way around and release all of the bolts on the 3 adapter plates. In this video, you can see the 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries to Peggy's left in the view. Those are stored for return. Meanwhile, back on the integrated equipment assembly, Shane will be taking his articulating portable foot restraint, putting it in position where he'll use it. He'll take the crew lock bag off and position it. This has the tools in it that are needed for installation of the adapter plates on the integrated equipment assembly. When Shane's done with that, well, he'll install some what we call scoops. They're ORU handling devices. That's the first battery we'll move. From there, he'll go up to the exposed pallet with Peggy, and the 2 of them will release the first adapter plate. They'll put it on their body restraint tether. They'll release the second adapter plate. Shane has that on his body restraint tether. And then the 2 of them will make their way back out to the integrated equipment assembly. Once they're at the work site, Shane will ingress the foot restraint. And Peggy will hand him the first adapter plate. He'll drive 2 bolts to install that. Then we have the data link cable that the 2 of them will work together to attach the first lithium-ion battery to an adapter plate. Once that's done, it gives us an opportunity to start the checkout process on that battery set. Shane egresses, relocates his, or repositions his articulating portable foot restraint, gets ready to release the first nickel hydrogen battery. Once that's released, he takes it out and he hands it to Peggy. She holds on to it, maintains control of it. Shane repositions his articulating portable foot restraint back over the adapter plate. And once he's there, Peggy hands him the battery. And he puts it in position on top of the adapter plate. From there, Shane repositions, takes his adapter plate, and installs it on the IEA. Once his 2 bolts are driven, he releases the data link cable, and he and Peggy attach it to that lithium-ion battery. At that point, we have 2 good battery sets, and the channel is operable at that point, but we continue on. They release the last nickel hydrogen battery on this channel. Shane hands it up to Peggy. Then he repositions the articulating portable foot restraint. Peggy hands it back to him. And he installs it. From there, the 2 crew members make their way back up to the exposed pallet, and they retrieve the last adapter plate for the CVA. Peggy cleans up the work site, collects all the tools, puts the crew lock bag onto her body restraint tether, and the 2 of them return back out to the integrated equipment assembly. Shane installs the last adapter plate. They hook up the data link cable, and we've completed hookup of the batteries on the 3A channel. Peggy starts cleanup. Meanwhile, Shane goes to the other side of the channel, to the 1A side, and he prepares the last bolt to drive on the 1A channel. The robotics did all the rest of them. Once he's released that bolt, they meet back up again, clean up the work site, and they head back to the airlock. Peggy goes in first, followed by Shane. If we have time at the end of the EVA, we'll do some get-aheads, but I'll talk about those in a bit. The second EVA is very similar to the first EVA, with the hopes that the robotics does all of the moves and all of the relocations of batteries. We hope to have 2 open slots instead of 1 open slot the way we did on EVA 38. I have a video that I'd like to roll. Shane comes out first on his 4th EVA. He'll have the red stripes. Thomas Pesquet, this is his first EVA. He'll have the completely white suit. They'll do a buddy check at the airlock. They'll head out the same translation path. Shane will go out to the integrated equipment assembly. He'll do the same articulating portable foot restraint setup, drop off his crew lock bag. You can see that there were 2 open slots there. The arm is full of batteries at that point. Thomas is up at the exposed pallet. releasing the bolts and preparing. They release the two adapter plates, and each crew member gets one of the adapter plates. They make their way back out again. And they follow a very similar EVA to EVA 38. They'll install an adapter plate, remove the old last nickel hydrogen battery, and install it on the adapter plate. We'll take the second adapter plate, install it. Then the crew members will make their way back up to the exposed pallet to retrieve the last adapter plate. They'll put it on their body restraint tether. They'll retrieve the tools and the crew lock bag and do an inventory, and then head back out to the integrated equipment assembly. They'll install the last adapter plate, hook up the data link cable, retrieve all the tools and the crew lock bags, retrieve the articulating portable foot restraint. We'll stow that back on the crew equipment translation aid, the CETA cart. And then both crew members will make their way back to the airlock. Thomas will go in first, followed by Shane. And that completes EVA 2. We expect to have more time at the end of EVA 2 to perform the get-ahead tasks that Gary mentioned. We have a list of quite a few tasks that we have available to us in our job jar. To start with, I'll run a video that will show you a cable routing task and then CETA light retrieval. And then I'll show some graphics after that. Our first get ahead, we send the crew members up to, EV1 will go up to the phase 1 of S0. And he's going to climb into the S0 truss. These are the MDM EPIC cables that will be installed on a later EVA. When those MDMs get changed out, we're just pre-positioning them on this EVA. EV2 is going to make their way up to the Z1 element in what we call the rat's nest. And it's called that because of all the jumble of cables that are located in that area. And this is where a previous EVA dropped a bundle of cables and wrapped handrails around. We're going to continue the routing of those cables by taking them off of that location and then translating down with that bundle and passing it inside the truss where the other crew member is waiting. We'll take 2 of the 3 cables and pass them inside. Once those are handed in, the other crew member will take those cables and route them inside to another set of handrails. And this will just make it easier for the EVA where they come out to install these MDMs. They can just reach in and grab these cables. They'll be wire tied to an internal handrail in there. Meanwhile, the last cable will be routed over to another handrail that's in proximity. And that's one of our get-aheads that we have on our list. The next the next get-ahead that I'll talk, well, let's see, we're also, I guess, cleaning up those cables, routing them out of the way, running wire ties to get them cleaned up. The next task that we have is a one crew member task to retrieve the CETA light that's located on the S3 truss. It's internal. It has one electrical connector and one bolt to drive. We'll put that in an ORU bag and bring that back inside. The next get-ahead task that we have on our list is Node 3 shields. We have 2 bundle sets. I've got some pictures that I'd like to show. These are intended to, in an eventual EVA, be placed on the PMA3 or PMA location once that's removed. But they take up a lot of airlock volume, so this EVA is a good opportunity because we're not bringing any hardware out with us or in. So we've taken the time to bundle these up into what you see in the last of the 3 pictures there. We've got tethers wrapped around it, pulling it into a tight bundle. So once it's in the airlock, it takes up a lot of space. So we'd like to get that outside and tethered outside the airlock. Next slide. And this shows the on-orbit video of what the crew put together in this bundle. Next slide. The crew members will hand this out of the airlock, and it'll go just aft and zenith of the airlock hatch on the handrails to be installed. The next pictures that I have are the AMS photo task. The AMS is collecting wonderful science, but its cooling system is having problems. So on a future EVA, crew members plan to go out here and do a pretty intricate repair of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. But in order to do that EVA, we need to collect photos of the external AMS to see some of the work sites and what needs to be done. We've provided the crew members on board with these images, and they'll go up on the logistics carrier next to the AMS and take these pictures from various angles. So these circles show roughly where we want the crew to take pictures. If you show the next slide. From various angles. So they've been studying this. They know where they want to be positioned on the ELC to take these pictures. Next slide. And so we hope to use these pictures to develop the EVA to repair this. And then one more picture. Some of the cables that they'll be looking for to take pictures. And the last get-ahead task that we have is the...
All right, everybody. Mary Kate is coming up next. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
All right, everybody. Well, I've got Fox 10 anchor Linda here with me to discuss a pretty positive story.
It is.
Scottsdale being voted
#1 as the best city too, and everyone fills it in. They're like, I don't know, get a tan, get a spa, get a mani-pedi, go shopping.
And
it's get a job. Can
to
you
get a
believe
job.
that? I know. It's not any of the things you'd normally think. We're known for great eats out there, best shopping, best party venues.
Great shopping.
Wallet Hub they did a deep dive on the study, and Scottsdale came out as the #1 city, best city to get a job in 2017, not in the Valley, but in the entire country.
Wow, the whole country,
I know.
Scottsdale.
Why are we shocked? Because
Yeah, why
I'm
are we
skeptical.
I'm shocked too.
Because Scottsdale has a certain reputation, and job creation, job ethic, work ethic just isn't one of them.
Yeah.
But I guess see how things can shift when you're not paying attention. But I'm always skeptical of these. This survey, this study, that study.
Yeah, what's the data behind this?
It's serious data. I called Wallet Hub. I interviewed one of their experts who actually did the science behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, everyone always wants to know who the worst city to get a job with in 2017.
Oh yeah, what's the worst?
Detroit. Number 150, dead last.
Sorry, Detroit people.
They looked at a bunch of different things. They looked at job opportunities, to
Okay.
employment growth, to monthly median starting salary. Now, that's just 3 of the things they looked at. They looked at a bunch of key metrics, and I'm not going to bug you with the key metrics. But when I interviewed the woman from Wallet Hub, she said the thing that really pushed Scottsdale to the top, let me get this right, is that the job opportunities in Scottsdale compared to the job openings and the population and all that,
Mhm.
there were more job opportunities, up by just 0.5%.
Wow.
Than there were people actually seeking jobs, job seekers.
So there's more job opportunities in Scottsdale.
Right,
Okay.
in Scottsdale. And she said that 0.5%, it sounds like so little.
Yeah.
But in the scheme of things, it was in the very top when they looked at all of the other major cities.
That's great. Yeah, because sometimes people can be unemployed for months trying to apply for these jobs, and there's only one candidate for the job. And obviously here, there's more opportunities than other places.
Exactly, and part of it's lifestyle. There are more startups that are now coming to Scottsdale area. They're getting more IT opportunities.
Right.
And that's because that's where the talent pool is. It's where the millennials are. It's where that certain...
It's where the young folks
There was
are.
a new phrase I heard today, and I hadn't heard it before. I think it's called social infrastructure.
Okay.
Social infrastructure. So you think of infrastructure, and you think of roads, bridges, buildings, that kind of thing. Social infrastructure is events, best restaurants, good shopping, wonderful weather.
The best parts.
Yeah, best dog parks. Dog parks, they even, looked into that.
Yeah.
Best place to raise a family. That's social infrastructure,
Mhm.
and that is what is drawing young, bright, smart talent. I mean, they're being
Oh,
drawn
cool.
more by that, and they're being drawn to places like Scottsdale,
Mhm.
Tempe, and Chandler came
Did
in
Temp-
number 7.
oh.
Tempe was number 9.
Wow, okay.
And Tempe, in terms, what I liked about the expert I talked to, I didn't just talk to a Wallet Hub expert. I talked to a local expert from a place called HotRecruiters.com.
HotRecruiters.com.
Nah, that's not what it was called.
Or all the recruiters. Hot.
I know, I made it sound weird. I made it sound a little flaky and racy, but it's not. Hot Jobs, Hot Recruiters. I will find him. I'll look it up right now.
So what did he say from there?
Well, what he said is that what's interesting is that at the top of job seekers, higher skilled, tech skilled jobs,
Mhm.
you're finding those in Scottsdale. In terms of call centers and
Okay.
high school diploma, no college education, those kinds of jobs, $10 to
Mhm.
$15 an hour, you're finding those in spades in Tempe,
Okay.
along that area. So it's running the gamut. It's
Uh-huh.
not just one area, either high or low in terms of skill or salary that is dominating. It's running the gamut from the bottom all the way to the top. And he says he only sees it, going up from here.
That's
So-
awesome. And so there's not just bars in Scottsdale. There's tech companies. There's labs. There's other
I know,
things
we went
there.
and I thought, tourism is Scottsdale's #1 gig. That's the thing.
Tourism?
But tourism still is. I think it's 39% or whatever. But
Yeah, I keep playing this tourist video for
yeah,
everyone here.
and I mean, that's why. I mean, this is the lifestyle. This is the social infrastructure. But you see what they threw in there?
They got that scientist.
Someone in a white lab coat pointing to something that was very scientific. So it is about the golf and the lifestyle. But, you know, General Dynamic is there. Honor Health is the #1 employer there.
Right.
Honor Health, you know, so there's a lot of
That's
Mayo,
great.
I think, is in Scottsdale physically. So there's healthcare, government, Scottsdale City Government is another big employer. Scottsdale Unified School District is another big employer. So
that's great.
I
So
know.
you wouldn't think of that because I think, like you said, when people think Scottsdale, they think, you know, sort of like a spring break sort of town where all the kids just want to go out, but there are businesses
Exactly.
there and there
I
are people
know.
that need to work as well.
I
so.
know, but it was surprising, as you said, to find us at the top of that list because
Yeah.
Scottsdale ends up at a lot of different lists, but not the job-seeking one. Something else Roy Palumbo was saying that I thought was interesting was that not only is it a time to get a job, but it is a time to get a better job. Not only if you're out of work, but let's say you feel underemployed or you feel underappreciated, you feel underpaid. Now's the time to, you know, I'm not
Value
saying,
yourself.
Yes, don't go in and quit and then go look. I mean, now's the time you might want to start putting feelers out.
Yeah.
And seeing what else is out there during this boom,
Sure.
this growth, because he says we're thriving, and he expects that we will thrive for, you know, into the year, and he says he doesn't see it stopping. So
Sometimes you just don't know what you can get or what you deserve. My sister was a lifeguard for a very long time, and it didn't pay as much as I would have expected for a lifeguard job. And, you know, she's sitting in that chair for hours, getting sunburned, getting dehydrated, having
Right.
to save people. And then she says you have to organize all the chairs around the pool. You got to clean up everything. It's
That's
more than
high
just
pressure.
sitting around. And she'd come home with these awful sunburns every day. And she said,
Oh
yeah,
my
I only get
gosh.
such and such an hour. And now she has a different job that pays a little bit more, and it's got air conditioning. So you know, it's good that you
See,
never know.
You can step up. You
Yeah.
just never know. So if you feel like you are totally dead end, I'm just saying, you know, Google jobs in Maricopa County, Google jobs in Scottsdale, Google, you know.
And come out here and work. Yeah.
Come out. There are a lot of people who are coming here. We are still growing, and
Right.
and that's part of the draw. It's not just the sunshine. It's the jobs and the opportunity.
Well, I love working here. I mean, I'm from Ohio, and I moved out here in August, and I love everything about being here. The weather is amazing.
You moved here in August.
Yes, I moved here in August, and I started in August too. So I moved out here, I think, 2 weeks before my start date.
So you know
It's
the
been
worst
great.
of, you know, of what we
I don't know the worst of the heat, though. Everyone here said that I just came at the end of it, that I just came at the right time. And I do remember landing and my mom and I saying, let's go walk somewhere for dinner. And halfway through the walk, we were in bad moods, like
I'm
we are
sure.
sweating, order an Uber, I can't breathe. So that
Get
was
me
a little
out of
bad.
here. Yes.
But you know, I'd rather have heat than the cold. But
That's what a lot of people say. But then they say with the cold, you can always bundle up and put on another blanket. With the heat, there's only so much you
There's
can
only
take
so
off.
much you can take off.
And you can still take it off, you know, and you're still,
Still hot.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
still hot.
that's true.
But people who live in Oregon, in Portland, in Oregon, they've been sending me pictures of their back decks.
With the snow?
With the snow, and it's like 8 inches, 9 inches, and all they send me these cryptic messages like 8
I hate
degrees.
you. Yeah.
No, it just says 8 degrees, and I send back 65. Sorry.
It's a little chilly today,
Just
actually.
saying. Yeah, and I've got on this big coat, and I'm wearing a scarf and
And
socks.
yeah, we're definitely spoiled out here, I think. But-
We are, but standing, you know, in the heart of Scottsdale, we were in Old Town doing this story.
Yeah.
It's so easy to pick out the visitors and the locals.
Is it? How can you pick them out?
Because the visitors are wearing flip-flops and shorts, and the locals look like me. You know, I'm just
Oh.
like, I'm so cold.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
People
the
come in
visitors-
thinking it's going to be
Oh,
really
yeah.
hot.
No, the visitors, they come in Bermuda shorts and tank tops, and they look at me like I'm nuts, and I look at them like they're nuts.
Yeah.
And because we've just adjusted differently. You know, a high of 65 to me is bundle up weather, and to them it's
Right.
flip-flop weather.
That's
So
so
you see them walking
funny.
around in downtown Scottsdale in their flip-flops.
And my dad's visiting next week. I wonder if he'll wear flip flops. jobs.
Well,
I'll just let him. I'll
he
just see what he
yeah,
wears.
he just might. You know,
Yeah.
well, look ahead. I don't know. There'll be
Yeah.
a 10-day forecast of whatever.
Yeah.
All right, it's called Hot Foot Recruiters. Hot Foot Recruiters. Okay, I found it. That's what I was looking for. I'm like, Linda, try to remember what it is. So that's, I love doing job stories. I've been pitching this story all year, which is only 3 days. But I...
Okay, that was good. I like that.
No, but I was pitching it last year,
Yeah.
too. Last year. I was pitching it, and everyone's like, no,
All year
no.
she's been pitching this story,
And
you
I'm
guys.
like,
Total
no, I
3
want to
days.
do the, now it's time to get, it's a good time to get a job in Arizona and Phoenix story. So finally they bid today.
But I like this.
pitched and
New
pitched.
year, new job. Come to Scottsdale
New
for
year,
it.
new gig. That's right. Yep.
What else you got?
Hot Foot Recruiters. That's pretty much it. Other
Yeah.
than, you know, they list, since there are the top 10 cities for best cities for jobs, then there's the worst cities for jobs.
So
and
we
as
got-
I said, you know, and we all understand Detroit is at the bottom
struggling,
because,
yes.
you know, they're still, it's still a mess.
But-
They have not rebounded. Let's put it that way.
We do know that Ford just is going to be opening their plant there. That's going to bring tons
Right.
of jobs. So hopefully that'll move it off the list of worst cities.
Exactly.
What else is on here?
Cleveland, Ohio is number 143
For the
100
worst.
worst cities.
Wow.
Worcester, Mass. That's surprising. Buffalo, New York, Newark, Bakersfield, and Fresno. Both of those in California.
Tallahassee, Florida. Another
Yeah,
one of the worst cities.
You know, and what they're saying is they're looking at numbers, but I think part of it is when people go to look for talent, these companies that are starting up,
Yeah.
you know, are you going to go to Detroit? Are you going to go to Tallahassee? Are you going to go to Fresno? Are you going to go to Buffalo? You know, because you have to draw people there. You can't just go and set up and take over a building and open the door
Yeah.
and expect everyone to beat a path to your door. You have to draw people to work there for you. And if you're a tech company and you need the best and brightest and people who are on top of it, they don't want to live in Buffalo.
They want to live in
They want to live in
Scottsdale.
Scottsdale. They
Sorry.
do. Or Tempe,
Yeah.
you know, off the lake, lifestyle. You can jog with your dog. You can, so.
Not Cleveland, Ohio.
No, so that's.
And on the best, we got Orlando.
I've never been to Plano. I've heard of Plano, Texas. Orlando is in the top 3.
Gotta love Orlando.
And that Chandler's in the top 7. Chandler, in terms of job growth, they are just hopping.
Chandler. Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
so
in
Arizona
terms of
made the
digital.
list three
Three
times.
times we're in the top 10. Tempe's number 9, Chandler number 7, Scottsdale number 1 for the best cities for a job.
Well, you go Scottsdale.
Go
That's pretty
Scottsdale.
cool.
I know. It's
Yeah.
very cool.
Well,
So that's my
great.
story.
And that airs when?
Tonight at 5.
Tonight at 5. You guys tune in to see Linda. Thank you
Yep,
so
I'll be
much
there.
for sharing
Happy
your story
New Year.
with me.
I know, I'm
Happy
glad.
New Year. She's been working on this all year.
Yes.
3 days.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'm going to use that.
I'm gonna use
It's going
that
to be my
joke
first
now.
line at 5. You know, after working
No,
on this
you
story
should.
all
You
year.
should say that. I would
won't
like that.
appreciate it. I'll be like, get her out of here.
This is a serious story. All right. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, you guys, so that is a great story. Good news for Scottsdale. Again, we're talking about jobs here in Arizona. Scottsdale being named the best place to get a job, where all the opportunities are in Scottsdale. So come on out, hang out with us out here in Arizona and get a job. It's a great place to be. All right, you guys, let's take you right now. We got a lot of top stories to share with you tonight. Let's take you to a live look of New York City for just a moment here. We're live on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, here's a live look of New York City right now. We're about to take you to some of the top stories of the day here on the stream, just to get you all caught up on this Wednesday. It's about 4:22 here in Arizona. Let me know in the chat, where are you guys watching from? I love all the comments and everything you say in the chat, and I love reading your answers on the air here. So let me know where you're watching from, and let me take you to one of the top stories that we've got here. This was a double homicide that happened here in Arizona. Pretty scary story. We're going to take you to this segment right now, and you guys can get the latest on what happened. Let me pull up the volume here.
Right here is good. It is Warrant Wednesday, and Sergeant Jamie Rothschild with Phoenix Police Department joins us now, and you've got a couple of, now these aren't just like purse snatchers or shoplifters. These are homicide suspects.
These are not only a homicide suspect, but someone else was injured in the shooting. And what's concerning about this is this happened in broad daylight. This is about 5 o'clock at night. You've got rounds going out there. They could have hit someone who wasn't involved. So very dangerous situation.
Well, let's get to where this happened, when it happened, and get to all the pertinent information.
Absolutely. So it was Sunday, November 20th, and we've got these two Anthonys were both involved. Now, they were fighting 3 other guys.
Okay.
So Anthony Fimbres, with the hair, went and got a weapon, which Anthony Jacques, the bald suspect, started firing at the 3 males. 2 of the males were hit. One of them died. One of them was injured. And now we need to find these guys or the vehicle.
So whereabouts did this happen?
It was about 16th Street in Cambridge, which is a little bit south of Thomas. That's a very well-populated area, and it's 5 o'clock at night.
So I would imagine that a lot of people know who these guys are, right? Why are they so difficult to find?
So we rely on silent witness. You may not actually know their names. You may recognize the vehicle or their tattoos or seen them in the neighborhood. And oftentimes people won't give that information. They're scared they're going to be discovered. They're scared that there's going to be retaliation. But with silent witness, you're completely anonymous, so that's not a factor.
Silent witness, and I know I mentioned this a lot, but I think it bears repeating, you don't even ask for a name. When they call in and give you a tip, they're assigned like just a random number. Isn't that correct?
We
Explain that to
refuse a
us.
name. So if they try to give a name, we actually stop them. We give them a code name, code number, and then if they continue to give a name, we tell them, hey, we're just going to need you to call back. We can't jeopardize the program's stability or reputation.
So there's no way, if you know these guys and you're saying, hey, look, I'm thinking they did something wrong here, they got to pay for what they did. You call in to silent witness, you get a number, and then on the other side of things, not only are you doing something for your community, you also can be eligible for a reward, correct?
Absolutely. So you get a cash reward. We're not going to know who you are. We're just going to tell you, go to this bank at your leisure, pick it up, no name, no ID. But you don't have to wait for us to put out a case. If you know about any felony that's going on, call silent witness. We'll get that not just to Phoenix, but to any police agency statewide, and we'll help make your community safer.
All right, Sergeant, good luck in getting these guys off the street. Give us the number for call for silent witness.
480-WITNESS, or you can check out our website, silentwitness.org, completely anonymous, and you will get cash if you lead to the arrest of these guys.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. Well, that was just one of the top stories I wanted to bring you to. Double homicide, crazy story here in Arizona. We're actually going to take you to another live event that's happening soon. This is a press conference for the woman that was hit in the face by a police officer. This press conference coming out of Flagstaff. Let's take you there now. This is a live event happening very shortly here on the Fox News Now stream. Stick with us.
Ready?
We got to figure a way to do this, so I've got some room to look at a piece of paper. Look at that. Is there anybody waiting in the lobby? Yeah, we're okay out there? Everybody's here? Well, thank you all for this opportunity. First, let me say that in addition to today's rather lengthy prepared statement, which you will all be given a copy of, the Flagstaff Police Department intends to post copies of this investigation to the FPD Transparency website. And just to make sure that that is accurate, we have that written on the whiteboard over here to my left. Those postings will be made immediately following today's press conference, and I'm confident that all of your questions regarding this investigation and what has transpired will be answered in those documents. Again, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on an incident that occurred on November 16th with Officer Bonar of the Flagstaff Police Department. On that date, Officer Bonar arrested Marissa Morris for aggravated assault and resisting arrest following a stop and detention that he made regarding warrants he believed she had at that time. During this detention, a struggle occurred. Acquaintances of Miss Morris began filming the encounter, and a video of the incident was recorded showing Bonar striking Miss Morris in the face. This video was released later that day on social media. The warrants Bonar originally contacted her for were later found to have been served on October 18th of 2016. Miss Morris was booked that day for aggravated assault and resisting arrest. Upon learning of the video and what it depicted, the Flagstaff Police Department immediately suspended Officer Bonar, and he has been on administrative leave since that time. An internal affairs investigation and separate criminal investigation was launched immediately. In today's statement, I will be referring to findings solely related to the administrative investigation performed by the Flagstaff Police Department. The Northern Arizona University Police Department has been conducting the criminal investigation into possible assault charges on Officer Bonar. Additionally, a criminal investigator with the Coconino County Sheriff's Office has been reviewing the initial investigation plus any additional investigation performed by NAUPD in order to determine any recommended criminal charges on Miss Morris from this incident. The criminal case investigated by the NAU Police Department against Officer Bonar's actions has been submitted to the Coconino County Attorney's Office for review. They have conflicted this case and have sent it to the Mojave County Attorney's Office. We have not received the findings from that review at this time. We have not received the charges against Ms. Morris once again have been reviewed and prepared by the Coconino County Sheriff's Office and have also been submitted to the Coconino County Attorney's Office for review. We have no update on this review at this time either. The Flagstaff Police Department has not formally filed charges on Ms. Morris from the arrest by Officer Bonar because additional information in this matter was being gathered, and we felt that it was only ethical that we include this additional information before the case on Ms. Morris was formally charged. As NAUPD is acting on Ms. Morris's behalf as a potential victim of a crime, it made no sense that they also review the case for formal charging against her. Thus, the request was made to the Coconino County Sheriff's Office to conduct that review. I appreciate the patience shown by my community during the course of these investigations. The investigations have taken longer than expected due largely to delays in meeting with witnesses in order to conduct interviews. This was out of our control. We have also been very careful to assure that the rights of all parties involved have been protected. I have served this community for 30 years as a law enforcement officer and consider this to be one of my chief responsibilities. By way of explanation, the administrative investigation conducted by the Flagstaff Police Department and NAUPD are parallel but separate investigations. All information gathered by the NAU Police Department can be used by the Flagstaff Police Department in the administrative investigation. However, information gathered in the administrative investigation by the Flagstaff Police Department cannot be shared. This is because we compel statements from the officer in our investigation. Peace officers are citizens of the United States and are afforded the same rights as any other citizen. Because we compel our employees to provide us statements, these statements, by law, cannot be shared when a criminal investigation is also being conducted. Officer Bonar participated with both investigations, providing statements to both the criminal and the administrative investigators. Today's remarks will be limited to those statements he provided to NAUPD in the criminal investigation in order to continue to protect the rights afforded to him in the compelled statements collected in the administrative investigation by my agency. Officer Bonar also has rights under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights found under Arizona Revised Statutes 381101 through 381112. These rights govern the way we must conduct the internal investigation. The administrative investigation reviewed several possible policy violations on the part of Officer Bonar, and we reviewed carefully the level of force and reasonableness used in this encounter. The criteria used in determining findings in this investigation are the policies, rules, and regulations of the Flagstaff Police Department, as well as supporting case law. On November 16, 2016, at the time Officer Bonar contacted Ms. Morris, he possessed information that led him to believe she had 2 warrants. This information was derived from an incident he was involved in on October 18th, which is documented in a report with the Flagstaff Police Department. He saw a photograph of Ms. Morris on October 18th, and on November 16th, after being called to assist Coconino County Sheriff's Deputy Winchester with an eviction, he recognized Ms. Morris as he was preparing to leave the scene. Officer Bonar approached her, advised he thought she had a warrant, and asked to speak further with her. According to Bonar and others, Ms. Morris stated that she did not have warrants and walked away. At this point, Bonar grabbed Ms. Morris, and for a short time they began to struggle. During this interaction, Bonar states she kneed him in the groin. This was not captured on the video recording later shared on social media. In Officer Bonar's initial contact, he was acting in good faith on the reasonable belief that Ms. Morris had warrants for her arrest that were still valid. The law allows officers to make stops and brief detentions in the effort to further investigate possible criminal activity. Bonar could not recall Ms. Morris's name or date of birth and was attempting to detain her in order to obtain this information and run her through the computer to determine if the warrants were valid and confirmed. I believe both parties, Ms. Morris and Officer Bonar, had options in this incident. Ms. Morris could have complied with Officer Bonar's lawful request to stop, provide her name and date of birth. She was informed that Officer Bonar thought she had warrants. She would have been run in the computer, the warrants determined to have been cleared, and in a relatively short time period she would have been released. Ms. Morris had no right under the law to resist this lawful detention. On Officer Bonar's part, he could have pursued other options to determine Ms. Morris's name and perhaps run her before making contact, especially since his information on the warrants was dated. The findings that the warrants had been cleared would have eliminated the need for contact. Bonar also could have disengaged at any time in order to conduct further follow-up, especially when Ms. Morris and several others were indicating that she did not have a warrant. He also could have done a better job of verbally de-escalating this situation. The Flagstaff Police Department promotes de-escalation techniques, and these measures were certainly an option for Officer Bonar. Our administrative investigation reviewed several possible policy violations on Officer Bonar, and very generally, I will share those that we have sustained. We have sustained policy violations of unreasonable and excessive force by Officer Bonar. The level of resistance by Ms. Morris during this incident did not warrant the head strikes used by the officer. As a part of our administrative investigation, we also reviewed our policy governing the use of the body camera. It is clear that Officer Bonar's body camera was not activated when he approached Ms. Morris, and according to our policies, this is a violation. I want to speak just a little further on this point. As a chief who brought body cameras to this department and to this community, I understand the importance of the proper use of this technology. I have said many times, however, that just because an encounter is not on body camera does not automatically conclude that an officer is not telling the truth. I have also advocated for an understanding in those rare occasions where an officer during immediate exigency is confronting a life-threatening situation where they need to pay more attention to a violent subject or the incident than to the activation of the camera. I never want to attend the funeral of an officer because they were more concerned with turning on the camera than being aware of their surroundings in those relatively rare situations. There are continuing advancements in this technology, and I'm confident that there will be a day where manual activation of the camera will be a thing of the past. In the meantime, I will continue to insist that our officers adhere to our policies regarding the body cameras. In this situation, Officer Bonar shut off his camera after arriving to consult with Deputy Winchester. This is allowable under our policy. He then failed to reactivate the camera when he and Deputy Winchester contacted individuals related to the eviction, and again when Bonar approached Miss Morris. I find no excuse for him not activating his camera, and it is a clear violation of our policies. As a part of the disciplinary policies of the City of Flagstaff and the Police Department, my command staff reviews violations of policy and forwards to me a recommendation for discipline. In this case, their recommendation was for termination. On December 27th of 2016, Mr. Bonar was informed in writing of a notice of recommendation for termination, and a pre-determination hearing was scheduled with me for this afternoon. At this meeting, Mr. Bonar would have been afforded the opportunity to present his views on the findings to me. I would have taken his presentation under advisement and then would have made a final determination on the discipline. At 9:30 this morning, before the scheduled predetermination hearing, Officer Bonar tendered his resignation effective immediately. In the City of Flagstaff personnel policies and according to due process, an employee has a right to voluntarily resign at any time prior to the predetermination meeting, and his resignation was accepted. The Flagstaff Police Department has concluded its administrative review and the findings regarding Mr. Bonar's actions. I have read this report and its findings, and I'm confident in the thoroughness and accuracy of that investigation. This investigation will remain on file as a matter of record with our office. Additionally, we have a professional and ethical obligation to report Mr. Bonar's separation from our department and our investigation to the Arizona Peace Officers Standards and Training Office. This is an office also known as POST. POST is the office governing the certification of peace officers in the state of Arizona. We will cooperate fully with the POST board in any review that they deem necessary in this case. Mr. Bonar's actions in this case are not consistent with the culture of our fine agency, our training, our mission, our oath of office, our values, or our policies. We remain, as always, committed to professional policing here on the Flagstaff Police Department, and Mr. Bonar's conduct is not reflective of the way we police in this community. I understand that the public confers legitimacy only on those whom they believe are acting in procedurally just ways. As promised, reports pertaining to this investigation once again will be posted to the website we created, which is found at http://fpdtransparency.com. Again, it is written on the board to my left. Those reports will include the investigations conducted by both the Northern Arizona Police Department, the Coconino County Sheriff's Office, and our own administrative investigation. There will be a few sections of our investigation redacted once again to protect Mr. Bonar's rights and to adhere to our requirements under the Peace Officer Bill of Rights found under ARS 381101 through 381112. I want to also assure my community that our department works hard to police professionally and prevent isolated incidents like this from occurring. The Flagstaff Police Department conducts full and complete background investigations on all officers hired, and we maintain very high standards on this department. We have best practice policies and train regularly on the application of those policies. I will conclude by thanking the Northern Arizona University Police Department and the Coconino County Sheriff's Office for their professionalism and their assistance in this case. As a law enforcement professional, I understand we must enhance the trust between the police and communities that we are privileged to serve. As law enforcement professionals, we have a responsibility to do what is right, and we are expected to get it right every time. This is a sad case where trust between the police and the community was impacted and a law enforcement career ended early. But the incident is not reflective of the professional, hardworking people of my agency or the high standards this department sets for professional policing in our community. I would like to thank the citizens of the City of Flagstaff for their patience with this process, for their understanding of the rights of all involved, and their continued support for our police officers. I will entertain a few questions, but may likely refer you to the large number of reports that we are currently posting for the sake of accuracy. Thank you.
Was it ever found whether or not Mrs. Morris need or fit Officer Bonar?
That was a large part of the investigation, both the criminal investigation and administrative investigation. I will say that there were policies that were reviewed regarding the accuracy and truthfulness of his report, and none of those policies were sustained.
So any future criminal charges in this case, whether it be from Ms. Morris or from Officer Bonar, will that come from the Coconino County Attorney's Office or a collection of both? How is that going to work?
So my understanding is right now the Coconino County Sheriff's Office has forwarded the report regarding the charges, potential charges against Ms. Morris to the Coconino County Attorney's Office. They have not replied, and we have no knowledge that they will conflict that at this time. The report forwarded by the NEU Police Department regarding the charges, potential charges against Officer Bonar was forwarded first to the Coconino County Attorney's Office, and they have conflicted that, and it is being reviewed once again by the Mojave County Attorney's Office. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed your answer. Was there any evidence or any report from the witness, same officer, the sheriff that was there, that Ms. Morris kicked and kneed?
So there are a number of interviews that are on file and will be available for all of your review that we would be posting. There are conflicting statements regarding those interviews. So we have an interview with a witness who says that he saw something that appears as if Officer Bonar was in fact struck. We of course have Officer Bonar's statement, and then we have other statements from individuals who are saying that they don't think that it happened.
Do you mind if I ask, do you know what the sheriff, there's a sheriff on the video who's also trying to get Ms. Morris to comply. Did his statement state that Officer Bonar was kicked or kneed by her?
So his report has been available on the FPD Transparency website for some time. And his report indicates that he did not see this, but it also indicates that he may have been in a position where he missed it or didn't see it.
Did anyone besides Officer Bonar see him get kicked?
There is an interview once again of an individual who was contacted who provides a statement indicating that he saw a reaction by Officer Bonar that might have led him to believe or may lead a reasonable person to believe that there was a strike. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned in your statement that you have to report Bonar's, suggestion for termination to the Arizona Peace officers. Does that disqualify him from getting another policing job?
So that will be completely up to Arizona Post. So the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board will start by reviewing our report, and then they will make a determination as to whether or not they believe that his actions would constitute a review of his certification to be a peace officer in the state of Arizona.
So there were a grand total of 2 policy violations?
No, there's more. I believe there's a total of 6. Yes, the majority of them talk about the excessive unreasonable force.
So most of the 6 policy violations deal with use of excessive force?
Correct. Most of them do. Any other
Chief,
questions?
how do you, obviously you've taken great steps to try to, mend any damage with the community and sort of public perception. What next? Are you hoping this is it and the public will kind of accept the degree to which you guys handled this?
Well, certainly our transparency, the fact that the process worked, that we took this very seriously, we have policies in place, we hold our people accountable. So I'm certainly hopeful that our community will recognize that a mistake was made here. It was a critical mistake that won't be tolerated, and we're moving forward appropriately. So we are a learning organization at the Flagstaff Police Department, and so we will certainly take a very, very close look at this and do whatever is in our power to try to prevent anything like this from happening again.
And you said that the criminal investigation is still being conducted, but you believe that as a police chief and reading your findings that this was a criminal mistake on behalf of your office?
So I didn't go as far as saying that. Again, today's review is on the administrative policies that apply to what transpired here. So that's what I'm commenting on today. Once again, the criminal investigation has been turned over to the NEU Police Department, and so they've been conducting that. And it's not technically still under investigation. It's been released as well. It's under review by the county attorney.
Could you give a quick word on how difficult it is when you're reviewing what is on tape versus what's not, especially if the body camera is not rolling?
You know, there was a call for a quick response by many people in society, quite frankly. And what I learned long ago is that you know, a short snippet of tape may not tell the whole story. So, you know, I owe it to our officers, I owe it to our community to conduct a full and complete investigation. And there was more to the story than just what was on tape. Certainly what was on tape was very concerning, and that's what led to our immediate response to place him on administrative investigation and conducting
And what
this
would
investigation.
you have for Ms. Morris right now at this time?
Well, I think I've covered it in the you know, in the statement. So I think that's been covered. Yes, ma'am.
If the video were not captured by the civilian who did put it on social media, would we have had this type of robust investigation? Is this general policy, or would we have seen maybe something different?
Flagstaff Police Department takes very seriously any complaints or concerns that we hear from our community. Each and every one of them is documented and investigated fully. Now, I obviously find value in videotape evidence, or I wouldn't have brought the body camera here to our community. So that you know, certainly helped in making a determination of what occurred in this case. But we would have conducted a full and complete investigation and taken it very seriously, regardless.
Is it accurate to say that he was fired, or it was recommended that he be terminated, and he did not object to that, or?
There was a recommendation for termination, and he submitted a resignation that, according to the city personnel policies, we had to accept prior to that process being completed.
So I guess just to kind of wrap it up, as far as to make sure things like this don't happen, I know you said you work hard to prevent things like this, isolated incident. So what will be the case going forward? And I know you mentioned that manually turning on that body camera, will that be something that you're working on going forward?
You know, we already have policies that mandate that the body camera, once again, should have been turned on in this particular situation. If we find policy violations where the camera is not turned on, and that would come to our attention through a review, our ongoing review of all use of force incidents, or a review of a citizen complaint, or that type of thing, then we do you know, handle those in a way that's commensurate with the you know, with the violation and a history. As far as going forward, you know, again, we're looking at making some modifications to our use of force form that will detail a little bit better, a little bit more clearly the use of hand strikes. And we are also looking at an even higher review of any incident of use of force that does not accompany a body camera image.
Going off of that, have you had officers fired that were not caught on body camera for excessive force?
Well, you know, this would go back some time, and yes, I can say that this agency has, in the past, terminated officers for use of force violations that were not caught on body camera.
Since he did resign, does that also affect his post-certification and a chance for a job at another department somewhere else?
Yeah, it should have no bearing whatsoever on the post-review.
Is this going to be something that would follow him in a record when he applies somewhere else?
It will be a record of in our agency, and it's very typical that other law enforcement agencies will contact us when there's an employee that they're looking at that was previously an employee with the Flagstaff Police Department. Yes, ma'am.
Was it a coincidence that the community liaison committee was created and having a meeting next Wednesday, or is it just?
That's a complete coincidence. We've held public meetings once a quarter, and so that meeting's been on the books since prior to this incident. Yes, ma'am.
Is there something else that could have happened after the termination was recommended? What would change? Like, what would keep him employed with the police department? Is there anything that could have, if he didn't submit that letter of resignation?
Well, again, the process is he would have been afforded an opportunity to state his case with me. I would have given his words or his presentation, you know, some evaluation, and then I would have made the final determination.
So there was a chance, if maybe he submitted his case to you, that he could have stayed with the department. Do you have an opinion on that?
You know, I really can't offer an opinion on that because I wasn't afforded that opportunity. All right, I'm going to wrap it up at that point. Thank you all very much for your attention. I appreciate you being here.
No, go for it. If you guys have any other questions. I'm Sergeant Corey Runge. I'm the one who sent out the media release. I hope you all received it. It has my contact information on it if you need it, or you need my email address.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the press conference for that Flagstaff police officer that was seen in that video hitting a woman in the face. Let's turn this up a minute. See actually if this guy's saying anything. One sec, guys.
Thank you.
Here's copies of his press release.
Thank you very much.
All right, just wanted to double check. Looks like they have wrapped up that press conference. Again, this is about the woman who was hit in the face in that video by that Flagstaff police officer. And if you guys don't know this story, we actually have a little bit of video of Marissa Morris sharing her experience when this happened. Let's play that for you right now.
It's just that this phone is dying, and I'm just wondering if they really are taking this live at 5.
You are under arrest for a warrant. And I said, you cannot arrest me without me actually having a warrant. And punched me in my face twice, choked me, and proceeded to arrest me and twist my arm and just brutally attack me.
Hey!
This is the video that you're seeing here coming from the Flagstaff Police Department of that incident. This video surfaced on the internet and everyone was able to see it. This woman being hit in the face after having an altercation with that police officer out of Flagstaff, Arizona. Let's take a listen again to what Marissa Morris has to say.
He said, you are under arrest for a warrant. And I said, you cannot arrest me without me actually having a warrant. And punched me in my face twice, choked me, and proceeded to arrest me and twist my arm and just brutally attack me.
Hey!
Well, it is a crazy story, and you can see in that video pretty shocking stuff. Again, we just wrapped up that press conference. Let's take you now to another live event. Everybody, well, this is an event where Penzone will be taking his third swearing in of this new year. This is located at the Herd Museum. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. This event set to begin any moment now. Stick with us here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Casey. I'm Director of Public Information for Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Paul's going to be out in just a few minutes, and we originally planned on doing this oath of office up here, but I'm not wild about this platform. It's a little shaky. So we're gonna get off on the right foot, and Paul's going to stand over here to take the oath of office, and then he's going to address you. I assume the cameras can all see okay? Guys good? I'm getting this. So you want the folks in front of you to get down a little bit or move to the side? There you go. How's that? Is that better? Okay. So I didn't mean to interrupt your conversations. Paul will be out in just a few minutes, and we'll get going. Thanks. Stand.
All right, you guys, well, I appreciate you watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. This is the third swearing in of Paul Penzone, happening in just a few seconds here. This is at the Herd Museum in Phoenix, Arizona. you guys are just joining us here, this is the new Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone swearing in. This is his third swearing in of the day. There's been a lot of ceremonies for him. Paul Penzone, I should say, he took oath of office as the newest Maricopa County Sheriff today for the second time, and the ceremony won't be his last. This is his third one, actually, of the day. Now, earlier today, with his wife Veronica and son Austin, Penzone placed his hand on a Bible held by United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit judge just before 9:50 a.m. this morning at the County Board of Supervisors in downtown Phoenix. His oath was sworn along with those of civil servants such as County Attorney Bill Montgomery and Maricopa County School Superintendent Steve Watson. Now, by the end of the day today, Paul Penzone will have been sworn in on 3 separate occasions. You got to do it 3 times to make sure you really mean it. Again, this is exciting. Paul Penzone swearing in for the 3rd time today. We're about to see it live here on the Fox News Now stream. This is at the Heard Museum in downtown Phoenix. Now, 3 times swearing in. The first one is when he officially took office at midnight, January 1st, this morning with the other elected county officials, and then right now at the Heard Museum, which is a ceremony set up with a lot of his supporters here. You can see a lot of Christmas decorations, some nice music playing, everyone happy, shaking each other's hands. A nice event today here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's about 5:05 here. You can see him there shaking hands. He looks pretty happy to be swearing in for the 3rd time of the day.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming out to the Heard Museum tonight to celebrate a new era in Maricopa County and in Maricopa County law enforcement. What's going to happen in the next couple of minutes is Sheriff Paul Penzone is going to take the oath of office again, and then he's going to offer some remarks of celebration for what was achieved this past November. So I'll welcome to this area for the oath of office, Sheriff Paul Penzone.
Good evening. Muy buenas tardes. It's always an honor to be asked to present the oath of office to any public official, especially when the public official has been voted on by the people of the county, of this state, and in particular, when the public official is about to undertake the duties and responsibilities of protecting, safeguarding all of the people of Maricopa County. So it is, in fact, my pleasure and privilege to be here today and this evening to administer the oath to Paul Penzone. My name is Mary Murguia. I'm a United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. I have known Paul for some time now and have known him to be a dedicated public servant. Previously, I know he will undertake his duties with all of the responsibility that we would hope that one who is about to undertake the oath of sheriff would want to. And so it's a privilege for me to administer the oath, especially in the presence of his wife and son and all of you. So without further ado. If you could please repeat after me. I, Paul Penzone,
I, Paul Penzone,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same
and defend them against all enemies,
and defend them against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
and
that I will faithfully
and impartially
discharge the duties of the office of county sheriff according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
So help me God.
Sheriff Paul Penzone, congratulations.
First, I want to thank Judge Marghia for taking time today to come and be a part of this. I have known her for a very long time in her service, and it's an honor to have her here to take the oath, to deliver the oath on my behalf. It's really uncommon for me to work from notes, but I think it's important today because there's a lot of things I want to make sure that I express. First, I want to begin by thanking my friends who have stood by me through this process. You've challenged me, you've inspired me, and believed in me. And together, I believe that we've overcome a challenge that many would have said was unlikely, if not impossible. So we did this together, and I'm thankful for you. To my staff, volunteers, and supporters, my words could never match my gratitude for your selflessness, the kindness and dedication that you've shown throughout the campaign, behind the scenes to do the work that makes candidates who they are, and brings them to office to give them the opportunity to serve. And I thank you so much. I see so many faces out here that were with me in 2012 as well as in 2016, and I'm very grateful for your support and friendship. To my colleagues in the public safety arena, I want to thank you for the time that we spent together during my previous career and tell you that I'm honored to have the chance to work with you again as a colleague to lead law enforcement organizations on behalf of this community. There's nothing more important to our families than our safety and our health. And the law enforcement responsibility is one of the greatest. So I'm thankful that you've welcomed me in the manner that you have to serve with you. As a matter of fact, my good friend, Chief Jerry Williams, is in the back of the room there. She's recently appointed as a chief of police for the Phoenix Police Department. She and I have known each other since we were rookies, and she has led by example. To have the chance to work with her moving forward is an honor for me. I also want to acknowledge Phoenix Fire Chief Kara Kalkbrenner, who's here today. She and Chief Williams, two female leaders in public safety in the nation. I think Arizona is the only place where we have a major metropolitan city where we have two strong female leaders to lead the two public safety offices. So please give them a round of applause. There are many dignitaries here today, so I'm going to make sure that I do my best not to leave anyone out. But my good friend, a city council member from Avondale, Lorenzo Sierra, I believe is here today. Queen Creek Mayor Barney, Youngtown Mayor LaVault, Buckeye Mayor Meck, Carefree Mayor Peterson, and Tollison's new mayor, my old friend Anna Tovar. I want to thank you for your service and tell you that I'm excited to have the chance to work with you on behalf of your communities to do more to ensure that we're not only providing safety, but that we have a strong partnership and that we're in this effort together to build a stronger Maricopa County. Supervisor Gallardo, I believe, is here today from the Board of Supervisors. And to the rest of the board who may not have been able to attend tonight. Since the election night, they have been overwhelmingly supportive and helpful in this transition, which is overwhelming. I'd like to recognize the fine men and women of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. You see many of them in the back of the room in uniform, some in civilian clothes. These are the men and women that have been serving in that office for many years, that put their lives on the line to dedicated service on behalf of this community. And to have the chance to join them today and be a part of the family that already exists is an honor for me, and I want to thank them for the service that they've given and for the service that we will give collectively together. So please give them a round of applause. And last but by no means least is my family. My parents, my sister, my niece are here today, seated at the table here. My wife Veronica and my son Austin. Many of you in the room already know them all well. And you know my story, that I would not be here with you today if not for them. They're the strength that when you go through a political campaign and you go home at the end of a long day, they remind you why this fight is so important. Because it's not just about my own family, but it's about your families. So please give them a round of applause. I think it's important to point out that I'm a man of faith, and for all of us, regardless of what our faith is or our beliefs, it's important to know why you do what you do. And for me, when I faced challenges during the campaign, I always reflected back as to why I was doing this, what was important, and it was never about me. It was about the chance to serve again. So I want to thank my Lord for giving me this opportunity. So now that the thank yous are out of the way, this is the first time in many years for me that I woke up and put a uniform on. And although this one looks a little different than the one I wore previously, I have to say I make this look good. And I wear it with great pride, like the men and women that you see in the room here. To have a chance to wear the uniform and this badge, put a gun on your side knowing that it's there for a purpose and you hope to never have to use it, and to go out in the community in service to try to keep others safe is truly an honor and a privilege. So when I put this uniform on this morning, it reminded me of the importance of what this badge represents and the men and women who wear the uniform. So I'm honored to wear this uniform with you, men and women. Thank you. Thank you. My very good friend, Cortez Colt alum, Mayor Greg Stanton. See, my wife's keeping me on track, which is always very important. And I am going to say, Mayor Stanton has not only been a good friend, but he is relentless. And I can tell you that not only did he support me 2012 and 2016, but on Election Day, I wish I had his energy because he took me to the polls and he was working people over to make sure that I was the sheriff of this county. So forgive me, Mayor Stanton. You know that I love you. You're a good man. I want to speak to a couple of things. I just spoke about this badge and this uniform, what's special about it, and I hope that my numbers are accurate, but I want everyone to recognize that 18 employees of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that wore this uniform gave their lives in service of this community. There are over 3,000 employees in the Sheriff's Office that serve sworn capacity as detention officers and civilians. And they come from the communities and the families just like we do in this room here. They leave their families in the beginning of the day to go in service and go home to their families at the end of the night. And when they do that, they do it with a great sense of pride to serve and to protect and to serve in many capacities. And I want us to always remember that although we hold different roles and responsibilities within the community, we are one community. And we need to recognize that these men and women have families, have their own personal issues and things that go on in their lives, yet they're willing to sacrifice every day on our behalf. And that's why I am so honored to have this opportunity again. As I look around this room of my friends and family, as I stated earlier, as a man of faith, I know there are many faiths, many backgrounds, many cultures, and we all take pride in who we are and where we come from. But ultimately, I think we all agree on one thing, that we live in the United States because it's the greatest nation in the world. And when we live in the United States or we come here to visit, and those who pursue citizenship, we do it because we have an agreement, an understanding. And that understanding is that our governance, our laws, the things that we live by in this country matter to us. They're what separate us from other countries where there are challenges beyond ours. And we all agree that we have to enforce, abide, and believe in these rules and laws, because that's what makes this nation special and keeps us safe. This is what's most defining. And in order for this community to move forward in a healthy way, and even as I reflect across the nation, see the challenges in law enforcement in some communities, we have to recognize that we are one. And those that we face that want to do harm to our families, take our property, hurt our children, the only way that we'll be stronger and address this issue is if law enforcement and the community at large come together and recognize and appreciate what is special about us and what is unique about us, but that collectively we are still one community. I want to share just a brief story that occurred during my campaign. Because as you know, as I stand up here in uniform and you see the other sworn officials, we're all familiar with what a police officer or a deputy does when they go on the street, and we appreciate the sacrifice. But as I mentioned earlier, there's a division within the sheriff's office that does not get the recognition or the support that it should, and that's the detention side and the civilians. These are men and women that go to work every day into what is basically a confined space, a controlled environment with block walls, steel doors. It's not a comfortable environment. It's an environment that doesn't smell good, doesn't feel good, and it's not welcoming. And although I'll acknowledge that a lot of men and women who are incarcerated are good people who made bad decisions, those environments are still environments that are filled with a criminal element, people paying a penalty. Many of those men and women incarcerated have drug addiction or mental illness, are violent by nature. It's a very unsound, unsafe, and oftentimes unhealthy environment. Yet these detention officers go to work every day trying to keep order and control in that environment, trying to keep those inmates safe while still protecting themselves. It is a job that does not get the level of appreciation or support that it should, because it's not something we see on the front page of the news unless something goes wrong. But at the end of the day, these are the people that keep inmates incarcerated safely so that we can attend events such as these safely. So the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office consists of a lot of different roles and responsibilities, no one more important than the other. But it is time that we started telling those stories so that we understood where the sacrifices occur. So during my campaign, not much of a Facebook guy, but I did have someone reach out to me on Facebook, and it was a detention officer. Her name was Sandy. And she asked if we could speak. So when I had time, I did reach out to her. And she didn't ask for a favor. She didn't ask for anything for herself. What she expressed to me was she understood that she went to work every day in an environment that was not very welcoming, that she does not expect to be paid tremendously, but that when she and her colleagues go to work every day, they felt unappreciated, that there was a lack of morale. And if I could do any one thing for the detention side, it is to focus on improving morale for the men and women whose names and faces we never see unless we've done something wrong. It's a pretty simple request, and I'll do my best as sheriff to address that issue. But I'm going to challenge this community to address that issue, to recognize that although we've seen things in our own community and others where law enforcement or others have misrepresented the power, the authority, the privilege we've been given, but ultimately the majority of the men and women work very hard on our behalf. And the more appreciation and support we show to ensure that they're trained and given the tools and resources to be safe and effective, the better the morale will be and the safer the entire community will be. Because you know when you go to work how you feel about your day. When you're feeling good and you're more productive. Or if you're feeling unwelcomed or unappreciated, it makes for a long day. It's time we turn the page and focused on a community where we all come together, as I said earlier. I want to talk just briefly about why I am the sheriff. We know that the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has faced challenges in the past decade or more. We know that there are issues related to the court where monitors are now part of the process to ensure that we're meeting the rule of law that we're acting ethically and with integrity and professionally. It's not an easy challenge, and for a lot of the men and women in the organization, there's disappointment because they are better, they know better, they feel better, but certain decisions adversely impacted the course of their career. This is a top priority for me, to restore, I don't want to say professionalism because I believe it already exists, but a reputation that's deserving of those doing the job. But we can't ignore that it's going to take time. The problem didn't occur overnight, and we won't fix it overnight. So I hope that when you speak with your family and friends, you preach patience, you preach understanding, you recognize that as humans we'll make mistakes, but we'll work hard to be transparent and correct those mistakes so that we can all benefit. But it will be a long road, and we're in this together. So as you're here with me tonight and through the campaign, I hope that you'll stay by my side and your new friends in the room, speak highly of them, get to know them better, and be a support for a better Maricopa County. I believe the last chapter in the Sheriff's Office is closed, and the new chapter will be written and defined by our actions. Our actions will be those where this community, regardless of where you come from or the color of your skin or your religion or ethnicity, will be irrelevant. It will be about love and compassion and support and a serious, determined focus on keeping this community safe and holding criminals accountable to ensure, as I stated earlier, that the reason that we love the United States of America and abide by these laws and rules in the Constitution is because it's what separates us from others. But when we look in the mirror, it's a reflection of who we are and what we stand for. So this problem will not be overcome by our efforts alone. It'll be by a partnership with everyone in this community. So I will tell you that as the 37th Sheriff of Maricopa County, it is an honor and a privilege, and I thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that is the new Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone being sworn in for the third time of the day. We're live here on the Fox News Now stream. Thanks for joining us here during this live event. Let's take you to another live event right now where they're holding a press conference for a missing child kidnapped on Facebook Live.
Video of a brutal act towards an adult male with mental health challenges made its way onto social media. The images in the video put on display the brazenness of the offenders who assaulted the victim and then broadcast it for the entire world to see. Thanks to the outstanding work of 11 district police officers and Area North detectives, all 4 offenders from the incident are in police custody and awaiting formal charges. The victim, who is not a Chicago resident, is currently recovering from the incident. I've said time and time again that if you commit an act of violence in the city of Chicago, you will feel the full weight of the Chicago Police Department. And tonight, 4 individuals have experienced the consequences of their actions. Now I'd like to ask the Executive Officer, Captain Steve Sesso of the 11th District, to provide you with the details of the incident leading up to the arrest.
Stephen, S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name is Sesso, S-E-S-S-O. Okay. Yesterday afternoon, in the area of Homan and Lexington, some alert 11 district officers encountered an individual, and it didn't seem right, the situation. They saw clearly that this individual was in distress and he was in crisis. And they cared enough to do something about it. This individual was taken to the hospital and an investigation was conducted. At the same time, there were some individuals from another incident that were taken into custody at roughly the same address. The officers working hand in hand were able to put together the fact that the individual they encountered in distress was missing from one of our suburbs and considered an endangered missing. The address they found this individual at coincides with the address of the arrest of several individuals. So during the course of talking to this individual who was in distress, they were able to determine the location was most likely one and the same, that the individuals that were currently detained were responsible in some way, shape, or form for injury and or maltreatment to this victim. So now I'll turn this over to Commander Duffin of the Area North Detective Division for further information.
Thanks, Steve. Commander Kevin Duffin, that's D-U-F-F-I-N. Our detectives, upon being notified by the officers from the 11th District, became involved in the investigation and communicated with the suburb where the subject was missing from. After his treatment at the hospital, he was released, and his parents came into Area North Detective Division. All four offenders, 2 female adults, 2 male adults, 3 of which are Chicago residents. 1 is from Carpentersville. Have given videotape statements, and currently the Cook County State's Attorney's Office is at Area North interviewing the victim and his family, and we anticipate charges in the next 24 hours.
Do you know how the individual got to be down in Chicago?
He is an acquaintance of one of these subjects, and apparently they met out in the suburbs. These subjects then stole a van out in the suburbs and brought him into Chicago.
Kidnapped out in the suburbs?
We're still talking to the victim. It's quite a possibility it is a kidnapping, and that's certainly one of the charges we'll be seeking if it turns out to be that. But he's traumatized by the incident, and it's very tough to communicate with him at this point.
Commander, was he drugged, or he appears inebriated? There's a second video where he clearly does not appear to be, like you said, he's disturbed. Is there any connection that he was possibly injected with something, or was he under the influence of something?
We don't believe, he hasn't said he's under the influence of anything. I mean, obviously there were medical tests done at the hospital. Toxology will take a few weeks.
Was there some drug connection that brought him in connection with this other individual he knew out in the suburb?
No.
Do you know how long he was with these individuals?
It appears at least 24 hours. We're thinking as long as maybe 48 hours.
Was there a missing person report filed in the north suburbs?
Yes, there was.
Superintendent, do you think that this rises to the level of a hate crime?
We're still investigating it, and if the facts guide us to that in that direction, then we'll certainly charge them appropriately.
Superintendent, can you talk about the uniqueness of this case? Broadcast on Facebook Live, your officers were able to put these pieces together. And did your cyber team work on this? Were you able to use technology in that way? I'm just curious about how that.
This was simply the hard work of some patrolmen that work in the 11th District. And this kind of illustrates how, you hear the narrative that police are backing down and not doing their jobs. This is a perfect example of them doing their jobs. They cared enough when they saw this individual that appeared to be in distress to take the case even further and continue investigating, and it brought us to where we are right now. So I'm very proud of those officers. I'm proud of the detectives working on it.
Can you give us your reaction to just seeing this video and what happened on this?
Have you seen the video? It's sickening. It's sickening. It makes you wonder what would make individuals treat somebody like that. So I've been a cop for 28 years, and I've seen things that you shouldn't see in a lifetime, but it still amazes me how you still see things that you just shouldn't. So I'm not going to say it shocked me, but it was sickening.
I know we heard a lot of things said in the video, directed towards white people, directed towards Donald Trump. Do you guys, what's the reason for this? Have you, in your questioning, been able to determine anything?
You know, although they are adults, they're 18. Kids make stupid decisions. I shouldn't call them kids. They're legally adults, but they're young adults, and they make stupid decisions. That certainly will be part of whether or not a hate crime is, if we seek a hate crime, to determine whether or not this is sincere or just stupid ranting and raving.
Did you figure out a motive for this at all?
We have not, no.
You said you knew one of them. How?
They attended a school together in the suburbs.
Do you know other people involved that you know of, other adults?
No, these 4 subjects at this time are all we're looking at. Doesn't seem to be that anybody else was involved, no.
Is one of the subjects the one broadcast, the young lady who broadcast? I know you can't tell me, is the person who broadcast live feed?
Yes.
How extensive were the victim's injuries? I mean, were there broken bones? Was there internal trauma? Can you discuss how extensive that was and how long it was in the hospital?
I don't want to get into his medical condition. He was traumatized fairly good. Like I said, it took most of the night for him to calm down enough to be able to talk to us.
And you said somebody went out to get him. Was he aware of that? Did he go with them voluntarily, or did they take him?
It appears he initially went voluntarily with the one subject he knew, and I don't know how the other 3 got involved. Like I said, we're still investigating.
Did they just release him?
Again, we're still investigating. It sounds like they eventually just took his, unbound him and let him go, yeah.
Superintendent, there was another video that surfaced shortly after the election where Donald Trump's name was invoked and a white person was beaten on camera. Have there been more incidents beyond those? And what do you say is evidence to it?
Not that I'm aware of as far as any additional incidents, but I think that, like the commander said, I think some of it is just stupidity. You know, people just ranting about something that they think might make a headline. I don't think that at this point we don't have anything concrete to really point us in that direction, but we'll keep investigating and we'll let the facts guide us on how this concludes. Okay?
Can you guys let us know what suburb he's from?
About the violence in Chicago, do you think any of this is connected to the fact that he continues to mention Chicago in speeches and in tweets?
You know, I really can't say what's in the mind of 4 individuals that would do something as sickening as this. Who knows? Who knows? I know that he has mentioned Chicago, but I can't connect that with what these folks did. If you looked at that video, they were just stupidity.
Have those 4 individuals said anything to lead you to believe this was politically motivated?
No.
Pretty good? Okay, Anthony, sorry. You know what suburb he's from? Crystal Lake.
But the report was made in Streamwood. So you'll have to check with them on that, but he resides in Crystal Lake.
Was this streamed live or just posted?
I don't know if she's Facebook Live, because when you
All right, everybody, it looks like we did lose that feed. That was the end of that press conference there that we just showed you of that man who was tortured in Chicago on Facebook Live. Again, these 4 people have now been arrested. You don't want to see the video if you haven't seen it. It's very graphic. The footage captured on Facebook Live shows this man being beaten and tortured and tied up by some men as they laughed at him and expressed their disgust for President-elect Donald Trump and the man's race. And Chicago police announced today that they had arrested those 4 people in connection with the crime. Again, they streamed this all on Facebook Live, and you could hear even there the officer saying that the video is just disgusting to see. So very sad story today coming out of Chicago. We're streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. We got some top stories to take you to. We've been streaming a lot of live events lately. We just showed you Paul Penzone swearing in for the 3rd time of the day. So we've got that. We just showed you that. That was a live event. I want to take you to this right here. Top stories of the day, just to get you guys all caught up here on the Fox News Now stream. We do have a live event happening. Chopper's going somewhere soon to some breaking news, so we'll be sure to take you to that as soon as we get it. But I want to take you guys to some of the top stories so that you know what we know, which is breaking news happening, and we're always streaming it. So let's take you there.
Chandler police officers responding to a trespassing call when suddenly they're shot by a man inside a Walmart. So police just released this video last night. This happened back in April, back of last year, at the store near Arizona Avenue in the Santan Loop 202, so it was really big news at the time. So the officers, Joshua Pueblo and Daniel Colwell, arrive at the store, and they confront that suspect. He was a shoplifting suspect at the scene, and then he pulls out a gun right away and starts shooting. And look, I mean, people are running. One of the officers hit there. The man runs out the door. The officers confront him there, pulls out the gun. Then we have another angle of it here, just outside, and it shows you when the officers take down that suspect. And there he goes running out of the store. They catch him there in kind of that foyer, that front area. He's going for his gun again, and they shoot, and he was killed. One of the officers not seriously hurt, but the other one was shot in the face. And he now has gone through several surgeries, but he's doing okay. The parents of the man who was shot and killed say they were just shocked that this happened, and they support law enforcement. The man who admitted to running down an Army veteran will learn his punishment this morning. Cody James Gibson pled guilty to 1 count of aggravated assault, ran down Stephen Richardson, an Iraq War veteran. Richardson said, you know, enough, I'm not going to let this happen, when he saw Gibson dragging his girlfriend by the hair in a supermarket parking lot. After Gibson hit Richardson with his car, he drove away. Richardson ended up in the ICU, and the man who drove that car told us, we went and did a jailhouse interview with him right after. He said, well, he shouldn't have gotten involved. Wouldn't have gotten hurt. So we'll see what happens with him today. In Tucson, a manhunt underway for a man who escaped from jail less than 24 hours after he was arrested. Not clear how he got out. This is Noah Penzone, but anyone who sees him is being asked to call police. He was being held for theft, false reporting, and having drug paraphernalia. Texas grandmother scares off a would-be robber. The 74-year-old woman says she was inside her home when the suspect forced his way into the house. She says she had a gun, or he had a gun, and so did she, and she says she wasn't afraid to use it.
I reached over and grabbed this gun, and when I did, I swerved around and I pointed it at him. And when I did, he ran.
Wow, I wouldn't mess with her. She says she doesn't know if she actually shot the suspect, but she got squeezed off a couple of rounds there. Police haven't made any arrests. Dramatic.
That was one of my favorite stories of the day, of the woman who caught that robber in her apartment, and she was not scared. So I love that story. Again, we're just bringing you the latest news here on the Fox News Now stream. We'll definitely be taking you to some breaking news here throughout the show. Another one of my favorite stories that I want to take you guys to, this is a pet resort, which you gotta smile when you hear about a pet resort. Are you a pet lover? Let me know in the chat. Do you have a dog? Do you have a cat? An iguana? Whatever it is, let me know in the chat. I have a dog. I'm a dog lover. So I gotta show you this. It's so cute. Our reporter, Corey, went to this pet resort earlier this morning and reported live there. So I loved this story. Let me take you there right now.
Well, we love our pets.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Right.
They're part of the family.
And when you leave, you always wonder, I mean, some people have people who come over and stay at their house and watch the dog, or they can take their dog somewhere else. But if you don't have that, These pet resorts are going crazy. Doggy Daycare in Chandler, a brand new one called Heartstrings Pet Resort.
Yeah, take a look at this. Hey, Cor.
Let's go ahead and see what we've got waiting for us in here. And I know everything's a suite, am I right?
Yes, we are an all-suite resort, and we do include all-day daycare with every resident. They only are in their suites to eat and sleep. So
okay, gotcha.
For the most part, they are.
Well, I see we've got a couple of friends right here now. I know they don't usually run wild like this. Hey, babies, and boy, these are young ones, just puppies, eh? And what's the youngest dog that you're able to take?
They're allowed to be here 4 months as long as they've had all their puppy shots.
Okay, gotcha.
Vaccinations.
Well, we're headed over to what I think is one of the cool spots. You talk about a suite. You've got something super special for the dog who must feel like he or she is at home.
This is the executive suite. This comes with
So
TV.
does the owner come here and stay with the dog? It seems counterintuitive.
No, the pets are in here by themselves. And although my staff does spend a lot of time in here with them.
Oh, gotcha.
They get private cuddle time, private play time. They have a TV with movies and radio. And we have had clients request specifically country music.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Just like being in the garage at home.
Yep.
I love that. Well, this is good. This is how you can also train a dog to get up on the bed.
Right. That's our goal. We actually have a ramp for the little dogs, too.
Oh, I love it. Well, come on back this way, Renee, because we might as well get to where the action is as we kind of wrap up our first segment here. I love getting in among a whole mess of dogs, and they like hanging around each other during the day, right?
They do.
And they get a lot of interactive time, social time, right?
Yes.
Oh, here they come. That's right. Come on over here, everybody. Oh, look at this. Now, we've got a variety here. Massive poodle. I didn't know poodles could grow so large.
That's a standard poodle. That's Lily. She's a regular.
Yeah. And when you say regulars, these are people who are, they drop their dogs off every day when they're at work?
Lily comes every day. And we have Nola and Hudson here that come every 2 or 3 days.
Well, thanks so much. Well, next time we get together, we'll kind of get through the nuts and bolts of how it all works, what the cost is, and so forth. You guys look like dynamite. Hey, yeah, we'll see you down there, sweetheart. All right, more coming your way from your friends at Heartstrings in just a couple of minutes.
So cute. Gotta love dogs. Loved that live shot that Corey did this morning on the Fox 10 broadcast. I want to take you guys back just one more time. I loved this story. I was showing you guys top stories of the day, and the one at the very end, again, a woman noticed an intruder in her apartment, and she was not afraid. Sorry, I'm looking over here because I'm trying to pull it up for you guys. She whips out her gun, and she is not someone you want to mess with, and it's pretty funny. She's very charismatic. Let's pull that up for you guys and replay it.
His grandmother scares off a would-be robber. The 74-year-old woman says she was inside her home when the suspect forced his way into the house. She says she had a gun, or he had a gun, and so did she, and she says she wasn't afraid to use it.
I reached over and grabbed this gun, and when I did, I swerved around and I pointed it at him. And when I did, he ran.
Wow, I wouldn't mess with her. She says she doesn't know if she actually shot the suspect, but she got squeezed off a couple of rounds there. Police haven't made any arrests. Dramatic.
I love that story. She is not somebody you want to mess with, so that's pretty cool. I like that story. I like what you guys are saying in the chat too. Sean saying, "OG grandma," love it. So that's pretty funny. Moose is loose says Granny needs target practice. Hey, she looked pretty skilled with that handgun there. So I thought that was a cute story. I mean, I love my grandma, but I don't think that she could do it like that. Good for her. You know, you don't want to mess with this lady. So we're bringing you guys the latest stories here on the Fox News Now stream. If we get some breaking news coming in here, we'll be sure to take you to that live as soon as we can. We just showed you the adorable dog daycare that I loved. Well, sort of a dog vacation spot that Corey was at live this morning. It's called Heartstrings Pet Resort, and it's here in Arizona. So cute. But I do want to take you to a really cool interview that we had earlier on the broadcast. It's called Explore Arizona, and this amazing photographer came on the show. And you know, one thing that I didn't realize, I think if you haven't been to Arizona, you think it's just all desert and tarantulas and I don't know, what do you think? Cactuses, cacti, I guess I should say, scorpions. I don't know. That's at least what I thought before I moved here. But really, it's so gorgeous, and the hiking is gorgeous, and even just driving on the freeway, the mountains, the red rock is so pretty to see. Heat is not as bad as they say. Like today, it's around, what is the temperature here? It's like in the 60s or something like that. So all you need is a light jacket. So beautiful here. So this is something that you'll be able to see during this interview. Some of the photos of Arizona, if you haven't been here, you'll really be able to see the beauty of Arizona. So let me take you to this right now. Let's check it out.
I think there's one publication really above all others when it comes to Arizona landscapes. You guys do a great job.
Thank
Robert.
you. Well, we appreciate that. We have some talented
people.
people out there snapping shots.
So you're kicking off a year-long series called Explore Arizona. Every single month, you're really kind of exploring a different part of our state, correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's perfectly stated. And we're kicking off with the Grand Canyon because, you know, it's
the Grand
sort of like,
Canyon.
you know, if you're talking about great places in Arizona, it's hard to beat that. And I notice Andrea's not here today, who's, of course, never been to the Grand Canyon.
Right.
So,
Conspicuously absent.
So,
the
but
Grand
yeah, the
Canyon.
Grand
Maybe
Canyon.
she's on her way up there.
Oh, there you go. She's going to go check out the snow.
We'll get her up there, I promise. We're going to make that happen this year. And this year is the good year to do it too, right?
Yeah, and you know, you heard the forecast. I mean, a lot of snow in the North Country, and you know, the Grand Canyon is beautiful anytime you go there. But if you can go up in the wintertime, it just gives it a whole different look. And some of the images we'll see this morning are shot in the snow. So that's what we're going to look at here.
Well, let's see them. What do you have?
Well, we're looking here, of course, at the cover, which we're doing something a little different there. We're illustrating our covers, and that's a different story. But inside, the usual things that they're used to seeing. This here is a shot from Yaqui Point, and most of these are shot from the South Rim. The South Rim, a little easier to get to. The North Rim is actually closed this time of year, so if your viewers are thinking about planning a trip soon, you got to go to the South Rim. But just one of the beautiful perspectives you get there.
Where's Yaqui Point then? You said South Rim, but whereabouts? Is this kind of near the El Tovar and stuff?
Yeah, it's actually, you can kind of, when you're going out on the East Rim Drive, it's kind of, I don't know, a little east of the South Rim as you're down there. But you can drive there in a car, which is good to know. And those roads have had some issues this winter too with some closings. So you want to call ahead and make sure things are opened
Look
up.
at that photograph. It's so beautiful with the sun coming through those clouds.
Yeah.
And this one right here with those rocks, it's just gorgeous.
This is Moran Point. This is when you talk to the people who live up at the Grand Canyon and you ask them about their favorite points, this one ranks very highly. And this is on the road that's going out toward Desert View Watchtower. It's also South Rim. It's out on that East Rim Drive. But one of the many viewpoints that you can just drive up to in your car, which is one of the great things about Grand Canyon. I mean, there's so much to explore on foot going down into the canyon, but you know, for people who don't have the time or the ability, you can drive right up to these lookout points and look at things like that.
And walk right to the edge sometimes too, right?
And I think that's something that people don't realize either. I mean, the El Tovar Lodge is historic and it's one of the landmarks up in the high country, but there's so many other stopping and viewing points along the canyon.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of them. This is a Yavapai Point, also up there in that same area on the South Rim. And you can see it, just get a different look when there's snow. I mean, it's interesting to think about something other than the canyon being the focal point of an image, but this is actually a Grand Canyon photograph where the Grand Canyon's not the star of the show.
Oh,
whoa, look at this.
Look at this.
Yeah, this one, of course, you know, that's Mount Hayden there, named for Troy, of course.
See? I knew I'd like this.
Is that, and we got a street named Hayden here in the valley after him.
And what you're looking at there is called an inversion. This is actually shot from the North Rim. And this happens occasionally. It doesn't happen very often, but those are actually just clouds that are sitting below the rim of the canyon. It's a big place, and so that you can actually see this, you know, from up above, be on top of the clouds and not be in an airplane is kind of a cool thing. So.
You know, tell us about your photographers who take some of these photos, like this one, for example. Are they camping out up there waiting for the perfect shot?
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually Jack Dykenga, Pulitzer Prize-winning photographer who, you know, he has a truck with a camper, as you mentioned, and he literally spends probably 300 days a year, eating peanut butter sandwiches and just hanging out waiting for, they're kind of like
That
a group,
sounds
it's like this cult group almost, you know, they're a bunch of hippies in a way that just sort of hang out and camp out, and you know, they see some clouds moving in and they start to polish up their lenses and get out there. And
Some of these guys have Instagram accounts that I follow.
Yeah.
And they are amazing works of art. They're just, it sounds like a great life.
What's
well,
this?
And you can see again, looking at these images, I mean, it's clouds and it's weather that makes things more, you know, we're all excited to see the sun today for the first time in a while, but, you know, clouds actually and weather make photographs better. And I think this is one more shot from Yaqui Point there on the south rim.
So you have some tips for us.
I do.
Well, how to take some great photos at the Grand Canyon.
Well, you know, yeah, nobody's really mastered it completely. Even Ansel Adams had a tricky time, but really it's about looking for weather and certainly getting there early and being there late and getting that magical moment, you know, and then sometimes looking for something in the foreground, you know, a tree or something, because, you know, we all sort of stand there with our phones or cameras and try to take it all in one shot, and it's really not possible. I mean, so you kind of want to zero in on a more narrow focus.
On the details.
Yeah, look for some details, I think, is a good way to do it.
This shot illustrates, too. We had a radar capture up there, and it was snowing at the rim, and at the bottom it was raining. And that's a huge elevation
Yeah,
change,
you're
right?
about a mile deep into the canyon on average, and so it's a very different experience. And when you hike there in the winter, you start out with crampons on your boots, and you're hiking through snow, and by the time you're down there, you're stripped down your t-shirts, and you know, it's like you're sweating. So it's a fascinating place. We're lucky to have it, and it kicks off our Explorer Zone series.
Oh, great.
Is there anything new up there? I mean, if you were there at the Grand Canyon, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, is there new stuff to see?
You know, they're always upgrading some of the museum things and along the rims. And you talked about El Tovar, which is going under a huge renovation. Desert View Watchtower, which is out on the East Rim, has been taken back by the National Park Service, and they're working with the native tribes. There's many native tribes that have connections to the canyon, and they're working with the natives to incorporate some of their history and culture into Desert View Watchtower, which if your viewers haven't been there, it's one of the great landmarks and it's away from the buildings on, you know, you got to drive about 30 miles to get to it. So yeah, there's always things changing, and you know, the Grand Canyon will be celebrating its 100th anniversary coming up in 2019, so I expect a lot lot of things will be happening between now and then.
There was something that Oprah shared, because she visited the Grand Canyon this 2016, and she said that was her favorite trip of the year.
Oh,
I read
really?
an article about it, yeah.
It's
Oprah approved.
There you go.
It's one of the few parks that almost every single president goes to during his, you know, tenure, so we're proud to have it here.
Absolutely. Robert, thanks for coming in today.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
All right, everybody. Well, that was those were, I should say, some amazing photos of Arizona. In case you were wondering that it's not all just desert here in Arizona. Let's take you to a live look of the Capitol building right now. We're going to take you to some more top stories here in the show, starting with Janet Jackson. Well, you guys, it's a boy for Janet Jackson. The singer gave birth to her first child at 50 years old. She and her husband welcomed a son they named Isa. Both mom and baby are doing well. Back in April, Jackson postponed her Unbreakable World Tour to focus on starting a family. And Drake leads the nominations for the iHeartRadio Music Awards with 12, including Male Artist of the Year. The nominations were announced this morning. Other nominees include 21 Pilots, Rihanna, Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, and of course, Beyonce. And the New York Film Critics pick the best movie of the year, and it's La La Land, which is about an aspiring actress and jazz musician falling in love while trying to succeed in show business. Other films include Manchester by the Sea and Moonlight, which received multiple awards last night, including Best Acting and Cinematography. The New York Film Critics Awards are sometimes seen as a preview of the Oscars. And today, President Obama made a rare trip to the Capitol to meet with House and Senate Democrats. Obama focused on how well he says it's working. His message, that's the individual parts of the law are popular and that repealing it would affect all Americans. And Vice President-elect Mike Pence also on Capitol Hill today, telling Republicans that President Trump will quickly work to undo Obama policies. He says on January 20th, Trump will use his power through executive orders to target the health care law and other policies. Trump says massive increases in health costs will occur this year, and the Democrats are to blame for the mess. And an Army soldier is recovering in the hospital after he was attacked by a group of men in Philadelphia. 19-year-old Austin Frenny was leaving a parade with his family when the men started making derogatory comments about his Army jacket, and then they jumped him. He was badly beaten and will need plates put in his jaw and his mouth wired shut for the next 8 weeks. Austin had just come home from Fort Benning for the holidays. And check this out, caught on camera, a boy dangling from a ski lift chair in Utah. The boy hanging on by the strap of his backpack at Sundance Ski Resort. As skiers watched helplessly, crews immediately stopped the lift and the ski patrol went into action. They grabbed a ladder and got the boy. Surprisingly, the boy stayed calm and got down and safe and sound. This is the second time in a matter of weeks a young skier's backpack got caught at Sundance, leaving them dangling off a lift. Check that out. Pulling that boy down, and he is calm as can be. Good for them. And another video caught on camera here. 2 girls in China hit by a truck. This video showing the 2 girls were waiting to cross the street on their way to school when the truck came hurling towards them. Luckily, the 2 managed to escape the crash with no severe injuries. The driver did stop to check on them before police and ambulance arrived. Wow, incredible video though. And a scary scene for hundreds of people on a New York subway this morning. More than 100 people are hurt in a subway crash in Brooklyn, New York. The Long Island Railroad train didn't stop and ran into what's called a bumping block. And that's when, I should say, the train's wheels lifted up. Luckily, the train wasn't going very fast and most of the injuries are minor. Only 11 of the injured were taken to hospitals. There were about 600 people on that train. One passenger describes the scene as total pandemonium, with passengers falling on top of each other, screaming and crying. The cause is still under investigation. That's just a look at some of the top stories that we are working on here on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like we got a breaking news event for you guys right now. Let's take you here and see what this is all about. This is live from the news chopper right now. Let me get some more information on this for you guys. Stick with us. Okay, here's what we know. We do know this is being called a mobile home fire. Again, this is from the news chopper here in Arizona. We will get you guys more details on this, but all we know for now is that it is a mobile home fire. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, we are still working on this breaking news situation here. I'm watching this with you guys right now. We do know this is a mobile home fire. You can see there are dozens of firefighters on the scene here. Again, this is out of Arizona. You can hear our newsrooms working diligently right now, trying to figure out some more information on this. Let me see what we got here. Let's see. All right. Okay, so here's what we know so far. This is at 67th Avenue and Van Buren. This is a mobile home fire. Now, the first arriving units were able to extinguish the mobile home fire, but the remaining units there are responding. Let's see, the remaining units that were responding were able to go back into service. No injuries. And a fire investigator is arriving on the scene. So apologize, I was reading that, but okay, so here's what we know. This is at 67th Avenue and Van Buren here in Phoenix. Here's the update. The first arriving units were actually able to put out this mobile home fire. So it looks like it is out, but they do have remaining units on the scene right now, and there is a fire investigator coming there as well to figure out how exactly this mobile home fire happened. But luckily, we do know no injuries, so that is good to know. But we are streaming this live from the News Dropper here on the Fox News Now stream. We appreciate you joining us. If you're familiar with the area, again, this is at 67th and Van Buren here in Arizona. Again, this was a mobile home fire, but it looks like they were able to put it out. They're still investigating the scene, but we do know no injuries have been reported. Again, this is breaking news coming out of Arizona, where there is a fire at 67th and Van Buren. This was being called a mobile home fire, but we do know now that it's been put out. Fire crew is still on the scene investigating how exactly this happened, but we can tell you no injuries have been reported, so that's good news. All right, everybody. Well, looks like they have that situation under control. Hold on. Looks like we might have a police chase here. Let me check. Where is it? We might have a police chase, everybody. All right, well, we will definitely be streaming that as soon as we get that feed. Let me show you just a look at this real quick. Got to get this information. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, you guys, we are just streaming this mobile home fire here in Arizona. We just bring you the latest breaking news when we can get it. Again, any other breaking news that's going to be happening here on the show, we are going to be streaming it for you here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to do some tech talk with you guys right now, if I can. As you know, CES 2017 has started. Are you guys interested in this? Let me know in the chat. Are you tech fans? Do you like virtual reality, the Snapchat glasses, the Tesla cars, the self-driving cars, the video games, anything? Is that of interest to you? Drones, that's another thing that they're going to be talking about at the Consumer Electronics Show 2017, which is kicking off this week in Las Vegas. They're getting ready today. They are unveiling some things already, though, which is cool. starts tomorrow. I'm going to have an awesome guest up here with me to talk about some of the things that they will be showing at the Consumer Electronics Show this week. And it should be really cool. Sometimes technology can be creepy, like self-driving cars, but sometimes they can be cool. So I want to show you, and we were talking about this the other night, Mark Zuckerberg released his virtual reality set at the Oculus Connect event. Pretty cool. So here's what he showed. So again, it's not like you wouldn't see a real person, obviously. You're seeing avatars, so it's almost like when you're playing Xbox and your friends have avatars that you're playing with, so when you log in you can see what friends are on and you can see their avatars under their name. It's sort of like that. It looks similar to that, at least to me, of what these avatars look like that Facebook is creating. Love what you guys are sharing in the chat. Let me know if this is of any interest to you, because I am having a guest tomorrow on the show to talk about Consumer Electronics Show 2017 happening this week in Las Vegas. So that is some tech news for you guys. CES 2017, the Consumer Electronics Show. This is where companies debut their latest gadgets, including self-driving cars, wearables like an Apple Watch, virtual reality sets, which is what we're showing you right now. The show begins on Thursday, but we're already hearing about some of the new gadgets being revealed this week in Las Vegas. Tongue-tied. Computer company Acer just revealed its new gaming computer called, wait for it, this is the name. It's called Predator 21X. That's the name of their new gaming computer. I love that name, actually. Predator 21X. It's the first ever notebook computer with a curved screen. It launches in February, and get this, it costs $9,000. So it's safe to say I won't be getting one. But why is it so expensive? Well, apparently it has a killer resolution, top-of-the-line Intel Core processors, 5 system fans to prevent the very expensive laptop from overheating. But the really cool thing about this new gaming laptop is its eye tracking software. So it allows you to identify and aim your enemies with your eyes just by looking at them on the screen. So you can identify and aim at them with your weapon using your eyes. That's crazy. Which actually would be kind of complicated if you don't want to aim at somebody, but you accidentally look at them. Not sure how it works. But another cool gadget revealed at the Consumer Electronics Show is the company Mofi's new electronic scooter with swappable batteries. So that's pretty cool. I guess, there's still a market for scooters, right? I think if they move fast and they're electronic, it's pretty cool. It offers 20-mile rides only on one charge. The batteries are designed to conserve energy, so these are green batteries, and they can be used for other things like charging a laptop on an airplane, so that's pretty cool. And it's called the Go electronic scooter. There will also be an augmented reality smartphone and a smart dog collar, and do-it-yourself eye exam, which sounds strange, but it comes with a smartphone app, and it's something you can do at home. Give yourself an eye exam so you don't have to go all the way to the doctor. I still trust the doctors with the eye exam thing, but if you can do it at home and it's efficient, why not? It's pretty cool stuff. So that's some of the things that we can expect at the Consumer Electronics Show this week, and that's just a few things that they're unveiling. I just named off a few things that I thought were cool. Inspirational here says, no computer is worth that much. LOL, who cares if you can never afford it? Talk about something else more reachable. I know. Well, I just thought it was ridiculous. It's a $9,000 laptop. Who has the money for that? And not only that, it's a gaming laptop. So this isn't just, a laptop that you would use. It's not some wealthy businessman that's going to be using this laptop. It's a gaming laptop. So if you want to get out $9,000 so you can play Call of Duty on a better resolution, I guess it's worth it. I don't know. What else are you guys saying? Oh, they might be talking about the Snapchat glasses as well. So that should be interesting to hear at this show. Doug says, yes, Mary Kate, cut out the doctor. Well, I guess if you don't need to go to the doctor and you can do this self-eye exam at home with this new technology, I guess why not do it? And again, if you guys are interested in this stuff, let me know, because I am having a guest tomorrow on the show with me to talk about this, talk about what we can expect. What interests you most about the Consumer Electronics Show? Is it the self-driving cars? Is it the wearables like the Apple Watch? Is it the Snapchat glasses? Is it new video games, new laptops? They're going to be talking about bigger TVs. So this is all really cool stuff that they are talking about at the show. Just reading your comments right now. Can't read all of these on the air because you guys are funny. Let's see. So this is interesting. And actually, if you're wondering what I'm showing you on the screen, this is Mark Zuckerberg's version of virtual reality. So that's pretty cool. Moose is Loose says, what's the scoop on the smart dog collar? Let me look for you, because I'm actually interested in that as well. The smart dog collar. It's probably something to do with, you know, not letting your dog get lost, because dogs run away often. Let's see here. Smart dog collars to check its health. Okay. The latest smart devices making life easier are shown at the Consumer Electronics Show 2017. It includes a dog collar, which can keep an eye on your pet's health. Again, cutting out the doctor. Now this keeps an eye on your pet's health. Hopefully it tracks where your dog is too, so that you don't lose it, because that's my biggest concern, is losing my dog. So yeah, that's one of the things that they will be talking about. You guys in this chat are hilarious. But again, we were telling you about that gaming laptop, which is $9,000. I just can't believe something would be that expensive for gaming. But again, it comes with, 5 fans that keep it from overheating, which you know it would if you're gaming on it, because, if you like to game for hours, which most people do, your computer overheats, depending on what game you're playing. So that's, I guess, a great feature that they have. Part of this Consumer Electronics Show 2017. We're talking about it now because it's happening this week in Las Vegas. And I've got a great guest on here with me tomorrow to talk about what we can expect. He's used to work at Intel, so he's got a lot of great advice and insight into what this show involves. He's also been to South by Southwest, so it's going to be great. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for that. Enrique says technology is taking over. I totally agree with you. The self-driving cars are still really creepy, but if they work, that's great. I've got a great video to show you guys tomorrow about a self-driving car that avoids an accident. It's an amazing video. I talked to the guy who was in the car. He's got a great quote for you guys. Can't wait to share that with you tomorrow. Love you guys in the chat here. This is hilarious. If this is something that interests you, let me know. Again, the Consumer Electronics Show is revealing everything new in technology this year. So let me know what interests you most, and I'll make sure that we can talk about that tomorrow during the interview. Is it the self-driving cars? Is it the virtual reality sets? Is it the Snapchat glasses, the wearables for your watch, smart dog collars? Again, there's so many things that they are showing at this show in Las Vegas, so it's pretty cool. A lot of huge companies are going to be there this year. There's already some award winners. Let's look here. Okay, I want to tell you about this augmented reality smartphone. The brand new, it's called the Fab Pro. I don't know about that name. It's from Lenovo. Fab Pro. I guess it's cool. This brings Google's Tango, which is the augmented reality technology, into the phone. So think Pokemon Go outside of the gaming world, basically. As the company says, quote, look through the Fab 2 Pro and you'll see objects and information overlaid onto the real world. Examples include visualizing a new table or sofa at a store and how it would look in the home. Oh, that's interesting. So you're able to see images through this phone in a more 3D mode and be able to visualize what a new table would look like in your house. That's pretty cool for shopping reasons. Again, a little pricey. This phone costs $500. So maybe you can get a plan or something with your provider. I don't know. But that's another thing that they are showing at the Consumer Electronics Show happening this week in Las Vegas. Love reading your comments in the chat. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Again, we're talking Consumer Electronics Show. Moose is loose saying he's looking forward to seeing the self-driving cars. Yeah, it's a new thing, and again, we've yet to see what they can really do. Enrique says Uber has something in the works. Yeah, I believe Uber's going to be showing something at this show as well, so that's pretty cool. The self-driving cars, we still have a lot to work out, I think, with those, but they're testing the glitches and everything. Just hopefully they don't turn on us and drive us all somewhere that we don't want to go, and it becomes this crazy movie that you don't want to be in, you know, like iRobot, and all the machines turn on you. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. Again, we're talking Consumer Electronics Show 2017, what you can expect. I've got a special guest on here with me tomorrow. He's used to work at Intel. He's going to be giving me all of the information that you need about the show, what's cool, what's being unveiled. He's been to this show. He's been to South by Southwest, so this is really great. Again, smart dog collar, pretty crazy. Sells for $149. So that's pretty cool. That's reasonable if you really wanted it. I don't think, and okay, hold on, there's a monthly subscription. You can have it for $7 a month. That's cheaper than Netflix. So if you want that smart dog collar, that's something you can get. That's pretty interesting. Now let's talk about the do-it-yourself eye exams again. Do-it-yourself eye exams. Pretty weird, but it's called IQ. Clever, right? IQ. And it looks to bring the eye exam into the home via a smartphone app and a $30 optical device that connects to the app. The company is currently raising money for its product by taking pre-orders on a Kickstarter campaign that ends Wednesday. So far, nearly $120,000 has been raised, far exceeding the initial $25,000 goal. So that is pretty cool. Let me look this up, see if I can show you guys. IQ. Let's pause this for a second and bring this over here. Here it is. It's pretty crazy. So here's the device that would connect to the phone. Again, they're still raising money for it, so that's why they're going to the Consumer Electronics Show, because people can bring these new gadgets and raise money for it. Get the right eyeballs on it, and people want to help pay for these things if it seems like a cool product. Now, will this do well? I don't know. Would you guys buy this? Would you guys use this at home? I personally, I don't really think I would, but I don't need glasses yet, knock on wood. But maybe if I did and I hated getting my eye exam, I would maybe consider it. But again, kind of strange. Let me show you the picture again. Let's bring it back here. Comes in this box. Here it is. And this is it. This connects to this app, and you're able to give yourself a smartphone eye exam right at home. I don't mean to make such a weird face, but it just seems really weird to me to have an at-home eye exam. I mean, is that something that you would do? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Again, we're talking about Consumer Electronics Show, what they'll be unveiling. And again, this is one of them. It's called IQ, and this is an at-home eye exam technology where you can connect this product here on the smartphone app and give yourself an eye exam. So that's pretty cool. Moose is Loose put a pair of eye emojis in the chat. Thank you for that. O'Connor says, virtual reality is better if your eyes are properly lensed. Yes, totally agree. Mantis says, technology will replace us all. I don't think it'll replace you, Mantis. Don't worry. But I think, you know, maybe when we're older or by the time that we pass away, robots will be everywhere. Just saying. I'm not sure. But again, this all feels like iRobot. You know that movie with Will Smith? You've seen it. Scary. When all the robots are super happy and helpful and then they turn on you. That's what this makes me think of. You know, the self-driving cars. You think you're alone, and then all of a sudden, this self-driving car starts speeding and taking you somewhere you don't want to be, and then all of a sudden you're at, you know, the car leasing place, and they're making you pay for the car. Who knows? I don't know what these machines can do, but again, we're talking consumer electronics, the show happening in Vegas this week. Casey saying Mantis saying optometrists will be sad about losing the extra money. Yeah, I feel you on that. I don't know if they'll really lose that much money unless this thing blows up and it becomes a huge success and you can really do a successful eye exam at home with this product. Hopefully, optometrists don't lose money off of this. So again, we're just showing you that. Let's take you back to what Mark Zuckerberg was unveiling. This is his virtual reality. This is what you can see in his new virtual reality headset. He revealed this at Oculus Connect, which was an event where he talked about this new gadget, which is pretty cool. Let me give you this full screen for you guys here and let you check it out. So that's pretty cool, right? What do you guys think? Appreciate you watching with me here in the chat. Moose is Loose saying, how many times does a person need an eye exam? I don't think that many times where you would honestly need to buy that product and keep it at home. But again, let's see, how much did it cost again? What did it say? $30. So think about it though. It's only $30, and that could save you a doctor's appointment every 6 months to a year that you need an eye exam. I'm not sure. Could be worth it if it works well. Appreciate you watching with me here. I'm Mary Kate Gaffney, hosting with you guys for the next few hours here on the Fox News Now stream. We're talking tech, consumer electronics show happening this week in Las Vegas. I've got a great guest on here with me tomorrow. Used to work at Intel. He goes to all these shows, so he's got a lot of great advice. I've got a lot of cool videos to show you guys tomorrow too, of the self-driving cars and what they can do and how they avoid accidents. So it's pretty cool stuff. Other things that they're revealing. Gosh, this stuff is strange. Okay, this one's kind of cool. It's called Apely Vision. This is an artificial intelligence that allows mobile phones to recognize thousands of items in order to assist the blind and help visually impaired people with exploring their surroundings. So that's pretty cool. Their phone would tell them what they're around or what they're seeing. That is cool. There's another thing called Coda-Tile. This is a traditional home ceiling tile that delivers wireless power without plugs and pads. Wait. Coda-Tile. It's a traditional home ceiling tile, okay? Home ceiling tile that delivers wireless power without plugs and pads. That's pretty interesting. Now, if that worked out, that could be a huge success. If we didn't need wires or plugging in of your wireless box anymore, and your ceiling tiles could give you a Wi-Fi signal, that could be pretty cool. There's another thing, it's called GoodX Live Fingerprint Scanner. biometric security that determines your heartbeat signature from your finger. That's pretty cool. There's the HP Spectra coming out, which is the new thin notebook from HP. There's the integrated connectivity cluster, that's what they're calling it, integrated connectivity cluster, and that's an all-in-one information and communication system only for motorcycles. So that's pretty cool. And there's another gadget called K-Track G. Ooh, I like that name. And it's a wearable tracker that allows diabetics to measure in real time their blood glucose without blood extraction. I can see that being a huge success too. I'm sure people with diabetes, I should say, are not fans of always having to extract their blood in order to test their glucose. So that is cool. That's just a wearable tracker. So you don't have to prick your finger or anything like that. Again, we are live here on the Fox News Now stream, talking tech here because the Consumer Electronics Show is happening this week in Vegas. Salgood O'Connor saying, oh my God, wireless power. That could be great. Reading your comments here in the chat. Mantis saying, I wonder how many people use a tiny camera in glasses with an earpiece to cheat on tests. It would work as long as you had someone on the other end answering the questions. Mantis, don't be giving people those kinds of ideas. No, I'm sure that people do it. I mean, I think that now that technology is advancing, I'm sure that's something that is happening. So I don't know how education is going to deal with technology in the classrooms. My brother, for example, went to a high school where they all were required to have laptops instead of textbooks. Now it's, schools are using iPads and a lot of other gadgets instead of regular textbooks. So again, how does that affect when we're taking tests? Is it easier to cheat? Yeah, probably. So I don't know how teachers are going to be able to monitor that. So that's a very good point. Enrique asks, what are the companies unveiling the self-driving cars? Well, we do know Tesla. There's a couple other car companies. Uber, I believe. Self-driving cars. Let's look this up real quick. That's a good question, Enrique. BMW. Ooh, that'll be cool. Intel and Mobileye will have self-driving cars on the road later this year, and Hyundai as well. That's pretty cool. And again, you guys have to tune in tomorrow when I have my guest up here. We're going to be showing some really cool videos of self-driving cars and how they avoid accidents and what they can do, so that should be cool. Yeah. Doug saying, look how long it takes her to find a normal comment. Hey, all comments are special, but I can't read all of these on the air. I do appreciate you guys watching with me, though, and commenting here in the live chat. And try to answer your questions as well as I can. I wouldn't consider myself a tech expert, but I'm definitely a tech fan, and this is a really cool show that's happening in Vegas this week. Consumer Electronics Show 2017. Again, we were telling you guys, let me just go through this one more time in case you're just joining us here on the chat. Mike also saying, I just want to mention, classrooms won't exist in the future. Everything will be on the internet. Mike, you make a really good point. Maybe it'll be like this, and it'll be live streamed, and it'll be like I'm your professor, and you guys are the students, and I'll say, welcome class. Let's show you what we need to teach you today, and I'll bring you to everything you need to learn. It could be like that. But then how do I give you a detention? That's a good question, right? What if you misbehave? I don't know. Or what if you cheat? See, those are the questions that are still up for grabs in the future. Casey saying technology is great, but it shouldn't control all we do. Casey, totally agree with you. Technology is something that you can choose to opt in or opt out of. But again, sometimes you feel sort of forced to, again, if you're in school and you're required to have an iPad, or you're at a job where you're required to know a new computer system. So sometimes it's hard to avoid, but you make a good point. Love you guys here in the live chat. Again, we're here on the Fox News Now stream talking technology right now because the Consumer Electronic Show is happening in Vegas this week. So that's pretty cool stuff. It's CES 2017, the Consumer Electronics Show. That's where companies debut their latest gadgets, including, we've got self-driving cars, wearables, virtual reality sets. The show begins on Thursday, but we're already hearing about some of the new gadgets being revealed this week in Las Vegas. Computer company Acer just unveiled its new gaming computer. Again, I love this name. Its gaming computer is called Predator 21X. I love that name. Predator 21X, and it's the first ever notebook computer with a curved screen. So it's the first ever notebook computer with a curved screen. It launches in February, and get this, okay, brace yourselves. It costs $9,000. Why? Well, apparently it has a killer resolution, top-of-the-line Intel Core processors, 5 system fans to prevent the laptop from overheating. That's insane to me, though, $9,000. But the really cool thing about this new gaming laptop is its eye tracking software. So it allows you to identify and aim at your enemies just by looking at them on your screen, which is crazy. So if you're playing a game and you look at one of your enemies, you can aim at them. I'm not sure how it works, but that might be part of the reason why it costs $9,000. I don't know. You can dream, right? Another cool gadget revealed at the Consumer Electronics Show is the company Mofi's new electronic scooter with swappable batteries. Now, this is really cool. They're green batteries, so they conserve energy. They're good for the environment. It offers a 20-mile ride only on one charge, so that's pretty cool. The batteries are designed to conserve energy, like I said, and can be used for other things like charging a laptop on an airplane. And it's called the Go electronic scooter. I love the names of these products, by the way. There'll also be an augmented reality smartphone and a smart dog collar and a do-it-yourself eye exam, which we were discussing here earlier on the show. Jared says, I have a robotic vacuum cleaner, now I need a drone duster. Yeah, they'll definitely be talking about drones as well during this show. So that should be cool. Drones, again, are kind of creepy, but you gotta accept that the new technology is happening and coming to the Consumer Electronics Show. Nothing we can do about it. We can only embrace it. Again, I've got a special guest coming up here tomorrow to talk about this show. Jared Tim in the chat says classrooms will be like a conference call. Yeah, I think in the future that's how it's going to be. It's going to be like, live streaming education, and classrooms will be like a conference call basically. And detentions will be like your internet is shut down for a week. That would be the worst. That would be the worst of the worst. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you letting me talk tech with you a little bit up here. Let's take you to a live look of the Capitol building right now. We'll take you to some other top stories here in just a few seconds. Let me get this all set up for you guys. All right, you guys, I appreciate you watching with me here on the Fox News Now stream. Trying to get all this stuff set up over here. A lot of technology behind the scenes. I don't know if you can see. Let me see if I can show you guys this view here. So you can see, oh yeah, this is where I look. You can see all the stuff that we work on here. We've got the mics, we got the keyboard. Okay, it's kind of hard to show you, but here's, you know, mics here. A lot of technology happening. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a peek of what we're dealing with here on the Fox News Now stream. Want to take you to some top stories here. Talking politics now. Sorry, almost dropped something. We were talking tech. Appreciate you guys chatting with me again. We've got a cool guest on the show tomorrow, so please tune in. It'll be awesome. Used to work at Intel. He's going to be discussing the Consumer Electronics Show with me tomorrow. I want to pull up a video here for you guys. Let me look real quick. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So, as you know, repealing Obamacare has been the big talker of the day here. Democrats versus Republicans. The fight is on. You know the Republicans want to repeal Obamacare. Donald Trump promises it's going to happen. Democrats say no way, so the fight is on. Mike Pence was able to give a little bit of a speech today talking about repealing Obamacare, and we're going to show you this video. Let me know in the chat what you think. GOP lawmakers discussing today repealing Obamacare. Let me get this all set up for you guys here. In case you missed it, again, this is a big day. This is just the beginning of the fight against, well, really the Democrats and the Republicans. Both want something different for Obamacare, as you know. Democrats are for it, Republicans are against it. They want to repeal it. Donald Trump wants to repeal it. Mike Pence wants to repeal it. So let's take you to that video and get all caught up.
We have a special guest with us today, someone who has been here many times before in the service. I want to congratulate the Trump-Pence team. They had the wisdom to listen, and now they have the courage to lead America. When you watch on the floor today, we're going to start with that courage. We've watched what has happened to the jobs across this country. The regulation that has been impounded for the last 8 years. You'll see this week that we will bring up the REINS Act. Many of you know about that legislation. It simply says give the people a voice when it comes to regulation in America. The REINS Act only deals with those bills of regulation that get imposed upon that cost more than $100 million on business. You'd think there would have been a few of those, but if you look in just the last 6 years, there was 82 of those presented and put in place every single year of this administration. We have to get that burden off and start working. So the REINS Act will say no new major rulings will be imposed without a vote of the House and the Senate, where the people have a voice. We'll also be dealing with Obamacare. So many of you know of what these failed policies have done to Americans. If you look at those families that have employer-based insurance, their premiums have increased by more than $4,300. Of the 23 co-ops that were created in Obamacare, 18 of them have already failed. But what's most concerning to so many, more than 1,022 counties across America, that's more than 1/3, have only one choice inside the exchanges. Everything President Obama promised about health care has failed. We are so thankful that we have a new administration coming that had the wisdom to listen and the courage to lead.
Morning, everybody. It was an exciting day yesterday to see all the new members get sworn in, to see this new majority excited about getting to work for the American people. There's a lot that we want to do. There's a lot we're going to do, working in tandem with our new president and our new vice president. It's great to welcome our friend and former colleague Mike Pence back, not as a member of Congress, but as the soon-to-be vice president of the United States, as a great partner in working to get our country back on track. And there's a lot that we need to do. There's a lot we're going to do. But you also know that there's somebody else that's going to be here at the Capitol today, and that's Barack Obama. And I think when the president comes back here today, maybe for the last time as president, it's important to remember the first time that Barack Obama came here as president. Barack Obama came here and made very specific promises to the American people about Obamacare. He came here and said, if you like what you have, you can keep it. How did that work out? Today, millions of Americans lost the good health care plans that they liked and expected to keep and are not able to today because of the broken promises of his law. Barack Obama came here to this Capitol and said that if his bill passes, health insurance costs will drop dramatically for families. And instead, what have we seen? The reverse, dramatic increases in health care costs. In my state of Louisiana, over 25% increases that families are paying in higher costs for health care because of those broken promises of his law. I hope he comes here to apologize for those broken promises, but I don't think that's what's going to be the case. I think he's going to be here more concerned about preserving his legacy than about fulfilling those promises. The good news is we are here to fulfill those promises to the American people. We told the American people that if you give us this great opportunity, that we're going to work hard every day, not just to repeal Obamacare, but to replace it with reforms that actually put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, that actually focus on lowering costs and increasing access to health care, and to bringing doctors back in the practice of medicine who are getting out of the practice because they don't want unelected bureaucrats in Washington telling them how to deliver the health care that they were trained to provide. So it's an exciting time for the country. We're really excited about getting to work to restoring those promises that were made to the American people and to get our economy back on track and to make America great again.
Well, Happy New Year, everyone. I'm very excited, energized by the new year, the new opportunities that it brings. This really is a moment that we've been given by the people. It's a moment to think big. It's a moment to reimagine the federal government and to put people back at the center of it. You know, just down the road is the Washington Monument. And right now it's closed to visitors. You think about families, individuals that travel from all around the country. From Eastern Washington, it's a long trip, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to visit the Washington Monument. And yet they'll be met with a closed sign because the federal government is going to take more than 2 years to fix an elevator. Now, this is just one example. But people are dealing with these kind of roadblocks every day at the VA, at the doctor's office, when they're just trying to do the right things, provide for their families, get a job. This is how the government has come to operate. One person, one agency at the top deciding for everyone. That's why it's our responsibility as the people's voice and the people's representatives in their government to protect the Constitution and the balance of power. Representative government, the rule of law, equal opportunity for all is protected here in the House by the people and for the people. I want to thank Vice President-elect Mike Pence for joining us today. It is so exciting for us as we start this unified Republican government, 2017, and all that it has in store for the people of this country, creating opportunities for everyone.
Happy New Year, everybody. Throughout this transition, we have been working hand in hand with the Vice President-elect with one goal in mind, and that is to make sure that President-elect Trump can hit the ground running when he takes office on the 20th. So we're getting right down to business. We are starting today on our work to deliver relief to Americans struggling under Obamacare. We must remember this. This law has failed. Americans are struggling. The law is failing while we speak. We need to reverse the damage that has been done. Then, once we repeal this law, we need to make sure that there is a stable transition to a truly patient-centered system. We want every American to have access to quality, affordable health coverage. all of the things that Obamacare has kept from the American people. More choices, more control, more freedom. We want to put them back in their hands. We know that things are only getting worse under Obamacare. This is about people paying higher premiums every year and feeling powerless to stop it. It's about families paying deductibles that are so high, it doesn't even feel like you have health insurance in the first place. And in so many parts of the country, as you've also always heard, even if you want to look for better coverage, you're stuck with one option. One choice is not a choice, it is a monopoly. The healthcare system has been ruined, dismantled under Obamacare. The answer here is not to ignore the problem. The answer here is not to ignore the problem to keep some failed legacy. The answer here is bold action. Solve problems. Bring relief to Americans. We will help Americans crying out for relief from Obamacare, and we will keep our promise to the people. As you can see, we'll be working with the new administration on every step of this law, every step of the way, even before day one. With that, I want to hand it over to somebody that we all know very well because he served here with us. We're so proud of him, and we're so pleased about this new working relationship with our new Vice President-elect, Mike Pence. I always said, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, he said it. That's all. I was there until the end. Nice notes.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Speaker and to the leadership for the warm welcome today at the House Republican Conference. I'll be meeting later today with members of the Senate at their weekly luncheon. And this is a day that our message is very simple. On behalf of the President-elect and on behalf of all the leadership, that we are 16 days away from the end of business as usual in Washington, D.C. Today our message is very simple. Working with the leadership here in the House and in the Senate, we're going to be in the promise-keeping business. The President-elect campaigned all across this country. He gave voice to the frustrations and the aspirations of the American people. He laid out an agenda to make America great again. And my message on his behalf today before this conference and before members of the Senate is that we intend to keep those promises. That begins with assembling a government and the energetic effort through the course of this transition to build a cabinet that will be able to implement that agenda. It speaks for itself. It'll literally begin on day one. Before the end of the day, we do anticipate that the President-elect will be in the Oval Office taking action to both repeal executive orders and also set into motion through executive action policies to implement promises that were made on the campaign trail. Working with the Congress, we're going to have that classic three-part agenda that the President-elect talked about so often on the campaign trail. Jobs, jobs, jobs. The focus is going to be from day one to work with the Congress, and you heard about the efforts this week to begin to roll back the onerous regulations that have been stifling growth in the American economy and stifling jobs and opportunities. We're going to be working with the Congress over the course of the first several months to construct the kind of tax reform for businesses and individuals that will unleash the bound-up energy in the American economy. We're going to keep our promises to end illegal immigration, to build a wall. We'll have an infrastructure bill. We'll invest in rebuilding our military as our Commander-in-Chief marshals strategies with our military commanders to hunt down and destroy ISIS. But the first order of business is to repeal and replace Obamacare. And that was our message today, and it'll be our message on Capitol Hill. And it needs to be done, not just as a promise kept, but because in the course of this election, the American people had a choice. And what appeared to many as against all odds, oftentimes with overwhelming opposition, our President-elect took his case to the American people to repeal and replace Obamacare, and the American people voted decisively for a better future for health care in this country. And we are determined to give them that. The reality is that I was here in March of 2010 in another capacity when Obamacare was signed into law. I remember all those promises. We were told that if you like your doctor, you can keep it. Not true. We were told if you like your health insurance, you can keep it. Not true. We were told that the cost of health insurance was going to go down. Not true. The reality is today, premiums this year are increasing by an average of 25% in some states. In Arizona, premiums went up this year 116%, 63% in Tennessee, 53% in Pennsylvania, 40% in North Carolina. Obamacare has worked a hardship on American families, on American businesses, and in a very simple conclusion, the American people have sent new leadership here because Obamacare has failed, and it has been rejected by the American people. But now it's the time for us to keep our promises. Step one will be to repeal Obamacare. But as the President-elect said today, and I admonished members of the House Republican Conference today, it's important that they remind the American people of what they already know about Obamacare, that the promises that were made were all broken. I expect you'll see an effort in the days ahead to talk about the facts around Obamacare. And secondly, of course, is to begin that orderly transition to something better. The truth is that the commitment that the President-elect made was to repeal and replace Obamacare. And as he said this morning in a tweet, it will be important that we be careful as we do that we do that in a way that doesn't work a hardship on American families who've gained insurance through this program. Doesn't work a hardship on our economy. And as I told the House Republican Conference today, we're working on a strategy in concert with the leadership of the House and the Senate for both a legislative and executive action agenda to ensure that an orderly and smooth transition to a market-based health care reform system is achieved. The Speaker of the House used the word stable, and we will do that. In his famous speech in Philadelphia, the President-elect spoke about an orderly transition, and it will be that. But make no mistake about it. We're going to keep our promise to the American people, and we're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with solutions that lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government. Now, there's a broad range of ideas about how we do this, and Republicans have been offering those ideas again and again, literally every year since Obamacare was first signed into law. We're going to be working with Dr. Price, both before and after his confirmation when he steps into the role at HHS, working with the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate to bring forward those solutions and to take the case for those solutions to the American people. With that being said, I couldn't be more humbled and more excited to be back in the Capitol today. I was encouraged by the President-elect to come here to Capitol Hill. It's the first full day of work for members of Congress because it's time to get back to work. And while others are visiting the Capitol today talking about defending the failed policies of the past, we are here today speaking to Republican majorities in the House and Senate to advance policies that will make America great again and have a more prosperous future for all the people of this nation.
Questions?
Mr. Vice President.
Deidre.
Mr. President, the question is for The question is for Vice President-elect Pence, please.
No shouting.
Earlier today, the Speaker called Julian Assange a sycophant for Russia, steals data, and compromises national security. Yet President-elect Trump is citing Julian Assange as a source of intelligence. Where do you come down with the Speaker or with President-elect Trump?
The President-elect and I will receive a briefing from the leadership of our intelligence agencies this coming Friday, and we'll be listening in. But look, I think that the President-elect has expressed his very sincere and healthy American skepticism about intelligence conclusions. But we're going to sit down later this week. The President and I have been receiving, since the election, regular intelligence briefings. Received a presidential daily brief with the President yesterday, and we'll be looking at the facts and the information. But I think, given some of the intelligence failures of recent years, the President-elect's made it clear to the American people that he's skeptical about conclusions from the bureaucracy, and I think the American people hear him loud and clear.
Is Assange a credible source?
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, the president-elect is warning you to be careful here. Is there a danger here? Why move forward with a repeal of Obamacare when you still don't have a clear plan to replace it?
President-elect is making an important point that we're trying to emphasize right here today, and that is so much damage has already been done to the country. Obamacare is a story of broken promise after broken promise after broken promise, followed by failing program, higher premiums, higher deductibles. So we want to make sure that as we give relief to people through Obamacare, we do it in a transition that doesn't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition period. That's the point that we're all trying to make. This law has failed. It's getting worse. Families are hurting. No one has choices. We've got to fix this by replacing it with something better. And in that transition, we want to make sure we don't pull the rug out from anybody during that transition. That's the point we're all trying to make.
Why still no plan to replace it?
We have a plan to replace it. We have plenty of ideas to replace it. And you'll see as the weeks and months unfold what we're talking about replacing it. How we can get better choices with lower prices by not having a costly government takeover of healthcare, which is causing all this problem in the first place. Sherman.
For the Vice President-elect, or both of you guys, I guess, we're talking about a transition that's going to happen relatively quickly if he's going to take action in the first day. Is it possible you extend some of these provisions, which the President-elect and you all have said are popular, for a temporary period of time? I mean, I think people want to know what this is going to look like, and not only us in the room, but I think people across the country want to know.
Well, Jake, I think I want to be very clear, and I would commend you and anyone looking on to look into. No, I was commending you to do something, not commending you.
Not yet. That's right.
That's nice. Good to be back. It really is. I would commend all of your attention the President-elect's speech in Philadelphia during the waning weeks of the campaign, where he laid out a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. He laid out the principles of harnessing the power of health savings accounts, allowing Americans to purchase health insurance across state lines. But his commitment was very clear in that we will insist upon and implement, working with the Congress, but also using executive authority to ensure that that is an orderly transition. And we're working right now, the White House staff is, on a series of executive orders that will enable that orderly transition to take place, even as the Congress appropriately debates alternatives to and replacement of Obamacare.
It sounds like you're saying some of these provisions might stay in place until there's a new full plan.
Jake, we've been saying all along, we don't want to pull the rug out from people while we're replacing this law. The point is, in 2017, we don't want people to be caught with nothing. We want to make sure that there's an orderly transition so that the rug is not pulled out from under the families who are currently struggling under Obamacare while we bring relief. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker and President-elect Pence, on the ACA repeal and replace, can you give detail on the executive actions that are planned, and how does that square with the complex budgetary process that's also involved?
They're hand in glove. So we're working on the legislative process right now. As you know, the Senate's going to be acting first next week, then the Congress will follow, which gives us the budget resolution we need to bring the legislation through, while the administration works on the executive orders that they're talking about to deliver the kind of transition relief that we've been talking about. The problem is, just remember, Obamacare has failed. Families are hurting. They broke the healthcare system. It's a string of broken promises. So we're going to make sure that we have an orderly transition to a better system so we can get back to what we all want, which is lower cost healthcare, more choices, so that families can actually get affordable healthcare at a decent price with more choices, more competition, and not a costly government takeover that has really bankrupt this healthcare system and left families struggling.
Specifics?
Just
Specifics?
If I can respond to that,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to. We're working out right now with the White House staff and in concert with legislative leadership a two-track approach to ensuring that it is an orderly transition as the President-elect has directed. You read his tweet this morning that he has admonished the Congress to be careful, and I reiterated that before the Republican conference today. Look, we're talking about people's lives. We're talking about families. But we are also talking about a policy that has been a failure virtually since its inception. And we intend to, over the course of the coming days and weeks, to be speaking directly to the American people about that failure, but about a better future we can have in healthcare, a future that is built not on growing government, not on mandates, not on taxes, but rather a future that's built on giving the American people more choices in healthcare, allowing the power of the free marketplace to flow in. But the transition to that, we will work out in a way that reflects the compassion of the President-elect and the compassion of every member of Congress to see to it that we do that in a way that serves the best interest of the American people. But look, I think what's clear here is the American people have spoken. They want to see us repeal and replace Obamacare. And today, my message to members of Congress is that we are going to be in the promise-keeping business. And the first order of business is to keep our promise to repeal Obamacare and replace it with the kind of health care reform that will lower the cost of health insurance without growing the size of government.
Thanks, everybody.
On that
Appreciate
note,
it.
how do you prevent private insurance? How do you prevent private insurers from pulling out once you repeal?
House or Senate, Jim?
All right, everybody. Well, I've got Fox 10 weatherman Dave Muncie up here with me, and we are talking changing weather here, not only in Arizona, but in other places too,
Well,
right?
Yeah, the changes in Arizona are going to be more to the north of us, but there's a little slight chance of getting some rain in here. But for the most part, as the rest of the country cools off and goes into the deep freeze, we're going to warm up a little bit. By this weekend, it's going to be absolutely beautiful here.
Really?
But we have a few little things we're going to deal with before we get there. Can we put the map up?
Sure.
And I'll just do that
Yeah,
real quick
let's
here.
change this over here.
Okay, and so we take a look at the map, and this is the way things are looking right now. And you can kind of see the moisture over in California, so we'll take a little run over there, and there we are. And you can see there's a lot coming in. It's flowing in quite rapidly there. And some areas have dealt with just about an inch. Some areas have dealt with a little more than an inch. They've had 5 to 8 inches of snow. They plan on getting more snow as well. So there's a lot going on. Now let me show you what's going to happen as this storm advances to the east out of the west. Now here we come with all of the low pressure systems, the stationary fronts that are out there. And so we then get you a look at the storm as it starts to move. And then notice the mountains of Arizona, because we are predicting a little bit of snow in the mountains of Arizona for tomorrow. So here we go. We put it into motion, and you can just kind of see them loading up with moisture across the rim area down into the eastern mountains of Show Low is where you're seeing a little bit of snow. A little snow up by the Grand Canyon north of Sedona, seeing some snow as well, just a little patch there. And so then we put the map in motion once again. We clean all of the moisture out of here, and that is Friday, late Friday. But look what happens early Saturday. Another storm system pushes into California. Should not have a great deal of effect on us, but it may send a little cloud cover our way and give us a little something to deal with in that neighborhood. But that is another system pushing in. That system may get more aggressive, and if it does, we'll let you know about that. But what I'm looking at for the weekend is some pretty nice weather as far as the weekend is concerned.
Awesome.
Now, we're on, and my maps aren't on, right?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to put them back on?
Just for this right here. Yeah, I do want to
Okay.
show this. This right here, that's where that storm system is going to end up. A lot of moisture from those California storm systems are going to end up in that particular area right there. And as you can see, all the way from San Francisco to Denver to St. Louis, you're seeing snow. And there is going to be a winter storm advisory that may turn into a winter storm watch for that particular area. So we're keeping our eye on that as well. And that's not going to have an effect on us. If you're traveling or going somewhere, it's something that you should know about as far as the changing weather is concerned, because that's going to be part of it as well, that that big batch of that big area right there. Now I'm going to advance the map here.
Advance the map
by a couple of strides. I need to get to another area. And get a look at it. Right here, of course, is the national map. You can see that that same system.
No, that's good too, because people here in the chat, you know, most of them aren't from Phoenix, from all over the U.S., so they appreciate when you talk about the other areas of the U.S. as well.
Well, this is one of the areas I wanted to point out right here. Look at that temperature in Bismarck, North Dakota right now, 11 degrees below zero.
Oh my God.
It's actually warmed up in Minneapolis. They are at 0 right now. And Billings has had an incredible warming trend. They're at 1 degree above zero. So they're really doing it. Now let's turn those numbers into the wind chill numbers and look what we have. 25 below in Bismarck. That's actually warmer than it was last night at this time. It was 30 below zero. It's 14 below in Billings. It's 16 below in Minneapolis. That 16 below is 1 degree warmer than it was last night at this time. It was 17 below at this time last night. So, yeah, there's a lot of really nasty weather out there that folks are dealing with. And with this one also, there is a wind chill advisory, and that advisory is going to be into this evening and tomorrow morning. That is very cold. That's a very cold part of the country. That's where I was born and raised up there, not in Bismarck, but in Jamestown, which is just east of Bismarck by about 100 miles. So that's pretty tough stuff. And remember, we told you about this area. There's your winter weather advisory that is going to be in effect for that particular area at this time as well. And so with all of that news out there, take a look at this. You're going to like this. This is the 10-day forecast for Arizona. So we have the 63 tomorrow, and then a little chance of moisture tomorrow. It's about a 10% chance. That would carry in. It's going to be late Thursday into early Friday, and then that's why you see the cloud cover there Friday. And then Saturday, mid-60s, a little bit of cloud cover. And then look at Sunday, 71 degrees. Absolutely beautiful day. And the nice thing about that Sunday 71 degree temperature is, I believe, isn't that the no pants day on light rail?
Is it?
Yeah, there's some kind there, and I probably shouldn't have gotten into it without knowing what the
No Pants Day.
yeah,
this Sunday,
why
everybody.
they do it, why they do it. But there is a charity that they support. I have to find that out now. But they don't wear pants on the light rail.
Do they wear underpants? Though,
They
right?
do, yes,
oh, good,
they do,
good,
and
good.
they ask that they wear underpants that are not too revealing.
Oh yes.
So
what underpants would that be?
yeah,
what big
you're
boxers
pretty well
or
down
something?
there. Yeah, you're pretty well down there when you're in your underwear. But at 71 degrees, not a bad day to take your pants off. So
Yes, you got to
if
say that
that's
on
what
the
you're
air
gonna-
later
yeah.
on the show too.
That's well, we told them that already on TV. We've already mentioned that Sunday will be a good day to take your pants off. So
Oh,
if you're
God.
going to ride the light rail, get involved in that. And I'll have to check now and see what charity they support by doing that. What good comes out of that?
And a lot of people here in the chat are saying they're from Michigan and that the Michigan weather is pretty bad right now. So how is it in Michigan? Do we know what it's
Michigan
like in
is a little cool. It's a little chilly at this time. They're not having those freezing below zero temperatures, but that air could certainly turn on them. There is going to be, they will get some freezing below zero temperatures if they haven't gotten them already. They will be on the way because that system in the Dakotas, that cold air is pushing down through the country and across over to the east as well. So they're certainly going to get, and they're used to these kinds of temperatures there. You know, we shiver and we do all these crazy things when we talk about this sort of thing. I was born and raised up there. I'm not acclimated to it anymore. I could not go back there and be like I was when I was
You said you don't go
growing
back
up
for
there.
Christmas, nothing.
No,
You
I
have to
don't.
stay here.
I don't want anything to do with it as far as cold weather is concerned. But people that live there actually acclimate to it. You live in it long enough, and it doesn't scare you as much. You don't get as cold in it as other people do, and you deal with it. You just learn to deal with it. You learn to bundle up and use the scarves and wear heavy clothing. That's
What
just
about
what you do.
Antarctica? Now, I'm not saying anyone from the chat is watching from there, but isn't there only one time of the year you can go and visit Antarctica because it's so cold?
It's pretty cold, and for the most part, if you're going to go, you're probably on an expedition. If you're if you're
Not that I'm,
up there
you know,
visiting,
just
I just thought if you
curious.
had relatives you wanted to visit, you know,
I've got
Nanook,
so many friends in Antarctica.
your Aunt Nanook is up there waiting to see you. So
It's like Donald Trump. I've got so many friends here in Antarctica.
there you go.
Great.
So
well,
yeah, it's a very cold place up there, as you know. But
Yes.
and people that live up there or near that region, they acclimate to that. You know, it's crazy. It's like people in Hawaii, they acclimate to being in Hawaii and those types of temperatures.
Right.
And once you get down here, it takes you about a summer or two to start acclimating to our summers. But you will eventually, and the thing is, they're still hot, and they get miserable. But you just get a little more used to it. You learn to deal with it, and it doesn't bother you as much after you've been here for a while.
experienced the summer yet. So
Well, you will. It'll be along.
I hope I'll be
and,
okay.
yeah, you'll be fine. I love the summers. I love heat. You know,
I love heat too.
yeah.
I'm naturally cold, and I love the feeling
Yeah.
of the sunshine.
I love heat. 110. It's hot, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go for a long hike in it, but you can survive real well in 110. I would rather be in 110 degree weather than 14 degrees below zero.
Absolutely.
Any day. It's much easier to cool off than it is to warm
To
up.
warm up for sure. I mean, your
Absolutely.
hands, you can't even
Oh,
text.
absolutely.
You're shaking, your lips are turning blue, you can barely talk. Whereas when it's really hot, you're just sweating.
You're just sweating a little
You're
bit.
getting a little
You're very
dehydrated.
loose. It was great to play golf when I was playing golf. It was great to play golf in hot weather because you were so loose,
Yeah.
ready for the swing and everything like that. So, yeah, good things to be said about all of it. And if we were to bring some people in here from Minnesota, they would tell us all about snowboarding, and they would tell us all about getting out on the skidoos and all of that winter activity, ice fishing that they do. They can't wait to get out on the lake. Back home. In fact, a lot of the ice fishing houses fall into the lake because they don't want to take them off at the end of the season. They want to continue to fish and stay out there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are so many things that contrast in both of these climates that anybody that lives in is certainly going to find things that appeal to them.
Yes. Well, that's cool. I hope that I get used to the heat.
You
I mean,
will. You
I
will.
came here in August, and my mom and I dropped my stuff off at my apartment, and she thought, well, let's walk to dinner, or let's walk to get the groceries that we want to eat for tonight. And just walking there, we were getting so tired and thirsty and upset, and we Ubered home. Like, I couldn't handle it, and that was in August.
No. And what I remember of my first summer in Arizona was walking. I was walking across a field in Tempe. It was an area where there's a building now, but there wasn't a building at the time. And the wind was blowing. And I remember thinking, well, this is like a blast furnace. I mean, this wind blowing on me has increased the heat 20-fold. It just,
Oh, the wind didn't even help?
Oh, no, it didn't help at all. It increased. I mean, it was like the temperature was 110 and the wind chill was 140. You know, it was just, it actually made it warmer.
Much worse.
When the wind blew. And
Ooh,
that kind of scared me. I thought, oh my goodness, this is hot. But several years later, walking the same street with the same wind, same temperature, I
didn't mind it.
Just another day in Arizona. You know,
I think the
don't
thing that
think
scares
anything
me
of
is getting in your car and accidentally letting like the metal part of your seatbelt touch your arm, you know, where it's super hot. Have you ever had that?
That's never happened to me, so I don't think it'll happen to you.
It happens to me all
Yeah.
the time.
Really?
Yes,
No,
it really
I have
hurts.
never burned myself on my seatbelt. But
Well, I'm from Ohio and it hurt there, so I really hope it doesn't happen here. But yeah, just got to be careful.
you have to be careful, or just get yourself some gloves when you get in and put on
Gosh, that would be really
to hook up.
embarrassing.
But that's never happened to me, so
Oh,
I
that's
think you'll
cool.
be okay.
I hope so.
I don't know if they have a rash. I think we could call the hospital and they would say, no,
I've got a rash.
we don't get too
Burned
many of those.
myself with my seatbelt. They would think there's just something wrong with you.
One of the things they do warn about out here, though, is watching out for your seatbelts and watching out for any metal objects on a baby carrier. Like that, because you could burn the baby could burn its hand. You set it in the car next to a piece of metal like that or something. So those are the things that you want to be careful with. Are the children, the little ones that can't take care of themselves, that you're buckling in or you're putting somewhere,
or not leaving them in the
Yes.
car
Oh,
unattained. And
absolutely,
not your
yeah.
dogs either. I think that people think that dogs can handle anything. When you leave them out in
Yeah,
the cold or the heat. I feel so bad for those dogs you see that are just panting.
Yeah.
They can't produce sweat, so they're just literally panting.
I have very strict rules for my dog and the months that she can go in the car. I mean, she can go in the car any time of year, but I will have to use the air conditioning, which she doesn't like. But
really?
I like to have the windows open though. And in the summertime, when it's real hot, we go in the morning. We go early in the day. And she gets to go. We'll go to the park at say 6:30 in the morning, and it's okay for her to travel like that. But later in the day, she's just not allowed, and it bothers her a lot because she's used to me when I don't have a suit on. If I have a suit on, she doesn't pay any attention to me at all because she knows that I'm leaving. I'm not going to be there to play with her.
Oh, that's cute.
She knows. Oh yeah, she absolutely knows that.
and-
But if I have a pair of jeans on and a baseball hat, she walks to the door with me. She's looking like, am I going? Am I in on this ride?
He's got the
Yeah,
baseball cap
she's
on.
al-
It's casual
yep.
Friday.
She's always ready to go. She's always ready to go. So I hate to tell her no, but when the temperature gets to a certain point, and I stop taking her, even with the baseball hat and the jeans and the tennis shoes on, she gets it. She figures it out after a while. That there's I don't know if she says it's too hot, but she goes, there's a change. There's something that I don't get to go. So yeah, but I'm real strict on I don't. She never gets left in the vehicle without the windows open and without the temperature
That's good.
being at a certain norm.
What kind of dog do you have, by the way?
She's a golden doodle. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
I was just about to say I really
that's
want
it.
one.
Yeah. And that reaction is what you would do if you saw her.
Oh
If
my
you saw
gosh.
her, you'd do just that because
Do you have
she's.
any pictures of her on your
I
Twitter
do.
or anything?
I have it on my Twitter. Oh, they're all over the place on my Twitter page.
Because that is so funny
Yeah,
you
we
said
could-
that
we could
because
look one up.
I'm thinking about either getting a golden retriever or maybe a mini golden doodle.
Oh, those little minis are the cutest dogs.
Because
And
golden
they're-
doodles
they're-
regular are huge, right?
Yeah, well, they can get pretty big. We had one in our neighborhood that was pretty big, much larger than Maya was.
'Cause mixed with
yeah,
the
you
poodle,
just
you
you
have
have to
those long
scroll
legs.
down there a ways and look. It's been a while since I've.
You tweet all of your ties.
Well, we did all the ties for December. We put one out each day to let people know that.
That's cute. Oh shoot!
Which were
you
my
got a
favorites.
collection
That's
there.
my Christmas tie collection. Yeah.
Wait, let's pull this up here just for a second.
I wear one every day in the month of December
This is awesome.
celebrate Christmas. Yep, there they are. I just laid them out on the bed there. And
Quite the tie collection.
it's
That's
a nice
awesome.
little collection of ties, and it's a lot of fun to be able to throw one out. There she is, right there. That's how that's her with her toy.
Oh, so she's a light color. I like that.
Oh yeah. Well, she started out. She was tan. She was a kind of a little brownish tan little thing. And she
cute.
loves to ride in the car like that.
Oh my
That's just her
gosh.
favorite possession in the car. I always tell people she's thanking me for the ride.
And you're not lying. You're wearing the baseball cap.
Oh yeah, I've got the cap on. That's when she knows that she gets to go along.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, she's a good little girl. She's a little cutie.
And
And
you're so
I know you
energetic.
all feel that way about your dogs. Everybody thinks their dog is the cutest, but She's pretty cute.
Oh, nice. And she's pretty well behaved.
She's very well behaved. Yeah, I am a pseudo dog trainer. So when my dogs come along, when we get the dog, we have a certain standard that we pick them up at a certain age, and I mean on a certain day of a certain age, and we start training the day we get home. The moment we get home, we start training.
That's smart.
And we train every day for about the first 2 or 3 years. We train every day for 15 minutes. And it's just the same old stuff. I mean, we do a few parlor tricks, but it's basically sit, stay, be quiet, don't go over there. You want her to be able to blend. Any dog, you want them to be able to blend with society. You want them to be able to, like when she was real tiny, I had to go into a store and get something, and I had her with me. And I was able to, I took her in the store. She was real little, and everybody in there, she was so cute. But I took her in the store and I went, sit. I don't want you to move until I come back. And then I went in the store shopping. And she sat by that front door with her little back just as straight. And people came in, people came out. They talked with her. I know. Well, that's how well trained she is. And this is her pose right here. This is the pose that she affects.
Well, she's obeying.
Yes, she's
that's
obeying.
What it looks like.
She was told to sit and stay in this picture right here. And that was, she's waiting for release. She's waiting for me to say, okay, you can move. But I do that when I have to run in somewhere and she's not allowed. One of the fun places that I go is I go to a meat market. I have a meat market that I buy my meat at.
Oh, how does she handle that?
Well, it's funny because she sits real still and real straight outside, and people come in and they go, I can't believe that dog is sitting outside a meat market.
Like this?
Yeah,
Just like
absolutely not moving a muscle.
Oh my
And
gosh, so well trained.
Yeah, she's very well trained. All of my dogs have been well trained. But you have to understand, a dog's purpose in life is to please you.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do. How can they please you if they don't know what to do? See, so you give them that guide. You show them how to please you by sitting, by staying, by going and fetching it. She goes and she picks up the paper every morning. And there'd be a picture on my Twitter somewhere. We on rainy days, I always take a picture. I always say, this is why I trained her to do that. And yeah, she gets the paper, and I just tell her, fetch it up. That's what I tell her.
That is so cool.
Every morning, and we trained her that almost within. She was so little she had to drag the paper in. The first time we trained her how to do that. So, and all of my dogs learn that.
She had to drag it in when she was like a puppy or something?
Well, see, they always put it in plastic. So yeah, she would drag it into the garage, dragging it in backwards. There we are. This is this was kind of funny because I lit the fire a little early, and she's kind of looking at me like, what? Really? Already?
That is so cute.
That's out on the patio there. That's where I have my coffee and my paper in the morning. And she sits out there.
Look at her with her tongue out.
She sits out there with me.
So she started kind of like a darker golden color?
She was absolutely tan. She was a tan like that phone is.
Okay.
Yeah, she was all over her whole body. And we always look at her if she acts up. I always look at her and say, you know, I bought a tan dog.
You aren't what I paid for.
Not a tan dog anymore. So no,
That's
she's
so
a great
cute.
little girl though.
Well, that's, you know, at home I have a Maltipoo, so it's half Maltese, half Poodle, and I don't know if it's the Maltese in him or the Poodle or the fact that it's a male dog, but he barks constantly, and we can never get him to stop. I don't know if it's that breed or what, but does yours bark a lot?
Well, once again, she's trained to bark at certain things. She will go off when somebody comes to the house, comes to the door.
Yeah.
But it's a controlled bark. It's not just, it's a couple of let people know there's a dog in there.
Yeah.
But no, she doesn't bark at too many things.
That's good.
Passing dog, she might bark at a dog that's going by or something like that when we're out on the patio. But for the most part, she's fairly quiet.
That's good. Yeah, the golden retriever part of the golden doodles is my favorite because they're so playful and they're so loving.
We had golden retrievers, and the hair was too much.
Oh, the shedding.
And she doesn't shed. I should say the fur was too much.
I think that's why people
because
choose
she
golden
has hair.
doodles.
Yeah, she has hair, and she doesn't shed. A little bit of shedding on the ears and a little bit on the tail. Yeah, that's her. That's her favorite sport. She loves to play in the pool.
This is so cute.
And we do play keep away. You can see how intense she is. She's looking right at me. She's going, come and get it. See if you can get it.
Is she
We
swimming
are-
with her back legs or something?
Oh yeah,
It looks
she's
like
standing. She's standing on the steps right there, and the ball is supporting her. But she will stand in the pool and do that very same thing with just barely her head, just barely
That is so
out of the
cute.
water. Yeah, and that's her favorite game. And you know the interesting thing about that is she is trained to go in the pool. And she is trained to get out of the pool. Like I just say, out. There's no argument. There's no boom. And she totally forgets the pool when she's out. She doesn't ask to go in, doesn't try to go back in. It's just that when she's told to go in, I tell her swim, and so she can go in. And when we're done, I say out, and she hops out, and that's the end of it.
That is so
yeah,
cool.
we don't have any problems with her wanting to get in the pool or even asking to get in the pool. After October, she just it's over, and she knows it. So she's very good like that too. Real easy around the pool.
Oh,
That was when she was her sweatband day. It was a little humid that day, so we had to put a little sweatband on her. And I believe that was the 4th of July as well.
That is an amazing picture. You've got to retweet that on 4th of July. That's
Oh
amazing.
no, it was National Dogs Day is what that was.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, her
Yeah.
name's Maya.
Maya Merlot.
Maya Merlot.
Maya because she's French, and Merlot because I drink a lot of Merlot. So
That's amazing.
I thought I'd get that in there too.
Okay, yeah, the French poodle owner. So I
Yeah,
get that. And then
yeah,
Merlot because
yeah.
you love to have some
Little
nice
French,
red
there you
wine.
go,
That's
yeah.
good. Sweating after a run with Dad. That's so cute. How old is she?
She just turned 7.
Okay, that's a
She
good
just
age.
turned 7. Actually, I got a year back on her because I thought she was turning 8. I told my wife she's turning 8, and she said, no, go check her papers. So I checked her papers, and she was turning 7. And I went out, I said, oh, I got another year.
Yay, that's so cute.
Yeah, good to get a
Aw.
year back. And
Yeah,
there we
she's
are.
a good-looking dog.
Yeah.
Looks like she just got a haircut or something.
In the car there. She gets a haircut every other Thursday.
Oh, wow.
She goes to
You
a
really
place-
have her groomed
Yeah,
every
yeah.
week?
She goes every other Thursday, not every
other.
Thursday.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Which is about twice as much as my wife has her hair done. So that can be a problem. But
You
yeah,
let that dog get its hair done more than me.
yeah,
That's
that was
so
right
cute.
after her grooming there, as a matter of fact, you can see, because all of her curls are gone. She's all combed out. Yeah. There she
Oh
is.
my
I told you, see,
gosh.
I knew we'd find one. And this is her, and it's a rainy day. And she loves to do this. She absolutely loves to do this. You can see how excited she is. She just gets that in her mouth and off she goes. But yeah, every morning, whether it's raining or not, we get the paper. But it works best when it's raining, because then I really don't have to go out and get it. But she loves to do it.
That is so cute.
She loves. That's a very easy thing to teach your dog to do. I take my dogs when they first come home, about the first or second day, and I take them out there with me to get the paper, and I put the paper in their mouth and I hold it, and I run with them, holding the paper in their mouth, and complimenting them all the way. And now all of her training is done with just love. There's no treats at all.
No
she's
treats,
never had a
Dave.
treat. She's never had a treat. She's never had a treat, and she's never had human food. And this is the first dog that I've tried that with. I've never trained my dogs with treats. My dogs before have gotten treats, but I decided on this dog that we weren't going to do treats. And the reason for it is my last dog, Katie. Katie would meet you at the front door, no matter who you were. And then she would literally take a hold of your hand or a piece of cloth on your clothing and direct you to the kitchen.
Oh, so
And
only doing it for
to the
treats.
pantry, pantry. And then they would go, what does she want? We'd say she wants a treat. And yeah, can I give her one? Well, yeah, they're in the pantry. And then you open the door to the pantry. She'll stick her nose right up there, like right there.
Yeah.
And so and that just got to be
So
such a
annoying.
pain.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm spending $500 a week on treats.
Yeah, well, it wasn't the cost of treats. It was just that your friends were going, yeah, do I have to get this dog a treat every time I come into your house? And
Because
and
it
some
almost
of
wouldn't
them
leave you
loved it.
alone
Yeah,
until it
some
got
of
one?
Oh no, would not leave you alone until it got one. Literally, we called her the herder, because she would herd you. If she couldn't get you to come by grabbing onto your hand or something, she would then get and bump you from one side
That's
to the
crazy
other.
that dogs
and
can, like,
guide
sense that and do
yep,
that and
she would
communicate with
guide
you?
you to the pantry.
Another golden doodle, or
No,
was it
she was a golden.
just a golden?
She was a golden, yeah. Katie
wow.
came. Katie came.
So do you prefer a golden doodle
Well,
over a regular?
Yeah, it's hard to. I'll tell you the thing with Maya, is that there's a part of that poodle that drives you crazy.
It's the poodle part for sure.
Yeah, it drives you crazy. I remember saying to my wife one day, I said, I don't know how I'm going to train this dog. She just looks at me like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I mean,
Yeah.
that
I don't
doesn't
think
make
so.
any
It's
sense.
the French part.
Why would I do that? And other dogs just go, okay, whatever you want me to do, I'll do.
Yeah.
She was going, yeah, I don't think so.
I'm more sophisticated
Oh,
than
I
that.
know it. It was just really something she was, but she did get it. I mean, eventually, I was teaching her to back up one day. It was a little parlor trick I had where I would say a word to her, and I'm trying to think of what the word was, because I've changed it now. But at first I had a word like annoying. I think it was like annoying or something, and I would say, you're much too close to me, and that's annoying. And
Yeah.
when she heard the word annoying, she'd back up. See?
Oh my
It was so,
gosh.
that's very cute, very cute.
Your golden did that. Or no, your doodle.
I was teaching her to do it. My
Oh.
golden did it
Yeah.
without a problem. I was teaching her to do it, and she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. And I would use the same technique, used everything the same.
Mm-hmm.
And one night, she brought me her toy, and she dropped it on my lap. And I wasn't thinking of getting a lesson out of this or anything. I didn't want to throw her toy, so I just took her toy and I dropped it beside the chair. And I said, nah, I don't want to throw your toy right now. And she backed up.
Oh, so she knew.
She went, she backed up, and I thought, well, you little...
So you did
Yeah.
know my trick.
Yeah, so she'll go, I'll do your trick if you do my trick. You know?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So she's a little bit sneakier
Well,
than the other one.
yeah,
a little
well,
smarter.
she's smarter. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that extra level of smartness makes her question you more.
Mhm.
And it's tough being questioned by your dog.
It's tough to train someone that's questioning
She was very tough to train, but when she got it, she really got it. And it's not that she was tough to train necessarily. I thought it was that she was tough to train.
Mhm.
It was just that she was stubborn.
Yeah.
She was very stubborn about it. It was like,
Did it train her a little
why are you
differently,
telling me?
maybe?
Yeah, why are you? I had to change my technique a little bit with her, but it took a little longer.
That's cool.
Yeah, but she's really got it down now.
I love that picture. That's a
Isn't
great
that a
photo.
great picture? Yeah.
That's very
Because
cute.
she's really working. I call that her job. I'll say, do your job, fetch it up. And that's her job.
So cute. So would you recommend for someone like me who's sort of looking for a dog to get maybe a mini golden doodle or just a regular golden or full on? I don't know if I can take care of a whole golden doodle.
First of all, who's home when you're not home?
No one.
Yeah, see, and that's a problem for the hours that you're putting in to be able to spend that kind of time
That's true.
with a new puppy and give them what they need. Because they need a lot. You know, when people say, oh, we have such a bad dog, I always go, well, there's something you're not giving it. There's something that you're not doing that dog is being mean or bad or whatever. And it's like I said earlier in this conversation, a dog really wants to please its master. So if you give that dog something to do and you show that dog that it's pleasing you by doing that, that's how you train the dog.
And I would
So-
feel bad having it. I don't live in a big house or anything, and I would love to provide it with a house and a yard and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I remember there was a joke I wrote once. I do that every once in a while. I'll write humor or I'll write some stuff. And I remember one years ago. I was writing something for something, and the joke kind of went. I'd like to get a dog, but my place just isn't right. It's not big enough. It doesn't have this kind of access. It doesn't do this. It's just not right. And then all of a sudden I realize that I'm living in a place that I won't bring a dog to.
So there you go.
So there you go. But I always think that there should be somebody home with the dog occasionally and stuff like that. And then if you do have time and you're single to have a dog, I always probably would say that to get the smaller one. Probably a little easier for you to take care of, easier for you to have during the day when you can't be there. Maya doesn't get crated. Some dogs do. I don't have a problem with that if they do it when they're puppies. That when you leave the house, you put them in a I hate to use a little crate. or a big crate,
Yeah.
whatever. I have used those to transport dogs, but my dog just kind of has the run of the house. And the reason she has the run of the house is because we've taught her how to live
Taught
in
her
the
well.
house. Yeah, she knows
See, my
how to
friend,
live in the house.
they created their puppies, but they're full-grown labs now, and they still crate them. Isn't that sort of strange?
No, people do that. The only thing I say about that is make sure that you increase the size of the crate so that it's much that it's much bigger than the dog.
Oh, yeah. Not the puppy crate
Yeah,
anymore.
not the puppy crate anymore. But also when you buy that adult crate bigger than what you want for your dog if your dog's going to be living in it.
Yeah.
If you're going to be putting it in the car and you're going to be moving it from place to place, buy one the dog fits in, just fits in.
Right.
But if you're going to be having the dog live in there, you're going to have a water bowl, you're going to have some other stuff in there, a blanket and stuff, buy one much bigger than the dog.
Much bigger. Yeah, that's what they do. So that's good. I think
that's not a bad thing. And dogs are very comfortable being crated if they're crated from being puppies.
Yeah.
They're very comfortable doing that. They know what that means. That's not punishment or anything.
Yeah.
They know that just means that mom and dad are gone and they're in their place.
Yeah, I guess my dog back home has a cage, and he feels safe in there. He likes kind of
Oh
going
yeah,
in there
oh
and
no,
having
they
his
like
toys
it.
and stuff.
When they're puppies especially, they like having walls. They like having things around them. Like when Maya or any of my dogs come home, the first place we put them is we put them in the laundry room.
Really?
And we put them in the laundry room. I always get a box. I don't get a house or anything like that because they're not going to be there long. But I get a little box, and I put windows in it and little things like that.
So
but I put a bed in there, and what they like being closed in. They like little close, tight little
Yeah,
places.
they feel safe, I think. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then they will stay in there for maybe 3 months, something like that. Maybe less than that.
Yeah.
It's all about house training. When you're house trained, you're out. That's the deal. And so they will. Doesn't take very long to train them when they're young, and you work hard at it.
Yeah, I think that's what we did with our dog too, the laundry room, because it wasn't carpeted or something.
Yeah, and that's where she is, and we have a little gate that goes up in front of the area there, so she's got her own little area to be in, and she can have her little accidents back there, and that also gives them the opportunity to realize they don't want to have accidents. They don't want to be around that, and that's part of the training process. And so once we let our dog go in the house, they're absolutely harmless. I can't remember of any destruction any of my dogs have ever done to my home.
Oh,
I had a
that's
cat
awesome.
do some destruction to the
How
house.
was that?
Well,
I'm more of a dog person.
My fault. I
can't really
was
train a
totally
cat.
a dog person, and I wanted to get a cat because I wanted to. There was just something about cats that interested me.
Yeah.
So I got a cat, Taxi Cat. That was her name, Taxi Cat. And
That's
Taxi,
adorable.
yeah, Taxi went through 3 dogs. Taxi lived to be 19 years old.
Oh.
Yep, and
Wow.
we were actually going to have a 20th birthday party for her, but yeah, I lost her. She was the only cat I had, so I can't say she was the best cat I had. But I had to move out of the master bedroom. I cried so much when I lost her.
gosh.
Yeah, I moved out of the master bedroom for 4 days.
Wait, why? Why did you move
I
out
was
of-
crying. I was
Oh,
just crying. I
couldn't
was
stop
upset. I
crying.
was sad.
Yeah.
I would lay in bed awake.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I
so
had her.
sad.
Yeah. Well, we were real pals. We were real good pals.
So you became more of a cat person clearly after having
Oh
her.
yeah, definitely. Never got another cat.
Yeah.
Never got another cat.
Oh.
I just I couldn't replace her. She was just, for 18 years, 19 years, she was right there. And we had little stuff where I would just hit my chest like that, and she would run across the room, hit my leg, hit my chest, and then jump up
It's
and be on
almost
my,
like you
get on
trained her
my
to be a
shoulder.
dog.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like
I
she
did.
was
I
running
did.
around.
Yeah, she was house trained. She didn't go to the bathroom. She didn't have a box, litter box. She didn't have any of that. She did have a litter box. I got her a litter box when she first came to the house. And I put that litter box right next to the French doors out back, right next to them, inside the house. And she used it for a day, maybe a day and a half. And then I set it right outside the French doors so she could see it in the window. She could go over and see it, so she would ask well, I want to get in, I want to go to my box.
Yeah.
So at that point, without really training her to ask to go out, she would come to the doors and see her box outside, so she would turn around and meow. So we would let her out.
That's crazy.
Well, then the next couple of days, we took that box and moved it to the back of the yard. So then she would have to come out and she'd have to go looking for it.
To sort of train her to know to always use that box,
Nope.
or to.
After a couple of days, I threw the box away
Wait, why?
because she became a dog then.
Oh,
And she would just go out, and I had a pooper scooper like you do for a dog, and
Oh
she
my
would
gosh,
just
no
go in the
way.
backyard. Yeah, she would just go in the backyard and do her business. She would ask to go out, and then she'd come back in again, and I trained her just like a dog.
That's
and
crazy.
it worked. We never had a problem with her until the story that I started to tell here. We went away for the weekend, and when we went away on weekends, she was very independent.
As cats usually are.
Yeah, we would just leave a bunch of food outside with extra water. We had all kinds of shelters out there for her. We had a covered patio, and there was a shelter house for her out there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And went away one weekend, locked her inside the house.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, we had a mess to deal with.
By accident?
Yeah,
Oh,
by accident. When we got home, we had to replace. We literally had to take all the carpeting out of one room.
Oh gosh.
We had to
so
replace
she
all
really
of the
did
woodwork.
Some
Yeah,
damage.
we had to replace all the woodwork around the walls. We had to have the concrete. We had to have the concrete sealed, and we had a piece of the particle board in the wall that we had to take out and replace as well.
Well, that's what
But it was
happens
my
when you
fault.
make your cat a dog.
It was my fault. Yeah, I left her and I felt terrible because I know how she felt.
Yeah,
she had
she
to
was
have felt
probably panicking.
terrible about being locked in there. So yeah, it was my own fault that happened. But that was our big problem with her. Was the only problem we ever
I
had with
love
her.
that you named her Taxi Cat. That's really
Yeah,
cute.
and you know she had like I said, she went through a couple of dogs, and one of her favorite dogs was our German Shepherd. We had a German Shepherd. It's about a 120-pound dog. It was big.
Those are
big,
good to train.
Big dog.
Yeah.
I had him trained real well. I had to because he was so big.
Yeah.
But she would, what she would do is she would get in a fight with a cat. And then she would run to our backyard and jump over the fence. And the other cat would come jump over the fence, and all of a sudden she'd be in the face of a German Shepherd. And he would hop up, and of course Taxi would run right by him.
Yeah.
And he would go, "Who are you?" And
Would he go after her?
Oh yeah, it was all
God.
so funny. It was all so funny because we'd see her coming over the fence, and I'd go, "Oh, she brought somebody home." And this other cat had come over the fence, and she's going, "Meet my brother."
That is hilarious.
Yeah, it was funny because this big old dog would get up and chase the cat out of the yard. So they had a good relationship. But yeah, no, that 18 years that I had with that cat was a lot of fun. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, that's good. You know, and no need to even get another cat again. You got to pay your respects to Taxi Cat. That's such a cute name. I love that. I still love this picture of your dog too.
Yeah. She's a good gal. She's a good little gal.
I love that. Well, we were talking about weather, but I like talking about
I
pets
know.
more, actually. So that was
Actually.
great.
And we do have a little change in our weather coming, so we'll get with you again if that turns out to be anything. Okay.
Good. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. Well, I hope you like the animal talk, folks.
Hey, let's do it again. I love
Okay.
talking about animals.
What
can
we
talk
do
about mine
is
next
we
time.
have to we'll have to invite people to tell us their dog stories as
Well,
well.
when you were talking about Taxi Cat, one of them said, you know, this cat's, let's go back to dogs now. Some people are strictly dog people and some people
I
are
know.
strictly cat people.
And that's why I got the cat. I got the cat because I was strictly a dog person. I didn't like cats. I didn't want a cat around. And I started to think about that. I thought, wow, I've never had a run-in with a cat, never had a bad deal with a cat. And then a cat came available to me.
Yeah.
And somebody said, you know, my cat just had kittens. And I went over and got one and took it home. Didn't ask permission from
What'd
my
your
wife.
wife say?
She took the dog and went for a walk. She said, "Okay, we're leaving, and when we come back, we don't want to see any cats."
Oh.
And off she went.
And when you came
When
back,
she came back, there was still a cat there.
kittens
And-
are so cute.
Yeah,
too.
no, she came to love the cat as much as I did.
We're gonna go for a walk and we'll be right back.
We'll be maybe.
You know what that means.
We'll be right back, maybe.
Oh, that's so cute.
yeah.
Well, that's cool that you can train dogs so well, because I don't know how to. So it's sort of like, you know, you're the dog whisperer. You know that show Milan, the dog whisperer?
Yeah. And the thing is, I've watched that, and I see there are people that do have that kind of a relationship. I don't really have that. I create that with my animals. You know, you can create anything with your animals. It's just how you approach it.
That's cool.
So I'm not the dog whisperer, but I do get them trained real well.
Well, thank you for coming up here and chatting with me.
Okay.
I swear we were talking about weather earlier, but we got into some pet talk, which I loved. Thank you for that. So.
Hey, I like the name Duke. Yes, we had a dog named Duke when I was growing up, one of our best dogs.
And they said it was a
Yeah.
German Shepherd.
Yeah.
Oh, they're getting a
Getting
German
a German
Shepherd named
Shepherd,
Duke.
Duke, yeah.
So that's awesome.
Good
That's a strong name. I like
oh,
that
that
name.
brought back memories when I saw Duke up there. Yeah,
Duke.
Duke was a.
I love
we had
that.
we had a dog when I was growing up called Duke. Okay, well, we're going to go. I'm wasting all your time
Thank
here.
you. No, trust me, we all appreciate it. That was nice to talk about it.
Okay.
I love your dog.
Oh,
She's so
yeah,
cute.
they're great.
Take
Next
more
time I'll bring a
pictures.
picture of the cat with me.
Yes.
Next
Oh, yeah,
time,
taxi cat.
Taxi
Bring her
cat.
up. That'd be
Okay.
great.
Bye, folks.
Thank you. We'll
Okay,
catch
you
you on
bet.
at 9
Thanks.
o'clock, right?
Okay,
You'll
you
be
bet.
on the show?
I sure will be.
Thank you,
Bye now.
Dave. All right, you guys. So that was Dave Muncie. Follow him on Twitter at Fox10Dave. He's great. He does the weather here at Fox 10. He will be live on the air at 9 o'clock. That's in an hour. It's about 7:57 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I appreciate you guys watching with me here on the chat, leaving your comments in the stream. Love to read what you guys are saying here on the air. Mike saying my beagle's name is Daisy. Oh, beagles are cute. I like beagles. My dog's name is Wilson, named after the volleyball in Castaway. Yeah, I don't really get it, but we did name him Wilson. He's this white little dog, very cute, half Maltese, half poodle. He does bark a lot, though. I can say that. Jared says my dog chases my goats and chickens. That's kind of cute. I'd love to see a video of that. Let's see what else you guys are saying up here in the chat. Sorry we didn't get to see what some of you were saying about cats up here, but I know that a lot of you wanted to hear more about the dogs. Christmas Eve saying only cute when they're kittens. There are some cats that are super cute when they're older too. I think the fat cats are really cute. I know that's weird to say, but sometimes the really fat cats can be very cute. Jared saying cats are evil. No, not all cats are evil. You know what? We're all entitled to our opinions. Some can be evil, you're right. You know, you got to stay away from the evil ones. Let's give you guys a live look of the Capitol building right now before I take you into some of the next top stories for you here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys. Well, let's take you to some of the top stories of the day here. I'm Mary Kay Gaffney. I appreciate you guys watching with me. I love your comments in the chat. We're here live on the Fox News Now stream. It's 8 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. As we showed you earlier, here are the temperatures. Love the temperatures here right now. This is amazing. If you're in the Arizona state or in the Phoenix area, take a look at these temps. 71 and sunny on Sunday. So happy. 63 tomorrow. 61 and cloudy on Friday. High 65 Saturday. And again, that's sunny 71 on Sunday. Pro Tool asking in the chat here, Mary Kate, be honest, did you cry when Wilson drifted away in the ocean? Absolutely. That was probably the saddest part of Castaway. And I think we were watching the movie when we brought our dog home, and he was just a puppy, and we were trying to think about what to name him, and that scene came on with Tom Hanks. You know what I'm talking about, where he goes, Wilson! Oh, we were all crying. The whole family was crying. So we had to name our dog Wilson. It was just a moment. We all had a moment. But yes, thank you for asking. Let's see. Jared says, my favorite dog is Brian from Family Guy. Jared, you are so right. Brian from Family Guy is so funny. Family Guy is one of my favorite shows. Brian and Stewie are definitely my favorite characters, hands down. Enrique says, it was sunny out here today. Yeah, it was actually a really good day here in Phoenix. Beautiful day. It was very sunny. Mike in the chat is saying, Wilson! Again, if you haven't seen that scene from the movie Castaway with Tom Hanks, look it up on YouTube. It's amazing. Basically, he's stranded on an island and has no friends, so he has to make friends with a volleyball, and he names it Wilson. Well, it's the Wilson volleyball, and then he goes crazy when it drifts away in the ocean. But yeah, just wanted to mention that part. Is there something going on here? Chandler Heights. Okay. Okay. Got some breaking news for you guys right now. Let me take source. Hold on, I'm trying to pull this up for you guys, get this ready, so we can take you to this live event that we've got here. Let's see. Okay, so this is a fire in Chandler Heights. They're still working on it right here. This is live from the news chopper. Let's take you to this event. Working to get you guys some more information right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, this is in the East Valley area. All right, you guys, well, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, fire crews right now working to put out this massive blaze here in Chandler, on Chandler Heights Road to be exact. You can see some of the fire crews there working diligently to put out this fire. We are working to get you guys some more information on how it started. Stick with us here on the Fox News Now stream. Now, if you're familiar with this area, this is at Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista. That's kind of the crossing there where that house is, that you can see fire crews working to put this fire out. You can even see some of the flames poking through the roof there as fire crews still working to put this blaze out. Again, we're unsure at this time how this fire started, but you can see the whole roof has sunk in. At this point, it might be too late to turn back. It looks like the house, at least the top of it, is destroyed at this time. Wow, that is a serious shot that we're getting right here. Look at this. Water shooting into the blaze here. Fire crews working very hard to put this out. You can clearly, you're really getting a look at how hard it is to put out a fire here. Look, it's just coming through the roof of this house in Chandler. Look, one of the firefighters down on the ground there, working to get the door open. Again, this is at Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista. That's sort of the crossing there where this house is. Let's take a closer look at what this firefighter is doing right now. All right, they just took down that garage door. Wow, you can see what is coming out of that garage right now. You can clearly see this garage part of the house is clearly destroyed at this point. It would be really hard to fix. I mean, you can see the whole roof is going to collapse at any moment here. Flames still coming out. You can see fire crews using the hoses there. Just truly shows how long it takes to put out a fire. Again, this is in the Chandler area of Arizona, at the corner crossing of Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista. It's about 8:10 here tonight in Arizona. Unsure at this time how this fire started, but we are working to get you guys some more information. But we're getting a full live look here at what it takes for fire crews to put out a blaze like this. And if you want to know the exact street this is on, this is in the 15,000 block of Via del Palo, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Units are on the scene of this fully involved attic fire. Fire crews are on the defense right now, working hard to put this fire out. Looks like they were able to get into that garage as we just showed you a little bit ago. Gotta give it up to the fire crews here in Arizona. They are working hard for us tonight. You can even see over the on the little bit of the left-hand corner of the screen there, some other fire crew members holding onto that hose as it sprays that water on top of the roof on those flames. Again, this is at the crossing of Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista in Arizona. Well, you're able to really see the damage on that roof right now as fire crews are still using tons of water there to put out this blaze. Again, we're still unsure how this fire started, but we do know there's dozens of fire crews there on the scene working to put this out. We just saw them take off the garage door there so they could get inside. And this is at Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista here in Arizona tonight. It's about 8:15 here, and they are working hard to put out this fire. You're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream. Looks like we're getting a closer look of one of the fire crew members here. Let's see what he is doing. Okay, looks like they're just about to push a part of this in. They're knocking this down right now. This is truly incredible to see what they have to do to put out a fire. Again, this is at Chandler Heights Road in Val Vista, happening live right now on the Fox News Now stream. We are streaming this massive fire in Arizona. Okay, they just ripped down part of that wall there. Let's see what they're gonna do. Looks like they've been able to knock part of that wall down. Still working on it there. Someone in the chat said it looks like an attempted rescue. Unsure at this time what exactly they're doing to the house here, but again, this is a pretty big attic fire is what they first called it. But we do know that firefighters are continuing to work towards fire control on this defensive fire. No reports of injuries to the homeowner at this time. Wow, just take a look at this as they totally knock down this wall here, which to me, I mean, that looked like concrete. And they used some tools and they completely knocked it down. They're looking in there right now. Looks like they're trying to figure out a way to get in there to help put out this fire. Let's see what they're gonna do. Well, if you're just joining us here, this is a fire in Arizona. You can see it's at the corner of Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista. Fire crews working diligently to put out this attic fire is what they're calling it. It's in the 15,000 block of Via del Palo in Gilbert. Units on the scene here of this fully involved attic fire. Fire crews have gone defensive, working now to put out this fire. Crossroads are Val Vista and Chandler Heights. A little bit of an update here. Firefighters are continuing to work towards fire control on this defensive fire. No reports of injuries to the homeowner or the firefighters at this time. So that is great news. Right now they're just working on putting this fire out so that no more damage is done. But as you saw earlier, they were knocking down that garage. They even knocked down part of the concrete of the house or whatever it was on the side there. So not sure about the home anymore, but at least we know fire crews are uninjured and the homeowner is uninjured. Again, you're able to see the damage done to that roof there and the rest of the house. Look at what they're doing here. They're even breaking down parts of the wall earlier. You can see they're still doing that, trying to put out the damage of this fire. Again, we do know the homeowner is uninjured, and luckily no injuries to those firefighters either. If you're familiar with the area, this is the corner of Chandler Heights Road and Val Vista. You're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, looks like Chopper has left the scene. We appreciate you watching with us here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm Mary Kay Gaffney, hosting this breaking news for you guys. If we get it back, we'll be sure to take you there. Thanks for joining us here with that live breaking news on our Facebook Live and on the YouTube page here on Fox News Now. Let's take you to a live look of the Capitol building now before I take you to some other top stories here. All right, everybody. Well, I want to take you to a story that's still trending right now. We're talking politics now on the Fox News Now stream. A story that's still sort of trending, and I'll tell you why. Ivanka Trump was harassed on a JetBlue flight by a Hunter College professor. He leaned over during the flight and told her, "Your father is ruining our country." Now there's a petition to get that professor suspended or fired. I'm not exactly sure, but again, that's trending now because there's a petition out against that professor for doing that. So my co-host Mike and I were discussing this story last week. I'm going to take you to our discussion. You guys can let me know in the chat what you think of this story. Let me pull this up for you guys. Get this all ready. All right, let me know what you think.
Yeah, this is a big talker that you found, and a lot of people talking about it, where they're talking about it for two reasons. One, because it's Ivanka, and two, she's on a commercial flight.
Right. She's so humble, you know?
So humble, just like us, everyone. She's just like us.
She's just like us. She's just trying to fly on this plane. If you guys don't know this story, a couple saw Ivanka walking through the airport, then they saw her on the plane. They harassed her. They said that her father is ruining the country.
Oh, wow.
And the couple was then kicked off the plane. Now the couple is saying, hey, we're allowed to express our political opinion. Why are we getting kicked off this plane? While others are saying that he was harassing Ivanka.
Well, they probably caused like a big disturbance in the cabin, don't you think? Like the other passengers must have been like, okay, I'm a little bit scared right now. What the heck's going on?
And let's, just to go over the story correctly, it says, a male passenger was removed from a JetBlue flight on Thursday morning after reportedly berating Ivanka Trump and her family.
Could you imagine?
Shortly before takeoff.
It's embarrassing, too.
At New York's John
It's
F.
embarrassing for that couple there.
I think that is, yeah, that is pretty embarrassing, especially when you have to be removed from a flight. According to TMZ, the unruly passenger spotted the president-elect's daughter in coach on
Just
the
like us.
Florida-bound flight.
Just like us.
That's so cool she was flying in coach. But so this passenger spotted her in coach, and he said to her, quote, "Your father is ruining the country."
He hasn't even started yet.
And then he said, why is she on our flight? She should be flying private. If someone said that to me, that would make me feel very uncomfortable. And you don't know what someone's going to do to you.
Maybe she got a real good deal.
You never know. As JetBlue personnel escorted him off the plane, he protested and screamed, "You're kicking me off for expressing my opinion." What do you think about that?
Now, you know what's interesting, though? I saw some comments in the article that we were reading. Some of the comments were saying, well, what would have happened if that was Barack Obama's family, would people be called an automatic, like racist, or I wonder.
Yeah, I think things can be. And again, we were talking about this airplane story yesterday, where that YouTube star was speaking Arabic over the phone, and then he got kicked off the plane. So
Yeah.
this, it can
People
bring
are
up
just getting kicked
with
off.
this airplane.
It's best not to say anything now on planes.
a JetBlue. Everyone just needs to be quiet, go to sleep.
Yeah, turn that movie on and kind of just veg out a little.
All right, you guys. Well, I just wanted to take you to that segment. That's my co-host Mike. We were just talking about that story. Again, it's still sort of trending because that professor is still getting backlash after saying that to her on that JetBlue flight. Let's take you guys back again to just a live look of the Capitol building here while I get this next top story ready for you guys. Just one moment. Well, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, we want to take you to some of the top stories of the day to get you guys all caught up. So let's start that right now.
Dramatic video of a pair of Chandler police officers responding to a trespassing call when suddenly they're shot by a man inside a Walmart. So police just released this video last night. This happened back in April, last year, at the store near Arizona Avenue in the Santan Loop 202, so it was really big news at the time. So the officers, Joshua Pueblo and Daniel Colwell, arrive at the store, and they confront that suspect. He was a shoplifting suspect at the scene, and then he pulls out a gun right away and starts shooting. And look, I mean, people are running. One of the officers hit there. The man runs out the door. The officers confront him there, pulls out the gun. Then we have another angle of it here, just outside, and it shows you when the officers take down that suspect. And there he goes running out of the store. They catch him there in kind of that foyer, that front area. He's going for his gun again, and they shoot, and he was killed. One of the officers not seriously hurt, but the other one was shot in the face. And he now has gone through several surgeries, but he's doing okay. The parents of the man who was shot and killed say they were just shocked that this happened, and they support law enforcement. The man who admitted to running down an Army veteran will learn his punishment this morning. Cody James Gibson pled guilty to 1 count of aggravated assault, ran down Stephen Richardson, an Iraq War veteran. Richardson said, enough, I'm not going to let this happen, when he saw Gibson dragging his girlfriend by the hair in a supermarket parking lot. After Gibson hit Richardson with his car, he drove away. Richardson ended up in the ICU, and the man who drove that car told us, we went and did a jailhouse interview with him right after. He said, well, he shouldn't have gotten involved, wouldn't have gotten hurt. So we'll see what happens with him today. In Tucson, a manhunt underway for a man who escaped from jail less than 24 hours after he was arrested. Not clear how he got out. This is Noah Penzone, but anyone who sees him is being asked to call police. He was being held for theft, false reporting, and having drug paraphernalia. Texas grandmother scares off a would-be robber. The 74-year-old woman says she was inside her home when the suspect forced his way into the house. She says she had a gun, or he had a gun, and so did she, and she says she wasn't afraid to use it.
I reached over and grabbed this gun, and when I did, I swerved around and I pointed it at him. And when I did, he ran.
Wow, I wouldn't mess with her. She says she doesn't know if she actually shot the suspect, but she squeezed off a couple of rounds there. Police haven't made any arrests. Dramatic.
All right, you guys, well, that is just some of the top stories that we've been working on here at Fox 10. We appreciate you watching with us right here on the Fox News Now stream. It's about 8:40 here in Arizona. Let me know where you guys are watching from in the chat. Let's see what I can take you to. There are some political things I did want to talk about in the chat tonight. Let me pull up this video here. Give me one sec. Here we go. So got that up. Get this ready. Oh. This is what we want here. All right. So we got some video of Donald Trump. Want to discuss some Trump stories with you guys, actually. There is it. Okay. These are the stories that sort of stood out to me in the news today. Now, correct me if I'm pronouncing her name wrong. Jackie Ivanko. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but Trump is taking credit for Jackie Ivanko's surging album sales. That's a headline that I saw today. I'll tell you why. It says on Tuesday, President-elect Donald Trump had this to say about teen opera singer Jackie Ivanko, who is performing at his inauguration in 16 days. Now that's sort of interesting because people were saying that no one wanted to perform at his inauguration, but it looks like he did get a very popular teen opera singer. She's extremely talented. Here's the tweet. And actually, let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. Let me show you. So he hired her to perform at his inaugural ball happening on January 20th. Let me just pull this up for you guys really quick here. I want to show you. This is the tweet. Says Jackie Ivanko's album sales have skyrocketed after announcing her inauguration performance. Some people just don't understand the movement. I love that. So Trump appears to be reacting to an article that was posted from last week titled Jackie Ivanko album sales skyrocket after announcing inauguration performance. Now, it's true that her sales and overall awareness have gone up since the announcement, but it's just sort of funny that Trump is tweeting about it. He's clearly happy that her sales are skyrocketing. Now, while the sales have clearly jumped since the announcement, the increase hasn't been exactly earth-shattering. Unless her latest album sees a much larger bump in sales, then the uptick is way more indicative of the increase in publicity than Trump's base flocking to support her. Which, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Good to get some publicity. And he's obviously praising her here in this tweet. You know, he's saying her sales have skyrocketed after announcing her inauguration performance. She will be performing for him at the inauguration. Again, that's Jackie Ivanko. I might be saying Ivan. I'm not sure I'm saying her last name right, but anyway, she's a teen opera singer, super talented girl. She will be performing at the inauguration, and that's what he has to say about it on Twitter. Taking you back now to some other top stories here about Donald Trump. Okay, so earlier this week we were discussing the Rockettes. One of them, actually a few of them, don't want to perform. They feel like it's against their beliefs to perform for him at the inauguration. He wanted the Rockettes to perform. Now this is what the Rockettes' boss is saying. He tells dancers concerned with Trump inauguration performance to, quote, tolerate intolerance. Says the boss of the Radio City Music Hall Rockettes reportedly told members of the dance troupe that performing in the inauguration is important for business. After many expressed concern that the Rockettes were seemingly being forced to perform at the inaugural events for President-elect Donald Trump later this month, James Dolan, the CEO of Madison Square Entertainment and Sports, and the Rockettes' parent company, addressed members of the organization. This is what he said. He said, quote, "This is a great national event. Every 4 years we put in a new president. It's a huge moment in the country's history. It usually signifies a whole change in how the government is going to run. The fact that we get to participate in it is great. We are an American brand, and I think it's very appropriate that the Rockettes dance in the inaugural and 4th of July and our country's greatest historical moments. That's coming from the CEO of Madison Square Entertainment and Sports. Now, he did clarify to one dancer that the Rockettes performing at the inauguration does not imply that they're supporting Trump outright. But it also said there's in no way thought that having the group perform at the inauguration and thus being associated with Trump would taint the group's image. So again, he's saying just because you're performing for him doesn't mean you're supporting his beliefs. It's, you know, part of your job. You're a dancer, so he says, you know, it doesn't mean you're supporting him. And then moving forward with that, dancing and performing at that ball doesn't taint the Rockettes' image either. Now let me know in the chat, what do you guys think? Do you think that performing at this inauguration as a Rockette would taint their image as dancers? I don't think so. I think that that's what the Rockettes do, and that's what they're all about. They're great dancers. I don't think anyone would think less of them for performing at the inauguration. But again, a lot of them feel that they don't want to perform in front of Donald Trump. He also said, quote, "I don't believe it's going to hurt the brand, and nobody is more concerned about that man sitting in this chair. I'm about to spend $50 million remounting this summer show. I'm going to spend a similar amount remounting next year's Christmas show. I gotta sell tickets." You know, so he's saying this is great publicity for the dance team, whether or not you support Donald Trump or not. Again, let me know what you guys think in the chat. What do you guys think about this? Let me see what you guys are saying. Christmas Eve saying, "Fire the Rockettes that refuse to perform. Similar action should be taken on people who don't stand for the national anthem. It's anti-American." So that's what Christmas Eve is saying. Christmas Eve also saying, "I would still think the same of them." Temporary Channel says, "So they're having performance issues. They have an app for that." Jared saying, "I don't think it would taint their image. I think refusal to perform would hurt their image and support from a lot of people." Jared, you make a really good point. I think that performing wouldn't necessarily taint their image, but not performing could. Because then it looks like you're only choosing events based on your political opinions, which is that what the Rockettes are about? I don't know. Are we going to be living in a society now where actors and actresses and singers and performers will only work in front of people that they politically support? That's another question that we have to ask. Mike says, "Fire them all, hire robots." Hey, we are in the future now. We were talking about the Consumer Electronics Show just a little bit ago. William says, "Dump the Rockettes, bring in a crew from Vegas." Rockettes are very talented. I don't think it's the whole group, you guys. I think it was just a few in there that didn't feel comfortable performing for Trump. So we'll see what happens. Maybe this is all just to build up publicity. Maybe they'll make some huge surprise appearance and fireworks will be going off. You never know. All right, one more headline that I want to go over with you guys here. And if you're wondering what we're watching here on the screen, this is Donald Trump's thank you rally from Orlando, Florida. Love all the Christmas decorations in there too. John saying freedom of speech has a price when you have something to lose. Appreciate you guys letting me know your opinions here in the live chat. Everybody on here is entitled to their own opinion, and I love seeing what you guys have to say. Now, third headline of the day, Ivanka Trump moving to Washington, D.C., and she'll have the Obamas as neighbors. John Hook over there laughing at me. That will be fun. Do you think she'll borrow like a cup of sugar ever or anything like that? Probably not. I'm sure she's well stocked with everything she needs. So Ivanka Trump has made her upcoming move to Washington, D.C. She purchased a beautiful mansion at the nation's capital. Now, I do have a photo. Let me bring this up.
Sasha and Malia can babysit the Trump girls, Trump kids.
What Sasha and Malia will? Oh, the little babies. Yeah. How much do you think they'll pay? Like $10 an hour or something? $1 billion. That's Fox 10 anchor John Hook up here with me. Let me show you Ivanka's new house that they just bought here in Washington. Pretty gorgeous. Let's pull this up here. Now, I'm a huge stalker. I pulled this off of Google Street View. I'm not kidding. This is the house. I'll take myself off the screen here. Let me know what you guys think. I think it's very traditional. I can see Ivanka living in that, can't you? Very pretty. Again, we are talking about the headline today, Ivanka Trump moving to Washington, D.C., and she will have the Obamas as neighbors. Now, as her father prepares to move into the White House, Ivanka and her husband, Jared Kushner, and their 3 children will be moving to the nation's capital. Washington Fine Properties agent William F.X. Moody confirmed this move, telling the magazine that Trump had finished off a deal for a 6-bedroom, $5.5 million D.C. house. The Trump family will be moving to the same neighborhood as the Obamas are planning to move after they leave the White House. The 2 families will live less than 2 blocks apart. Last month, Ivanka and her husband were planning to move to Washington, though they didn't plan on making it a big announcement, although now we're showing you a picture of her house from Google Street View because I creepily typed in the address, and this is what the house looks like. Actually, it's very beautiful. I can see them being very happy in that house. I think it's gorgeous. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Now, although Ivanka does not plan to take a formal job in her father's administration, she does hope to have influence in the policy areas she's passionate about, like maternity leave and childcare for working mothers. However, there's widespread speculation that her husband, who is a close advisor to her father, could be taking a formal position in the White House. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you think of this house? This is the house that Ivanka and her husband and children will be moving into shortly in Washington, which makes sense if her husband is going to be having a formal position there in the White House. They got to live there, so I think it's pretty. I like it. Jared saying it's a beautiful house. Thanks, Jared, for your comment. Again, they're going to be in the same neighborhood as the Obamas, so that's crazy. Christmas Eve says, LOL, I Google people's houses too without them knowing. Not creepy if no one knows. Yeah, not creepy if no one knows, but unfortunately I'm streaming this live for you guys right now, so everyone knows. I did Google Street View this, but hey, I wanted to see what it looked like. Was that bad? I don't know. That's the house. I think it's gorgeous. Not too bad. Let's see what else you guys are saying up here in the chat. Again, we're talking about Ivanka Trump and her family have finally made the move to Washington, D.C. This is the house they chose. This is the house they'll be moving into. Yes, I looked up the address, and yes, I Google Street Viewed it, but at least we get to see it. Let me see what else you guys are saying. I'm scrolling up here. Yes, they will be having the Obamas in the same neighborhood, which is crazy. Maybe they'll get together sometime. You never know. Just reading your comments right now in the chat. Christmas Eve saying, there goes the neighborhood. Well, I just want to show you guys that house. I appreciate you guys commenting in the chat. We were discussing some of the top headlines here. John saying, I hope Ivanka's house is gated. John, I'm sure they'll have lots of security. Actually, in the picture, which, let me drop this lower third, looked like there was some construction going on. But again, Google Street View, I don't think is I don't think this was in real time, so this could have been construction from, you know, a few months ago. But again, they could be putting up a fence and a gate and all of that. And you know they will have Secret Service, so it's a good question. Jared says maybe the Trump kids will toilet paper the Obama's house. Jared, that's a good point. Maybe they'll play, you know, pranks on each other. You never know. Maybe they'll ding dong ditch each other and toilet paper each other's houses, and it'll be a very fun, neighborly introduction to becoming good friends. You never know. All right, you guys. I appreciate you watching with me here on the Fox News Now stream. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., bringing you guys breaking news and political updates, Donald Trump updates. We're always streaming live instead of Trump Tower or Mar-a-Lago. Today we brought you all the events. President Obama speaking at an armed forces event. Mike Pence speaking about the Obamacare Act, or Affordable Care Act, I should say. So we're always trying to take you guys to what's happening all across the U.S. We're based here in Phoenix, but we don't only stream Phoenix news. We stream national news, whatever's happening, whether it be a car chase in L.A. or a fire in Colorado, wherever it is, we are streaming it. So we appreciate you guys watching with us. Go ahead and follow me at MaryKateFox10 on Twitter. And tweet at me. I'll try to answer all you guys, and I appreciate you commenting in the chat. Again, tomorrow we're talking consumer electronic event happening this week in Las Vegas. I'm going to have a guest up here with me talking about all the cool gadgets, and we've got some great videos to show you as well. So that's tomorrow. Thanks for joining me. That is the end of tonight's show. See you tomorrow.